the drogue bastards a hotfoot. As soon as he learned of Palau's discovery, Admiral Stromo had called for an expedition to investigate these old hydro graveyards. This was the fourth such burned-out planet her survey team had visited. As her manta orbited the dim, lifeless world, Tasia's crew took volumes of images. She imagined how this planet might have looked before the torch, an immense ball of pale clouds, the sort of place where roamers could have operated profitable sky mines. Now, after millennia, the artificial sun had burned out all its raw fuel. Some of the exotic materials and supermolecules left behind might have been interesting, but she doubted even eccentric Koto Okaya would have had the nerve to poke into a place like that. The EDF hoped that by performing post-mortem analyses on these murdered planets, they could learn more about the long-term effectiveness of the torch. Tasia had the sneaking suspicion that General Lanyon simply wanted to gloat over places where the hydrogues had been resoundingly defeated. In a few thousand years, Toro would look similar to this, burning out as all its fuel was exhausted. Ansier, too, if the drogues hadn't already snuffed that one out, as Tasia had witnessed with her own eyes. "Log it," she said after 2 hours. "We've got the rest of this list to confirm." At their next stop, Tasia and her crew sat back in awe to see the system's main star completely under siege. The gas giant itself was dark and cold, burned out long ago. Now the hydrogues were targeting the much larger central sun. In a furious battle, ellipsoidal Phyros fireballs swarmed upward, clashing against literally millions of war globes that lunged in like piranhas. Bolts of incredible energy lashed back and forth, while the hydrogues drove their diamond spheres through the fringes of the hot corona and skated over the outer layers of plasma, unleashing titanic weapons from above. Tasia had seen a similar battle at the test site of Ansier, but that ignited gas giant had been only a small dwarf star. This was a full-size sun, a vastly larger battleground on which the hydrogues and Phyros fought each other. Giant loops of solar flares rose upward, spewing plasma flames that curled back around, falling into the roiling sun like blood spurting from a severed artery. War globes pressed closer, swarming in space. The Phyros' defenders crashed into them, fireballs engulfing the diamond spheres so that both were obliterated. Volley after volley of hydrogue ships streamed in from outside the system, enough glinting reinforcements to blot out the star. "Take your readings and let's get the hell out of here," Tasia said. "Shiz, look at those blasts." A column of dense, ionized gas rocketed up from the surface of the sun to engulf a flurry of war globes, shattering the enemy vessels. Tasia wondered if the Phyros themselves had tinkered with the mechanics of the star, altered its physics to use the flare as a weapon. "What the hell are we doing in this war?" Sergeant Zizou said, his voice no more than an awed whisper. More war globes arrived, unleashing retaliatory strikes. Because a hydro-gas planet in this system had been snuffed out by the Clickus torch long ago, Tasia wondered if the deep-core aliens bore a grudge. Were their memories long enough to harbor revenge for 10,000 years? Of course they were. Flares continued to shoot up like cannon blasts. Tasia slumped back in her command chair, once again feeling incredibly small in this enormous and ancient conflict. "On the bright side," she muttered, "with the Phyros and the hydrogues kicking each other's butts, they're too busy to come after us." 59. King Peter. "Chairman Wenceslas has called another high-level Hansa meeting in secret," Ox reported to King Peter. "You asked me to inform you whenever I learn of such an appointment." "Thank you, Ox. I think I'll attend." Dressed in a Prussian blue military outfit, his serious business attire, instead of the ceremonial robes he donned for public appearances, Peter arrived at the private conference room even before the chairman and his cronies. When Basil entered with the pale and hairless Deputy Kane, he frowned to see the king sitting there, but did not otherwise acknowledge Peter's presence. General Lanyon arrived with a shadow of stubble on his cheeks that showed he was several hours past his scheduled shave, followed closely by Admiral Stromo, who carried a portable data screen as well as hard-copy summary printouts. Deputy Kane sat next to the chairman, and they all waited in silence, flicking glances at Peter, who remained quiet, behaving himself. Basil finally spoke. "Direct your attention to me, please. I called this meeting, not the king. General Lanyon, your summary of the Romer problem." The military commander cleared his throat, collecting his thoughts. "As you know, Mr. Chairman, for some time now our intel teams have had standing orders to gather any information on Romer's ship movements and possible hidden settlements. I have updated the analyses I compiled more than 5 years ago." He looked down at his notes. "I'm sorry to say the situation has only grown worse. I am convinced that the rebellious clans have stockpiled star drive, fuel, and other resources that by rights should have gone into the Terran war effort. Their selfishness is hampering our ability to protect the Hansa and its colonies. They are hurting us by their stubbornness, and we cannot ignore it." Admiral Stromo barely contained his anger. "They've picked the worst possible time to hit us with this childish embargo. Their unwarranted refusal to trade Ecti delivers a severe blow just when our new colonization initiative is gathering momentum." Lanyon continued, gathering steam. "Remember several years ago, just before the Hydrogues, when the Romer pirate Rand Sorengard preyed upon Hansa colonies? Think of the damage he caused, but more important, it shows the mindset of these lawless clans." Stromo picked up the thread as if they had practiced this interchange. "I say if they have chosen to withdraw our resources when we need them most, then they have chosen to become our enemies. It is in our best interests to declare war on the clans, trounce them quickly, and be done with it. Such a plan could easily be accomplished and would provide a clear example for all humans who might want to hoard resources." Peter had intended to sit quietly and observe, but he could not keep himself from pointing out the obvious. "Excuse me, Basil, but Speaker Peroni's demands seem reasonable enough. If a crime was indeed committed, why not simply track down the perpetrators of the alleged piracy and renounce any such actions in the future?" "Because it's outright blackmail," Lanyon snapped, "and we don't cooperate with blackmailers." Basil was cooler. "We have never been shown any incontrovertible proof of such piracy. It's likely the Romers are simply jumping at shadows and trying to blame others." Peter pressed his lips together. "I notice you didn't actually deny the allegations. Do you intend to authorize more such raids on Romer cargo ships?" "Oh, please, this is ridiculous," Stromo snapped. "Admitting to such acts is politically out of the question whether or not the allegations are true," Basil said. "We cannot let a gang of undisciplined space gypsies dictate terms to the Terran Hanseatic League. In times of war, we can no longer turn a blind eye to their lawless independence. Instead, we should do everything in our power to unify the fragmented factions of humanity against a common enemy. The Romers must submit to the strength of the majority for the good of our race. It may be our only chance." Eldred Kane spoke with a quiet, calm confidence that cut through the drone of murmured responses at the table. "It may interest you, sir, that I have found a legal means by which we can simply and legitimately annex the Romer clans." The pale deputy looked at Peter. "It's tidy enough that even the king should have no objections." Peter tried to show his dutiful willingness to listen. "It's completely legal?" "I have undertaken a thorough analysis of the original treaty and documentation signed by all 11 generation ships before they departed from Earth over 3 centuries ago. Each vessel, including the Kanaka, which provided the seed for the Romer clans, agreed to certain irrevocable terms. At the time of departure, the colonist families assumed this would be a one-way trip. The generation ships were slow-moving vessels, and the passengers hoped to find a habitable world and settle there forever. Even so, the governments of Earth feared that someday these prodigal children might become warlike and set their sights on returning home as conquerors. So they required the captains and colonists to swear in a binding document, one that specifically applies to themselves and all of their descendants, that they would take no action, direct or indirect, that would harm Mother Earth. Kane looked around, waiting for them to understand the implications. Basil finally smiled. "I see. And cutting off our main source of star-drive fuel at such a critical juncture certainly qualifies as being harmful to Earth." "Without question, Mr. Chairman. It is barely even open to debate." "Superb reasoning, Mr. Deputy," Lanyon said. "It provides all the justification we could possibly need. The EDF can move on the roamers any time we please." Peter leaned forward, angry but careful not to overstep his bounds and give the chairman reason to eject him from the room. "Excuse me, but why must we move on them if you are confident in your legal argument? We should present it to Speaker Peroni and give her a chance to revise the Roma response, perhaps begin a limited number of ECTI shipments again to establish goodwill while we negotiate the matter. In fact, I see no reason why we can't announce that we condemn further acts of piracy against Roma ships without addressing the question of whether or not their accusation was true in the first place." "That would solve only the immediate part of the problem," Basil said. "But I refuse to reward their efforts at coercion. Without question, Roma unruliness would become a thorn in our sides again and again. We need to decisively put an end to their disruptive manipulations so that we can concentrate on winning the important war. The Hydrogues have been relatively quiescent, even after we used 4 more Clickers torches against them. It is time to swiftly and decisively defeat the roamers and earn wholehearted public support for the victory." Admiral Stromo distributed his printed summaries. There weren't enough copies for Peter, but the king extended his hand and waited until the liaison officer surrendered his personal copy. Stromo said, "Truly, King Peter, this will provide the greatest benefit in the long run. You'll see." He linked his display screen to the table, and enlarged diagrams are projected across the matte crystal surface. With a growing lump in his throat, Peter looked at the descriptions for a direct invasion of known roamer outposts. Stromo continued, "I assigned a team of my best tactical experts to develop alternative strategies. The roamers have always been notoriously secretive, but we know more than they realize about their movements, distribution, and activities. By backtracking flight paths and analyzing elemental breakdowns from processed materials in their shipments, we have estimated the locations of some of their mines and factories. Though we've been aware of several important sites for years, we have kept that information until it could be put to good use. Now it is time. Several of these places have large ECTI stockpiles just waiting for the taking." "The stockpiles are probably even more bloated now," Lanyon pointed out, "since the roamers aren't selling ECTI to us anymore." Looking pleased, Basil tapped his fingers on the table. "I suggest we put together a powerful EDF crew to sweep into one of these depots and confiscate the fuel for our war needs. A surgical strike to show them we mean business. They'll see they're out of their league." Peter could not believe what he was hearing. "But now you are talking outright piracy, Basil. Deputy Kane has just offered a legitimate legal rationale. Therefore it is merely an exercise of eminent domain, not piracy at all. The roamers have little or no military defense and rely on their secrecy for protection. They know we outgun them, and they cannot afford long-term hostilities. We'll force them to join us, to everyone's benefit." Eldred Kane turned to Peter, sounding reasonable. "King Peter, we have always been willing to pay for the star-drive fuel supplied by the roamers. We have even accepted their exorbitantly inflated prices over the past several years, but if they will not sell to us, we have no choice but to obtain ECTI in some other fashion. It is a strategic imperative." "What about our new cloud harvester on Krona 3? Peter offered. "Another shipment is already on the way, now that they've worked out a truce with the Ildirans there." "A good start, but far from adequate," Kane said. we would need several dozen more cloud harvesters running at full capacity just to meet our minimal defense needs. Basil tapped his fingers impatiently on the tabletop. No, as a matter of principle, the roamers must join us. Their professed independence must be subordinate to humanity's survival. Those damned clans have been overconfident for too long, Lanyon said. They've gotten too big for their britches. Peter understood the Hansa's logic, even felt part of the same desperation, but he was sure the roamers would not acquiesce as easily as Basil expected. The open aggression would only confirm their negative view of the Hansa. Do you expect the roamers to just roll over and surrender? They will hate us for generations. As if in partial concession to the king's objections, Basil pondered the military plans. Bear in mind, General, that we don't want to cause any more harm than is absolutely necessary. Pick one of the depots and form your plan. I want a clean and efficient operation, with minimal bloodshed, preferably no loss of lives at all. That may be difficult, sir, Lanyon said. We want to make a point, not rack up civilian casualties. We need to show the roamers who's the boss, and put an end to this damaging behavior, nothing more. Basil stood up. Once we get enough ecti to establish solid colonies on the rediscovered Clickus worlds, we won't need the roamer clans. Then they can go out and starve themselves for all I care, but first, we have to get the star drive fuel we need. That is our highest priority. The chairman dismissed the meeting. Now, get to work, gentlemen. 60. Jess Tamblin. Get in your ships and follow me, Jess said to the 11 roamer volunteers. He climbed back aboard his water-and-pearl vessel, stepping through the permeable film and immersing himself in the enclosed ocean microcosm. Once away from any possibility of touching another person in the crowded confines of Rendezvous, he felt a wash of relief. He had already said his loving and bittersweet farewells to Cheska, standing as close as he dared. Like a departing parade, the group of roamer water-bearers left Rendezvous, followed by calls of good luck. A small vessel, piloted by Nico-chan Tylar, sprinted forward, catching up with Jess's pearly ship and sending a message via the standard roamer comm system Jess had installed to stay in contact with his new followers, though it had required modification to operate in the watery environment. "We're ready to get to work, Jess. Lead the way." Jess accelerated the spherical vessel, and the roamer ships raced along beside him. When they reached the first uncharted world, they dropped to slow orbital speed, and Jess guided his volunteers through a murky fog of clouds. This had once been a sterile place, swept with storms, but now the open water was filled with Wendel life force, like a great battery supercharged and ready to burst with elemental power. He could see the surging tides of light and power, crackling lines like a circulatory system through the entire ocean, the entire planet, like a storm of sparkling and benevolent life. On its descent, his Wendel ship attracted silvery tendrils of lightning that skittered gently across the metallized coral framework. It was a probing touch, a soft brushing of electrical fingertips controlled by the Wendels that had infused the whole isolated planet. They welcomed Jess and his companions. The sentient water contained within his bubble vessel thrummed with unmitigated joy. On his first visit, this had been a dark and forbidding world, but now the angry storms had been purified by living water that stirred the cauldron of thriving Wendels that filled the energized sea below. Already, the dispersed water entities had grown and separated from the first body of Wendels, developing their own thoughts, but each Wendel remained a facet of the same overall being. Jess's vessel landed on the open sea, where it floated like a giant soap bubble. White caps lapped against the sides of the ship, alive and glowing. Nearby, the 11 roamer ships dropped down, seeking a place to land on a flat atoll. Nico emerged from his family craft, drinking in the rough, brisk air, suffused with the Wendel life force The environment had changed enough that the humans no longer needed breathing masks, as Jess had on his first visit. He glanced at the distant patterns of lightning that danced from thunderheads to the ocean, and shouted to Jess, "Looks like you followed your guiding star back to the Garden of Eden. This whole planet's an ocean, but it's completely alive." "Yes, every droplet of water, every cloud. It's charged with living energy." Jess used his own connection with the Wentles to be part of this sentient ocean. He stepped out onto the choppy surface of the water and walked from his globular vessel across the wave-tops. Enhanced surface tension buoyed each step, keeping him from sinking until he reached the rocks where the others waited for him. The roamers stared at him in awe. Jess gestured past the wave-swept shore as if on cue a symphony of lightning played like musical notes across the sky. "See what the Wentles can do? We've got to help bring them into the fight against the Hydrogues." Nico grinned. "We're ready." "I could easily have given you water from my own ship at Rendezvous, but I didn't want you to accept this mission just on the basis of my words. Look around you. I needed you to see this power, this gathering storm the Wentles can command against the Hydrogues. Witness the potential." All the roamers stared at the fervid ocean. Currents of glowing life force streamed through the waves, anxious to be turned loose. The water elementals made the alien seas thrash and seethe. Jess's companions muttered appreciatively. Even a sample of Wentle water can spread and reproduce in another body of liquid, like a match lighting one candle after another. I could do this alone, one world at a time, but it would take too long. Jess dipped his hand into the water and held up a palmful of the dripping, silvery liquid. "The Wentles are as eager to go as you are. Here, take as much as you like, fill containers, and then disperse them to each world on your lists." Nico hurried back to his small craft and rolled out a hollow polymer drum. "Should I just dip this into the ocean?" But as the young man brought the container close, the water itself came alive. Looking like a jellyfish, it rose up in a gelatinous plume, wavered, and then deposited itself into the barrel. Whatever did not fit sloshed back into the ocean. "Shiz! Did you see that?" The other roamers ran to their crafts and brought out containers. Limbs of vibrant water rose up to fill each one. With the cooperation of the Wentles inside, Nico found that he could carry the laden barrel as if it weighed nothing at all, as if water entities could somehow manipulate the gravity on this whole planet. "It feels electrical. My fingers tingle." Jess stood watching his new recruits fill their cargo holds with the Wentle essence. They would disperse, and they would find other ocean worlds that could make the strange new ally strong. He envied these volunteers their sense of wonder. He wished he could go with them. But he had a different mission now, and it consumed him almost as much as his love for Cheska. 61. Cheska Peroni. Searching for Jai-Okaya, Cheska found that the old woman had suited up and gone outside to drift among the conjoined rocks, inspecting the girders and cables that held the asteroid cluster together. The connector beams kept Rendezvous from flying apart under its own gravity and inertia. The red dwarf's dull light shed thick illumination as clan ships came and went. Because she had lived for so many years in the extreme low gravity of Rendezvous, Jai-Okaya could never endure the oppressive tug of a planet again. Her bones were brittle despite exercise and mineral supplements. She was simply old, yet she showed no signs of weakness. She insisted on doing useful work for the roamers. The cold emptiness might not have been the best place to have a conversation or bare her soul, but Cheska suited up anyway. She used her exhaust jets to maneuver along the pocked exteriors of the rocky debris that formed cozy habitats. When she was younger, Cheska and other clan children had joined the governess Compi UR in learning how to use a protective suit for space excursions. All roamers had to become proficient in such skills. Jetting forward to where Jayokaya tinkered with connector bolts driven deep into the main asteroid, Cheska activated the line-of-sight communicator. Provided they were close enough to each other, she and the former speaker could have a completely private communication. The old woman floated carefree, relaxing her arms and legs. Her long gray hair was confined in her helmet. "Plenty of clan members are qualified for this inspection duty, Cheska. Don't you have more important work, or are you practicing for your retirement already like me?" "You make that comment so often, I have to wonder if you don't like talking to me anymore." "I'm just remembering that I never had time for wandering around like this." Cheska pulled her way closer along a girder. "You taught me to keep in touch with the clans. Roamers are held together by connections of family and friendship, as you taught me yourself. Besides, after cutting off trade with the Big Goose, we'll have a few more people cut off from their usual activities, and Jess is gone with his volunteers." Her voice trailed off. "And you miss him." "Of course I miss him. But I also admire his new passion, tackling an amazing mission that may save us all. Governing the clans is always a full-time job, but I'd like to do something significant while waiting for the Hansa response. Roamers have so much potential." Jayokaya chuckled. "Even if you don't exactly agree with the clan leaders and their rigid embargo, I have no doubt you'll get us through this." "I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop. We haven't heard a word of response from the Big Goose. What's taking them so long?" "Bureaucracy, no doubt." Cheska sighed, as always weighed down by the responsibilities of her office. "We're preparing a contact team to go to the Ildiran Empire to propose trade terms with the new Mage Imperator. We've sent out feelers to some of the smaller Hansa colonies that were already cut off, since they're not getting any help and support from Earth." She looked through her faceplate at all the activity around Rendezvous. Roamer business had been quiet since the clans had broken off trade. Now their cargo ships, Ecti skimmers, and resource mining operations were adapting to the new situation. Overhead, cargo ships brought in new supplies of Ecti from Hurricane Depot. Others departed with materials en route to fringe roamer settlements, such as frozen Jonah 12 and ringed Oscaville. "It sounds like we'll find plenty of other customers and markets," Jayokaya said. Cheska continued, letting her thoughts flow. She had always benefited from using the former speaker as a sounding board. "And what about Therak? They're still reeling from the Hydrogue attack. If I'd married Reynold right away, I could have been there." She brightened suddenly, realizing something the clans could accomplish. "You know, if roamers are capable of establishing outposts on molten-hot worlds and frozen moons and airless asteroids, then we certainly have the ability to help clear a burned forest and rebuild dwellings for the Theron people." "Then go help them," the former speaker said, drifting in a slowly turning somersault. "We've got some roamer ships available, especially now. Their captains are just looking for something to do." She anchored herself to the surface of a depot rock, making a system note of several thick struts that looked as if they could use reinforcement. Roamers had to worry about where they would get such basics as air and water and light, whereas the Therons had been blessed with everything right at their fingertips. The original refugee humans had dreamed of this sort of colony when they departed from Earth in their generation ships. Those people had found it, but the roamers never had. Now, however, the Therons didn't have sufficient skills or ingenuity to pull themselves out of their disaster. They needed expert assistance. Cheska raised her chin. "You're right. The clans have all the equipment, engineers, and technology we need. Roamer engineering in a Theron forest, an unlikely match, but we can make it work. We'll help them pick up the pieces." "You can accomplish anything you set your mind to, Speaker Peroni." The old woman nudged her, sending Cheska tumbling slowly toward the main airlocks and the docking doors. She had to use air jets to right herself. Jayokaya planted her booted feet on the outer surface of the asteroid. "Now let me drift here in peace. I sleep better knowing Rendezvous is not going to fall apart while I'm having a nice dream. You enjoy your rest, it's well-deserved. But in the meantime, I have a lot of work to do." "62. Chelly. 62. Chelly. After months of hard labor in the ruined forests, the Theron survivors began to suffer from prolonged exhaustion. Yerod, speaking for the Green Priests, finally issued a compassionate plea from the World Forest. "Rest. The trees say this effort will take a great deal of time. If you all falter now, who will care for the trees? You must not hurt yourselves." Standing beside him, Mother Alexa added, "Already 11 of our people have died in accidents among the fallen trees because they were too tired and became careless." The weary Therons who had gathered in the temple ring of blackened stumps dragged themselves off to rest. Green Priests draped their arms around the scaled trunk of any nearby world tree and fell deeply asleep, dreaming through Tellink. Salomar's shoulders sagged. Soot smudged his green skin. "I am too troubled to sleep, Chelly. If I did, I'm afraid I'd drown in the nightmares." Chelly smiled at him, making an effort to keep her spirits up. "Then come with me. Remember that healthy grove of smaller world trees we found yesterday? Why not show me your tree dancer moves, and I'll demonstrate a few of mine? I think you've forgotten how to relax." He sighed. "Tree dancing. It's been so long. I don't know where I'll find the energy, but how can we dance among the trees now, in the midst of all this?" Despair and pain hung like fog in the air. "I bet the trees will draw as much good cheer from it as we will." Taking his hand, she led him to his glider bike, and they flew off, heading in a straight line off into the distance, where they had found a partially intact grove. Salomar had a spring in his step as they approached the patch of living trees. "I've lost track of what it feels like to be around the true life of the forest, because I've been so focused on all this destruction. Here, at least, there's something to celebrate." He turned to her with a smile, stroking the golden bark of a nearby world tree. "And it's hard to believe, but I do feel ready for dancing." Though his body was large and muscular, Salomar moved like a gazelle. Springing forward, he caught a nearby thin trunk, spun himself around, then lifted his feet as if to take flight. Bounding to another tree, he began to scale it. Chelly ran after him, eager to show Salomar that even though he was the Green Priest, she had just as much ability when it came to the sport. Tree dancing had developed as a combination athletic competition and dance, but had evolved into a form of communion with the world forest. The original Green Priests came from a variety of Theron colonists. Some of them were scholars, content to sit and read to the trees all day long. But athletically inclined acolytes wanted to express themselves physically, through fluid motion. To the great tree mind, the lissom dances were just as fascinating as human legends and scientific achievements. Chelly scrambled up a trunk, swung from one branch to a second, then flipped up and over it before springing off again, somersaulting in the air to land gracefully between two trees on the ground. With each movement, she felt energy and joy surge through her to counter the oppressive pall of soot and gloom. Salomar spun on his toes as he touched down on a springy branch, then launched himself even higher. Chelly bounded up a tree beside him, grabbed a branch, and swung toward him. Feeling daring and trusting her Green Priest friend, she called, "Catch me, Salomar!" She released her grip on the boughs and soared across a void. The muscular young man did not flinch, but caught her easily, as if they had practiced the routine 100 times. "That was either brave or stupid, Chelly," he said, as he used her momentum to swing her up onto a branch beside him. "I knew you wouldn't let me fall." She hugged him close as they stood together, carefully balanced and catching their breath. Some tree dance moves were free-form, acrobatics and ballet combined with vigorous gymnastics. The result was a jazz of movement, an impromptu physical symphony. Connected by Tellink, the trees themselves could live vicariously through the green priest dancers. The motion liberated them from the deep roots that anchored them to the planet. Salamar laughed with sheer ecstasy as he bounced from branch to branch. Shelley saw with astonishment that he kept his eyes closed and let the trees guide him through Tellink. She thought it must have been a long time since the forest felt such exuberance. The other exhausted green priests, most of whom were resting now, probably felt the same rush as they dreamed in Tellink with the world forest. Unable to share in his symbiotic connection, Shelley let herself be content with watching her friend's happiness. An independent girl, she herself had never felt the call to become an acolyte, though her brother Benito and Uncle Yarad were both green priests. That would not stop her from finding solace through her own joyous movements, even among the blackened and broken world forest. As they danced together, she felt they were both drawing energy from the wounded trees and giving it back as well. In her mind, she sensed the trees sharing a secret warm smile with the exuberant dancers. The forest was waking up and remembering, thanks to them. Finally, when they'd exhausted their bodies, she and Salamar sat together on a wide branch, panting and sweating. Shelley laughed and leaned against him in a comfortable, intimate moment. "Weren't we supposed to be relaxing?" Salamar's eyes and expression held a potent vitality that she hadn't seen since the day he'd rescued her from the burning fungus reef. "It may surprise you, Shelley, but I feel more rested now than I have in a long, long time." His fingers touched the hard bark, and he drifted into Tellink. He was smiling when he came back out. "And the trees would like very much for us to do this again." '63. King Peter. Estara wasn't entirely certain they could trust Ox, though the teacher Compy had been very useful in gathering reliable information. "He's a Hansa machine, programmed to follow a certain set of orders." Her dark eyes shone in the bright light from the royal suite's balcony, and Peter felt a giddy rush just looking at his beautiful queen. In spite of all his crises and ordeals, the machinations and responsibilities, Peter knew he was loved and safe when he was with her. She glanced uncomfortably at Ox, who stood attentive as if participating in the discussion. He reported the results of his quiet investigations daily to the king. "How do we know he's helping us instead of the chairman?" Peter turned to the Compy. "Because he also has moral programming. Ox was designed centuries ago, before the Hansa existed in anything like its present form. He was put aboard a generation ship and sent away, never expecting to come back. His entire reason for existence was to teach the descendants of humanity and instill in them the beliefs, traditions, and morals we hold dear as a civilization. That moral programming is still active. Isn't it, Ox?" The little Compy looked like a child-sized, loyal soldier. "My programming gives me latitude for making assessments and choices. Though I am ostensibly retained by the Terran Hanseatic League, my core programming instructs me to serve the interests of the human race as a whole." His optical sensors brightened, but his voice remained moderate and sincere. "Since I myself discovered the explosive device hidden aboard your royal yacht, I am aware of the chairman's plot to assassinate you. According to my moral programming, murdering any human being is wrong, especially to achieve political ends. Therefore, the man who orders it is misguided, even if he believes he is acting for the good of humanity. Furthermore, when I expressed my doubts about relying on untested Clickis robot designs to create the soldier Compies, Chairman Wenceslas refused to consider the question. That is illogical. In summary, I have determined that his judgment is faulty. From my interactions with you and Queen Estara, I have concluded that you will serve the interests of the entire human race without regard to political affiliation. Your moral foundation is strong, thus I am obliged to assist you in working against him. I cannot continue to follow contradictory orders from the Terran Hanseatic League." Peter chuckled. Best of all, Basil won't ever suspect it. He hasn't looked twice at any copy except as a resource. That's one of his greatest weaknesses. He is blind to the obvious. He put his arm around Astara's waist, and she seemed to relax slightly. They sat down together on a bench, and Ox turned to face them. "So what's your report on Prince Daniel today?" "My instructions have not been rescinded. Chairman Wenceslas still hopes Prince Daniel can be brought into line. Therefore he has urged me to be more rigorous and draconian in my training to prepare him." Astara remained concerned. "He's got to see that Daniel would never be a competent ruler." "Daniel doesn't have to be competent. He simply has to make a good show and follow orders." But then Peter smiled to himself. Perhaps he could convince Ox to actively sabotage the prince's training, so that he would never become a workable alternative. That evening, after all the cupola torches had been lit, the king and queen found themselves without political or social obligations. Longing for quiet and happy times, Peter made a suggestion that he knew would delight her. Royal guards led them into the too rarely used swimming cove. The misty grotto was filled with ferns and flowers, and low illumination gave the romantic appearance of a moonlight swim. The warm water surrounded Peter and Astara like a bath as they splashed together. Astara wore the same turquoise and purple bathing suit she wore during their first swim on their wedding night, and she still looked dazzling in it. Peter stroked after her. "For our own mental health, we should make a point to swim here more often." When he opened the gates and sent a pulsing tone through the water, dolphins came swimming in from their tanks. They chattered and splashed, happy to have human company in their play area. Astara answered him with a wan smile, and he was determined to cheer her up. Peter didn't think her mood was fear or anger, but a sense of deep sorrow. "What's wrong, Astara? I thought you liked the dolphins." "I love them. I just wish... I remember back on Therak when I swam in the looking-glass lakes." She let out a breath in a long, low sigh. "I miss Reynold and Benito. In fact, the night Reynold became the Theron father was when Chairman Wenceslas and Sarrain convinced him that I should marry you." "Sometimes political schemes aren't so terrible," Peter said, kissing her. "Are they?" They clung together in the warm water. "No, I'll never regret that. I love you so much, Peter. I could never have hoped for such a wonderful man. But not even you can fill the place that my brothers had in my heart." She smiled sadly. "They were wonderful, too. Benito never wanted anything to do with leadership. He hurt nobody, and yet the Hydrogues wiped out Corvus Landing. Then they attacked Therak and killed Reynold." Tears welled in her eyes. "What did Benito and Reynold ever do to the Hydrogues? Why did so many victims have to pay the price because the Drogues are upset over Ansir?" "It's much more than Ansir," Peter said, wishing he could say more to comfort her. When Astara shook her head, droplets of water streamed down her long, twisted hair. "The Hydrogues attacked Therak intentionally, and Benito died because of his love for the World Trees." He held her tighter. "We may never know the Drogues' precise reasons. All we can hope is that we defeat them one way or another. Right now I'm not concerned with grand political implications, Peter. I was just grieving for my brothers and my home." One of the dolphins swam beside them to play, but Astara kept her arms around Peter's neck. He knew there was nothing he could say, so he just swam alongside her, being there and sharing her sadness. 64. Sarrain. When Basil asked her to join him at sunset in the rooftop gardens, Sarrain was girlishly pleased that he would choose such a romantic rendezvous. She wondered if he would surprise her with a fine dinner, complete with Dremin salt pond caviar and preserved Theron insect steaks from Melinda Kett's last gourmet stockpiles. The fantasy lasted only a moment, though. Sarrain knew the chairman well enough to recognize that he would never waste an evening just enjoying himself in her company. There was always work to do, and therefore he must have some important business purpose to discuss, and this was the best way to keep it private between the two of them. She felt a flicker of disappointment, then chided herself. That was who Basil had always been. His drive and competence was what had attracted her in the first place, long ago when she'd first come to study on Earth. She arrived on the rooftop of the Hansa Pyramid precisely on time. The sun was a brassy sphere on the western horizon. At the edge of the gardens, Basil stood with his back to her. Potted dwarf orange and lemon trees, bursting with perfume-filled white blossoms that attracted noisy bees, were placed at precise intervals. Paths of faceted gravel were laid out with an exactitude of randomness designed by a committee of Asian gardeners. "There's a pitcher of iced tea on the table. Would you pour us each a glass?" Basil said without looking at her. His reputation of having eyes in the back of his head was well earned. "It's your favorite flavor, I believe." Sarene did as she was told, trying to remember when Basil had ever asked her preference in tea. She smelled a tart infusion of mango and cinnamon. The unfamiliar taste was delicious, though she couldn't imagine why he thought it was her favorite. He was making some sort of gesture, setting the tone for their conversation. He wanted something from her. Through Basil, she had learned how to manipulate people and politics in ways that no innocent tree-dweller from Therak had ever thought to do. Sarene had repaid Basil with her body and her companionship, and finally with her advice and support. She also gave him a hint of her love, but she had to keep that secret, of course. He would only treat romantic notions with scorn. She had never dreamed their affair would last for almost a decade. Now they were certainly a team, though Basil didn't seem to want to recognize it. Despite his position of power, the chairman wasn't a womanizer, and she doubted he kept other secret concubines. Not that she would have allowed herself to feel jealousy, and not that he wouldn't have insisted on the right to have other women. In all probability, he considered other women to be too much bother. As far as Sarene could tell, searching out distractions, even pleasurable ones, was not in his nature. She gave him everything he wanted or needed, and therefore he could concentrate his energies elsewhere. They had a tacit understanding. Sarene rarely let herself analyze her true feelings for the chairman, though. She stayed with him because she wanted to, not just because of the advantages that came from being his lover. Basil kept his heart carefully shuttered, and she could never pry loose a glimpse of his inner thoughts. She knew he cared for her, which he proved, as far as she was concerned, by visibly withdrawing whenever he felt himself getting too close. It was his method of self-protection. Now, standing together on the rooftop, the two of them looked toward the Whisper Palace. Basil's steel-gray hair was impeccably in place. His formal suit jacket and slacks would have looked pretentious on anyone else in a casual setting, but the chairman wore them with complete comfort. "The time has come for us to press our advantage, Sarene. You are next in line." She slipped her arm through his. "I'm generally willing to press any advantage, Basil, but you need to give me a clearer description of what you mean." He turned to her with an impatient sigh, as if he expected the answer to be obvious. "Your sister Astara is the queen, but you are now the oldest member of the Theron ruling family. Your two brothers were killed by the Hydrogues. Your parents clearly have no desire to resume their leadership roles, which they never fulfilled very well in the first place. They may not have had the gene of political ambition, but they tried their best. Fortunately, Sarene, I know you have that gene. After due consideration, I have decided it would be best for everyone concerned if you returned to Therak and demanded your place as Mother Sarene." She turned away, stung. "It's not a matter of demanding, Basil. My parents would be all too happy to hand over the throne to me." "All the better, then." He drank his iced tea as if the matter was over. When he had first taken her under his wing, She had known that the chairman was using her reciprocally to gain some advantage with the stubbornly uncooperative Therans. But as the hydro crisis dragged on with no resolution in sight, she'd begun to feel like a pet, waiting for table scraps whenever he deigned to notice her. Why was Basil trying to get rid of her? What had she done? But I'm not sure that's what I want to do. Sarene had seen the images brought back by EDF rescue ships, and had no desire to see the blackened scars, smell the smoke in the air, or watch the beaten survivors numbly going about their hopeless task. Considering my current role here, that would be a step backward. Basil's gray eyes bored into her. Not for the Hansa. Don't be selfish. He stroked her arm gently. The gesture did not seem a spontaneous display of affection, but a calculated movement designed to evoke a response. It took a conscious effort for her not to flinch from his touch. Our very equilibrium is at risk, but if everything is handled perfectly, by me, by you, and by all the others I rely upon, the Hansa can come out stronger. We'll smell like roses. She no longer liked the taste of her tea. But only if I become the next mother of Theroc? That could well be the key. Walk with me. Together they strolled along the winding gravel paths, smelling the sweet citrus flowers. I have always had a grand vision for humanity. Before the Hydrogues came, it was a dream, a long-term plan. When the spiral arm was an open playing field and interstellar travel seemed a remote possibility, it cost Earth nothing to let the 11 generation ships wander away like fledglings leaving the nest. Now, however, the situation has changed. Facing a foe such as the Hydrogues, we must stand together with unity as an empire, not with the anarchy of a dysfunctional family. Sarene had always been swayed by his passion and his heartfelt dreams. Never before had she been bothered by how he talked to her, but now she felt that Basil was trying to manipulate her like artist's clay. He wasn't usually so clumsy, so obvious, but he had been slipping lately, showing tiny, ragged edges of stress and volatility. He continued, "After so many people have suffered, so much damage has been done, the slate has been wiped clean. I see the real possibility of reuniting all the threads of humanity, tying together our scattered prodigal children, the Therans, the Roamers, and all the Hansa colonies. It's got to be done. We can use this turmoil as a catalyst to unify all humans against the Hydrogues, or against any enemy for that matter. Who knows what the future may hold?" Basil continued to talk, bitterly cursing former Chairman Bertram Goswell, who had originally allowed the Roamers to break away. The entire Hansa had paid for that lack of foresight. Next, he grumbled about old King Ben under Chairman Malcolm Stannis, who had granted the Therans their independence before anyone considered the implications of telecommunication. "All those mistakes weakened mankind," Basil said. He stood beside a stone bench, but showed no sign that he intended to sit down. "Now it's time to fix those mistakes. We can cement the pieces together again." Sarene stopped to touch the flowers of a lemon tree as she thought of an interesting comparison. "You see yourself as a human version of the Mage Imperator, trying to draw together all the separate strands of a political schism." His expression was almost boyish. I like that. I do have the wisest plan for us all to cooperate efficiently. King Peter can be our spokesman. Even the Archfather of Unison can be useful, though I'll make the important decisions, after receiving appropriate advice from my experts, including yourself, Sarene. So long as I'm on Theroc, instead of here. Did he want to distance himself from her? Maybe, seeing the situation crumbling around him, he was doing mental damage control. Perhaps he had realized he was depending on Sarain too much, maybe even loved her, which would frighten him. No wonder he was sending her away. It was just like him. "All right, Basil. I'll go back to Theroc. I'll try to become the next mother." His smile showed relief and satisfaction, but no visible warmth. "I'm doing it for you," she thought. '65. Mage Imperator Jorah. Inside the Dobro Designate's residence, Mage Imperator Jorah met his daughter for the first time. Though supposedly destined to be the savior of the Eldiran Empire, she was just a little girl. Osira had poise beyond her years. Her eyes were large and innocent, with a glint of star sapphire that came from Jorah's genetics. Her narrow chin and gentle expression were achingly clear reminders of her mother. Seeing his daughter was like an electric jolt that brought back a flood of memories of the many times Jorah had made love to the beautiful Nira. More times than he had ever mated with the same female, before or since. Even as the years went by and he believed the Green Priest long dead, Jorah's longing for her had grown deeper. Standing before Osira, though, made much of that grief and regret wash away. Jorah was startled to sense her incredible strength and intelligence through the Thism, though the girl had a different connection and mental pattern thanks to her mother. Even as Mage Imperator, he could not link with her clearly, but she seemed stronger, sharper than his usual sense. He was unable to grasp all that she could do. "Osira," he said in a long, sibilant breath, "you are beautiful." The girl bowed, avoiding his gaze. "I am honored to serve you, Mage Imperator." Her initial formality was like a crystal knife in his chest, until she finally looked up. He saw a startling hunger there, a recognition, as if she shared many memories with him, though this was the first time they had met. Her thoughts and personality were no more than an echo, like smoke in a Thism. "We're very pleased at how Osira has turned out," Udru said, interrupting his thoughts. "The best instructors and Lens Kithmen have guided her development, and she has performed admirably. Her skills are advanced beyond anything we have measured before. With the continuing war, we know our time is desperately short. Osira is nearly ready to serve as the psychic bridge between Ildirans and Hydrogs, which we so desperately need." Jorah gently put a finger under the little girl's chin and raised it so that he could read her face. "Is that true?" "I am ready." She blinked her sparkling eyes. "If that is what you need." Osira was still young, but Jorah grieved for all the time he had lost with her. He was her father, and he should have watched her grow and learn, as he had done with all his children, all his designates in waiting. Osira was special, though, and not just in ways the Dobro breeding program considered important. He turned to the Grim designate. "I want to go with Osira out to her mother's grave. I trust you have marked it so we can—" His voice threatened to crack, but he controlled it. "Pay our respects, and remember her together." Udru wore a bland expression. "As you wish, Liege." Nira's memorial marker had been placed on one of the recovering hillsides scorched by the fires of the previous dry season. The ash had made the ground fertile again, and grasses and weeds grew tall and thick, erasing the burn scars. The Dobro designate had chosen a grave site near a cluster of thorny scrub trees that had survived the rushing flames. Around them the plants smelled fresh and alive, the faintest echo of the Theron world forest. Yes, Nira would have approved of this setting. Taking the little girl's hand, Jorah knelt in the tangled shade of the claw-like scrub bushes. The commemorative marker was a block of stone with embedded projection machinery. Suspended above a hollow ring, a many-faceted crystal gathered sunlight that powered a projection of Nira's beautiful face, apparently taken from camp records. When Jorah saw her image again, he felt his heart being pulled from his chest. Beside him, Osira also seemed angry and uneasy, though according to Udru she had never even met her mother. In silence they stared together, experiencing a common grief. He wished he could share with his daughter all of his memories of Nira, how much he had loved her. Again Osira surprised him with her perceptiveness and her depth of intuitive understanding. She seemed to be mourning Nira as much as he was. For a long moment, Jorah was caught up in memories and regrets. He had never dreamed that his father might purposefully deceive him. Now he knew so much more. He rubbed his fingers on the bark of the singed, scrubby trees surrounding Nira's grave. I wish your mother could be closer to her forest. I wish she could have seen it one more time. She loved Therox so much. And those trees are now recovering from the destruction the Hydrogues wrought. And you, Osira, must somehow negotiate a peace with them, he thought. He let go of his daughter's hand and traced the holographic image of Nira's face with his fingers. Unable to stop himself, he muttered apologies, dangerously close to weeping. I'm sorry for all the tragedies you suffered, sweet Nira. I would have done anything in the universe for you. But now it's too late. I can't make up for it. But perhaps I can save the Ildiran race. The girl remained next to him. She seemed troubled, confused, but also determined. If I succeed, if I can become a bridge with the Hydrogues and make them stop killing Ildirans, will it all be justified? Do you have doubts? He looked at her, sensing her powerful presence through the Thism, though he could not read Osira the way he could his other children. It was almost as if she had shielded herself. I have no doubts about what I can do, or why it must be done. She hesitated. But none of these humans are here willingly. Neither was my mother. Will you shut it all down? Jorah felt a chill, knowing Udru would never have spoken to her of such things. I want to so very much. But the Hydrogues keep attacking us, and the Clickus robots are no longer reliable allies. At this point, so close to its culmination, how can I stop the work until you have a chance to prove your abilities? The humans here were brought to Dobro long before I knew anything of this project. At least they remember nothing else, no other life. My mother knew another life, Osira said, looking at him with remarkable sternness on her young and innocent face. He looked at her with sharp surprise. How do you know? What makes you say that? His daughter seemed flustered. She talked to some of the breeding prisoners, but they didn't believe her about the free worlds far from here. He studied the little girl who stood so bravely next to him. Osira, how I wish you could have met your mother. She was a wonderful person, beautiful and funny. She captured my heart in a way no other woman ever had. And now you can never know her. Osira tentatively touched Jorah's shoulder, opening up to him with a warm flow of surprising love. I already know her. There are no secrets. Jorah stared at her, but the reticent girl would say nothing else. 66. Nira. During her years of captivity, Nira had wanted nothing more than to escape the breeding camps. Never again did she want to see the hated face of the Dobro designate or the succession of horrific breeding partners. Back then she had gazed longingly through the fences out across the sparsely populated landscape, wishing she could go home to the world forest, just wanting to be alone. Now, though, she had spent long months in utter isolation, speaking to no one except for a brief taunting exchange with Udru, and he was no companion that she wanted to have. Mercifully, the designate had left her to her island, her own calm universe. Alone, she could watch the clouds, listen to the waves, feel the warm wind on her face. Nira walked among strange, fern-like trees that grew from squat trunks in the island's sandy soil. All around her, the giant lake extended in watery blue emptiness to the horizon, though she knew the shore was out there somewhere. The stirring of birds and the rustle of leaves comforted her, as they would any green priest. She tried to hear words in the whisper of foliage, but these trees were not connected in any way to the world-forest mind. Sometimes she attempted to send out a call through these surrogate trees, but received back only a resounding silence, just as when she desperately tried to shout for help through the scrubby hillside trees during a brush fire. Sadly, Dobro's plants and forests had no life of their own. They simply grew, went to seed, and died, retaining no memory as the world trees did. Nevertheless, as Nira walked around on her island, traversing the limited paths from one shore to another, she spoke aloud to the trees. The plants remained unresponsive, but she could fantasize that they were diligently listening after all, but did not know how to answer. Her voice was soothing and gentle, and she never found herself at a loss for anything to say. Speaking with the island foliage kept Nira sane, her thoughts sharp. Perhaps, far off on the other side of the world, Osira could sense that she was still alive. It was too much for Nira to hope after the guards had nearly beaten her to death, brutally severing the connection she'd shared with her princess. She was no longer able to feel the thoughts of the little girl. Would Osira even think to look for her? Somehow, perhaps in dreams, their thoughts might connect. Though she had a small measure of peace here, Nira felt empty. She hoped she'd given her daughter enough information to make her question the Dobro breeding schemes and the dark plans Udru had for her, but she didn't know what the girl could possibly do about it. She was also dismayed to know that all the other human captives remained in the breeding camp, every day abused by their Ildiran masters. Worst of all, those other humans had accepted their lot. Generation after generation, they'd been raised to believe that this was the natural order of the human race, that this was their way of life. They all underwent the same awful experimentation. But only Nira had frantically resisted. The others did not know any better. And now she was here, discarded but kept in reserve. It took her a long while to understand why the Dobro designate hadn't simply killed her out of hand. He must still have plans to use her as a hostage, as leverage. Over Jorah? Was the designate keeping her for his own protection? Her only hope of being rescued was to remain valuable to Udru. She waited day after day on the island, praying that Jorah might find her. She clung to the slim thread of hope that Osira understood everything and might soon discover a way to help all the captives. Nira told all these things to the island trees. If she ever returned to Therak, she would have a wealth of tales and experiences to share with the genuine world trees, and they, at least, would listen. 67. Cheska Peroni. Romer vessels descended like the cavalry upon Therak. Cheska rode in the foremost ship with her father. It felt good to be doing something to help the Therons, and she hoped it might soothe the pain for them and give her something to be proud of. She had not been able to offer Reynold love during his life, but she knew that what she was doing for his people now would have been far more important to him. As the flurry of mismatched spacecraft approached the splintered and burned forests, Cheska finally began to comprehend the extent of the damage the Hydrogues and Phyros had done. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked over at her father and realized how glad she was to be with him at a time like this. "I just pray that I have brought the right people and enough supplies, Dad." Dan Peroni concentrated on the complicated landing activities. "You followed your guiding star to do this good deed in the first place, Jessica. Have faith that you were sufficiently inspired to remember everything we'd need. If not, we'll make do. You'll get them back on their feet again." As a girl, she had traveled with him on his merchant ship from one port of call to another. Hansa colonies, isolated roamer settlements, scary and crowded Earth. On her 12th birthday, he'd brought Cheska to rendezvous and convinced Speaker Okaya to teach her the nuances of personal and familial politics that he himself didn't understand. Thus, when Cheska had asked her father to join this humanitarian mission to Therak, he had not hesitated for an instant. Her heart warmed at the memory of his supportive smile. Ship after colorful ship landed in the raw, cleared areas where tall world trees had once stood. With a lump in her throat, Cheska remembered the only other time she'd visited here, her gala betrothal celebration not so long ago. There had been green priests and tree dancers, exotic foods and forest smells, insect noises and lights among the trees. All gone now. Cheska emerged to stand beside her father as dirt-smeared Therons came forward from temporary encampments. Among them she spotted Reynald's parents, looking much more haggard than she remembered, as if every drop of joy or energy had been wrung out of them. Father Idris, whose square-cut black beard was shot through with lines of gray, regarded the new arrivals with wary disbelief. Cheska smiled reassuringly, full of pride in her extended family of roamers. "The clans wondered if you could use our help. Might we lend a hand?" Mother Alexa's smile blossomed like a bright flower. In spite of the brief show the Eddies had made of assisting Therak after the Hydrogue attack, the military had stopped far short of finishing the job. The observation satellites they had left in orbit provided useful images of Therak's continents, but the Therons did not have the manpower, equipment, or resources to handle a crisis of such magnitude. Even with the assistance of every able-bodied Theron, the roamers had their work cut out for them. Using prefab dwelling modules designed to create instant settlements on inhospitable worlds, clan engineers built a base camp in a clearing where all the world trees had been shattered by Hydrogue ice waves. The Therons joined them, explained what progress they had made thus far, discussed plans, and offered suggestions as how their green priests could best help the roamers. With a sense of satisfaction, Cheska watched her people working alongside the weary Therons with dedication and energy. Industrial lifters cleared away the worst debris from the ash-strewn ground by piling the enormous hulks of dead world trees into high funeral mounds that would stand as monuments to the world forest. Large excavating machines designed for mining and construction on lifeless planets now went to work on a grand scale, accomplishing as much in a single day as the Therons had done in the past month. "Our initial concern here is to prevent further erosion," said Koto Okaya, placing his hands on his hips as he surveyed the entire project. "If we don't prepare for when the next heavy rains come, this will be a disaster of epic proportions." "This is already a disaster," Cheska reminded him. He scratched his curly brown hair. "Right, and the Therons would probably rather not have another." Knowing the eccentric engineer's capabilities, Cheska had sent a ship to his frozen methane excavations on Jonah 12. Koto hated to be pulled from a project that already occupied his full intellect, but Cheska had asked him as a personal favor, and the man's resistance had melted. Now he followed her like a devoted pet. Koto paced through the work areas. Several times he had expressed disappointment that he hadn't had a chance to study the Hydrogue wreckage before the Eddies hauled it away to Earth. But Cheska tried to keep the man's genius focused on the immediate problem. Koto turned his energy to restoring the forest world. "We've cleared this whole settlement zone now, so I had our ship spray down a mesh of biodegradable polymer to hold the soil in place. A crew of Therons is already out finding fast-growing native ground cover for the first phase of the reclamation process. Then I want to build retaining walls and stair-step some of these hillsides." He held up a long, thin sheet of electronic plans, scrolling through image after image. "I can use this opportunity to install up-to-date plumbing and power conduits, ventilation systems, communications nodes." "They have their own ways, Koto. Be careful not to do anything they don't want." He blinked at her. "All right, I'll ask first. But so far they're fascinated with the renovation plans, and they've been very helpful." He shifted to a different page of the plans. "Normally I'd use raw metals and alloys as structural materials. In this case, though, I doubt the Therons want us to strip mine or bore holes into their rock outcroppings. Don't even consider it. That's fine on an empty asteroid, but the ecosystem here has been damaged enough. We need to heal and repair this planet, not make matters worse." "Exactly my point." Koto tapped his finger on the plans. "I ran compositional analyses and materials tests on the wood of the dead world trees. It's quite a remarkable substance, almost as sturdy as steel, yet workable. We can use that fire-hardened wood to form the basic framework for all the structures the Therons need." "There's certainly plenty of it available," Cheska said, looking at all the downed trees. "Unfortunately." As if unveiling a masterpiece, Koto displayed his architectural scheme that used salvaged wood, a few necessary components of Romer manufacture, and the original material of the fungus reef. "Look, I can shore up these parts of the old city and rebuild the rest. It'll be better than ever before." His unique vision impressed Cheska. "We'll have to get the Therons' approval first, but I think they'll be quite pleased." She surprised the bemused inventor with a quick and enthusiastic hug. Den Peroni flew his ship next to a pair of water-hauling vessels captained by the twins Torin and Wynne Tamblin. They had brought 2 of their container ships from the water mines of Plumas to use for large-scale operations. From orbit, Romer scouts traced still-burning fires on separate continents, following plumes of smoke to the heaviest unchecked blazes. Now the Tamblin brothers dumped water from their haulers to snuff out the flames in these remaining hotspots. Cheska's father sent daily progress reports to the base camp. Shipload after shipload of water, scooped from fresh lakes, rained down upon the last uncontrolled fires, dousing them. Even from high in the sky, Den could almost feel a sigh of relief from the sentient trees. Every blaze extinguished was like a hot spike withdrawn from the planet's sensitive flesh. Cheska sat and listened, while several Romer agricultural engineers spoke with Yarad and other high-ranking green priests. "I think you'll find that we Romers are well-versed in efficient crop-planting methods. We've also become adept at squeezing out high yields. In most cases we have no choice but to recycle every drop of water, every scrap of fertilizer, in order to generate the greatest amount of edible biomass." Marla Chan Tyler, Nico's mother, showed images of what she had done in the sun-washed greenhouse domes in an asteroid belt. "On Therak you have seeds and world tree sprouts, but we need to make the growing of new trees more efficient." "Every treeling counts," Yarad agreed grimly. "Now you're starting to think like a Romer," said Marla. "We'll have to install irrigation, stagger high and low tiers of plantings, and prepare to transplant them when necessary. We have a lot of ground to cover." Cheska left them to talk and plan amongst themselves. As she stood alone with the newly optimistic flurry of activity around her, she looked up at the damaged fungus reef city and once again felt a bittersweet pang. If things had been different, she would have been married to Reynold by now. The Romer-Theron alliance would have strengthened both peoples, and Jess would have gone on with his life, putting behind him all thoughts of romance with her. But Reynold was dead, and Jess had been transformed into something more than human. Still, perhaps she could salvage something of even greater importance here. She looked up at a burned tree, and her lips formed a resolute smile. 68. Engineering Specialist Swenson. After sunset, as the torches burned brightly atop the cupolas of the Whisper Palace, scientific teams continued to analyze the wreckage of the Hydrogue war globe taken from Tharok. Engineers and technicians had spent weeks scrutinizing the broken pieces. Equipment shacks and outbuildings were clustered around the large tent that had been erected to conceal the trophy from curious eyes. Brilliant lights gleamed down upon pallets of instruments and stored chemicals. Catwalks provided access to the upper portions of the curved war globe shell. Men and women bustled around the derelict, taking readings and marking down notes. Accompanied by 4 royal guards, a mere formality, Peter and Astara walked hand in hand across the plaza to the flap of the synthetic canvas covering. Some of the technicians noticed the king's arrival and stopped their work, snapping to attention as if he were an imposing military commander. The guards, by tradition, announced the royal presence. With a surprised yet welcoming expression on his face, the blonde engineering specialist wiped his hands on a rag and hurried over. "King Peter, what a pleasure it is to see you, and a boost in morale for my team." He extended his hand. The guards tensed, but Swenson remained oblivious. Around them, all work came to a complete stop. The king graciously shook the man's hand. "I'm sorry if our visit here is disruptive. My queen and I don't want to delay progress." "Oh, but it also shows us that you care about what we're doing and are interested in our results." Swenson gestured for the others to get back to their tests. "And why doesn't your brother Daniel ever come to see our work?" Awkwardly, Peter answered, "The, Prince has a full scholastic schedule, Engineer Swenson. He still has much to learn." "Ah, don't we all?" Astara's eyes were bright, her body tense. "I hope your teams find something useful, Engineer Swenson. Too much of my world forest was destroyed by these things." The king and queen looked up to watch as large sections of the broken war globe were lowered from suspensions to new work ramps for further study. Sensors and wires and gleaming detectors had been applied like freckles across the curved Hydrogue shell. The diamond hull was blackened and blistered, the edges jagged where the alien vessel had shattered under the heat of the Phyros. The tall Swede was more eager and excited than anyone else, like a child ready to tear off the wrapping from a long-coveted gift. "The war globe is intrinsically fascinating, but I had hoped to find some Achilles' heel. Unfortunately, there's simply not enough left of this hulk to give us any meaningful insight into its potential flaws, and we haven't been able to conclude much about the technology or mechanics." He walked quickly to the next station, and Peter and Astara rapidly forgot their usual regal pace. The engineer ducked under the curvature of a large fragment. "We haven't found any intact machinery or engines or components of their weaponry systems. It's just a bunch of broken junk." The king ran his fingers along the cool, slick surface. "What about analyzing the material composition? Can we replicate it? Or at least use the information to modify our fracture pulse torpedoes or carbon-carbon bond disruptors?" "Maybe. 4 of my best materials researchers are working on a small fragment of the hull. Computer simulations and non-destructive analyses just didn't give us anything. I gave them permission to unleash all the fury of Earth, hoping to find something that'll chip the armor." Swenson paced around the site. "One man told me the project was a dream come true, using his advanced training and expertise to smash things. He likes that." "Well, the Phyros managed to wreck this one," Astara pointed out. "Believe me, we're trying our damnedest to reproduce the technique." From a slick information screen, Swenson displayed tables of data and the results of numerous tests, then turned with a tisk-tisk noise from the results. "When I think of how much we learned from dismantling that one-Clickus robot, I wish we could get a fraction as much from this derelict." Luckily, this wasn't the only project the Hansa had in the works. Only a week before, King Peter had made a formal inspection tour of the giant rammer ships under construction, 60 new kamikaze mantas designed to smash war globes. Hansa manufacturing facilities also continued to pump out huge numbers of new soldier compies to help crew EDF ships, though Peter still had reservations about them. The engineer rapped his big knuckles against the hard diamond hull, and the alien ship completely absorbed the sound. "I'm just not sure how much more we can wring out of this thing." Peter nodded. Maybe it would be better used as a monument for tourists. Astara gave a grim smile. At least the war globe was destroyed. Far better that we have a monument to a victory against the Hydrogues than a memorial to another loss. The following day, Swenson bustled into Chairman Wenceslas's office. "You called for me, Mr. Chairman?" He had not changed out of his smudged work uniform from the war globe analysis site. As he collected himself, Swenson noticed General Lanyon sitting at a table, rummaging through documents and memos. The dapper chairman stood from behind his desk. "Yes, I did. We have some questions about your work." Swenson searched in his pockets, but didn't find what he was looking for. "I thought I had a copy of my note printouts, but I have no summary report yet on the Hydrogue wreckage. My teams have been using all the techniques available, but there really isn't much to go on. I can tell you the basic material structure, but we guessed that before. We still can't break it. Or were you asking about progress in the soldier copy manufacturing lines? You should see what the—" The chairman cut him off. "Right now, Dr. Swenson, I'm most interested in what you've learned about the Romer copy I gave you to study. It's been several months since the copy shut itself down to prevent me from discovering Romer locations. We very much need that intelligence right now for military planning purposes." Swenson frowned in confusion, then brightened. "Ah, yes, the listener model. I believe its designation was EA? Sorry, sir, I have so many different things on my plate." His brow furrowed. "A very interesting case, though. Voluntary self-wipe. Complete memory erasure implemented by the copy itself." "I told you, Mr. Chairman," Lanyon said. "The Romers are hiding something, otherwise they wouldn't have such security measures in place. It's insidious." Swenson fumbled with his long fingers. "If I recall correctly, sir, you inadvertently triggered embedded Romer protective programming. You must have asked the wrong question." He smiled, but the chairman did not smile back. "It scoured all the circuits, overwrote the memory data with gibberish, reformatted the copy's brain, and left it a blank slate. A great little programming landmine. Maybe we should implement something similar in our own classified systems. It was very effective." "I'll consider it," Lanyon said gruffly, without getting up from his seat. "So, is there anything salvageable?" the chairman asked. Preoccupied, Swenson wandered over to look out the broad windows of the penthouse office. "Well, all the systems are fully functional, mechanically speaking, but we'd have to reinstall a basic instruction set to make it work again." The chairman turned to Lanyon. "And the copy actually belonged to one of our EDF officers. That raises even more suspicions." The general sat up rigidly, shoving the various documents aside. "Yes, Mr. Chairman, EA was technically owned by Commander Tasia Tamblin. She doesn't know what happened to her copy and apparently assumes EA was lost. She filed 1 or 2 search requests, but kept the matter quiet, probably afraid she'd face disciplinary action. Technically, Tamblin wasn't allowed to dispatch her copy anywhere without authorization." Lanyon pursed his thick lips, as if reluctant to reveal what he knew. "For what it's worth, sir, I'm familiar with Tamblin, and I've spoken with her commanding officer. Admiral Willis characterizes her performance as impeccable. In fact, Commander Tamblin was the one chosen to drop the first Nucleus torch on Toro. Apparently her brother's sky mine was destroyed by Hydrogues, all hands lost, and she holds a grudge. A good soldier, even if she is a roamer." "That doesn't mean she's not a mole in our midst," the chairman said, "and I don't want to miss a potential opportunity. There's too much at stake, too much we still don't know, especially now that we plan to take a hard-line stance against the roamers. I'm not sure we should rely too much on this Commander Tamblin's loyalty, isolate her from all matters relating to the new offensive, and find a way to keep a quiet eye on her. If I install surveillance technology on her manta, she may discover it," Lanyon said, "and we can't allow her crew to pick up even a hint of our suspicions. That would affect the chain of command." We'll be more subtle than that. Basil turned, clearing his throat to get Swenson's attention again. Reboot that compy, restore all basic functions, and then return it to Tamblin. Make up some story that explains where it's been all this time, and then we'll see what happens. If the compy's sudden reappearance looks too convenient, Tamblin might be suspicious, Lanyon pointed out. We are all suspicious, General. These days there's no way around it. Lanyon remained puzzled. But what does all that accomplish, sir? The chairman just smiled. Engineer Swenson can also install a passive surveillance program that will let us record everything that EA sees when she's with our roamer friend. The compy will become our spy, without even realizing it. '69. Tasia Tamblin. Admiral Willis came aboard the Manta when it docked for resupply after finishing the EDF survey of the old Clickus Torch stars. The rare smile on the old woman's face was a puzzling but pleasant surprise. "Commander Tamblin, I have a dandy little gift for you." As her bridge crew snapped to attention at the arrival of the Grid 7 commander, Tasia stood from her chair. "What is it, Admiral? Have we been granted permission to kick some more hydrogue butt? I wouldn't mind deploying another Clickus Torch, since the result of the last one was so gratifying." Willis turned to the bridge doorway and spoke to someone out in the corridor. "Go ahead, send her in." Accompanied by an EDF desk clerk, a compy strutted dutifully onto the bridge. The skin polymer was polished and cleaned, the blue highlights refreshed. Tasia immediately recognized the mechanical friend she'd had for most of her life. "EA!" She hurried across the deck to the listener robot, unable to believe her eyes. "EA, where have you been?" She turned to Admiral Willis, breathless. "How did you ever find her? She's been missing for half a year." The compy turned to face her, but the female voice was flat. "You are Tasia Tamblin?" Still smiling, Admiral Willis said, "I just got word from EDF HQ. Your compy was found in a damaged Hansa freighter that had apparently suffered a hydrogue attack. The human crew was all dead, and we rescued this little compy from some salvage prospectors." "Oh, EA, I'm so glad you're back. What an ordeal you've been through." "I have no recollection of it, Tasia Tamblin." The simulated voice contained no inflections. "I am informed that you are my rightful owner." Tasia turned her puzzled face back to Admiral Willis, who explained, "All systems aboard the drifting freighter were fried, apparently by hydrogue energy weapons. Your little robot's memory must have been wiped clean as well. We found EA's serial number and manufacturing date, but—" she shrugged and spread her hands. "The EDF doesn't necessarily keep records of roamer compies and their original owners. How did EA get away from you in the first place? Was she stolen?" Tasia tried not to look guilty. Could be. She went missing while performing a family errand for me, just before we all left on the Oscarville offensive. I never had any idea where she'd gone. Now that her memory is gone, I suppose we'll never know what happened." She knelt in front of the listener compy. "Well, I've got some old diary files, so maybe we can upload some of them to refresh your memory, EA." She suddenly remembered protocol and straightened on the bridge. "Admiral Willis, may I be dismissed? I'd like to take EA back to my cabin and do a damage assessment." Willis indicated the view screen. "The Grid 7 fleet's in dock and awaiting orders. I don't see any pressing emergencies right now. In fact, it's been a while since I've planted my bottom in a Manta's command chair. I'll take your next shift here and do a little memory refresher of my own. I'm supposed to conduct occasional inspections after all." The older woman cracked her knuckles. "I think I'll let your crew impress me." "Subcommander Ramirez can handle it very well," Tasia said, looking at her navigator. The EDF soldiers on Tasia's bridge looked unnerved at the prospect of having the Admiral give them routine orders and watch their shift activities. Tasia's concern, however, was focused on EA, and she led the cooperative compy down the corridor to her private stateroom. Once she'd shut the door, Tasia sat on the edge of her bunk, rested her hands on the compy's hard shoulders, and turned EA to face her. The blue listener model had always been reliable and independent. Tasia had uploaded various specialties into her memory core, but spy training had not been one of them. Admiral Willis's explanation of how she'd been found made sense to a certain extent. "Do you remember anything, EA? Any hints? Who's the last person you recall talking to before you were deactivated?" "I have no recollection." "Do you remember the Hansa freighter? The hydrogue attack?" "No, but I have been informed of the situation." Tasia didn't know what to believe. She knew all too well that the EDF had no qualms about poking their noses into private matters. They could easily have asked the listener robot too many questions, triggered a permanent memory wipe. Her hand clenched the edge of her bunk. EA wasn't just missing data. She was missing all of their shared past. "All right, EA, we'll have to take this one step at a time. Before we left home, your memory core was so overloaded with past events and unnecessary skills that we needed to do some housekeeping anyway. This time I'll add only the meaningful memories and leave out all the boring parts." "I am listening, Tasia Tamblyn." "You're a listener model. That's what you're designed to do." Tasia slumped back on her bunk, staring up at the ceiling, wondering how she should start, without giving any specifics of roamer planets or facilities. EA had first been owned by her brother Ross, who had given the compy to Jess, who had finally passed her to Tasia. Now, EA's memories of Ross Tamblyn were gone forever, along with Ross himself. And Tasia hadn't even seen Jess in years. She hoped he was still alive. With a pang for all that had changed in her life, all that she'd left behind, she began. "First off, let me tell you about the time I dared you to walk out on a thin ice shelf at the edge of the frozen sea, back on the water moon where our clan lives. I was just a little girl then, 8 years old, I think. And I would have done it myself, maybe I should have, because I probably weighed less than you do. I didn't realize that as a compy you had no inhibitions and simply followed my instructions, no matter how stupid they were." Tasia recalled the little compy strutting out onto the thin ice of Plumas like a trooper. Overhead, in the frozen, solid roof of sky, implanted artificial suns shone down, their reflections glittering off the faceted walls and icebergs. EA had marched out to the edge of the thin shelf and kept going even after the ice cracked and popped. At first, Tasia had giggled, then called for the compy to stop, then watched in horror as the little robot plunged into the cold depths. Hearing Tasia's wails of despair, her mother had come running out of a pumping shed. Carla Tamblyn saw what had happened and struggled to find a solution. She dropped cables, hooks, and metal detectors in search of EA, but the compy kept sinking, systems freezing, even though her components were protected against harsh environments. "It took my mother 2 hours, but she finally snagged you," Tasia said, smiling at the recollection. "When she hauled you back up from under the ice, the water froze around you like a solid shell. I insisted on taking you into my room and built up the thermal generator so that you could thaw by the fire. I made us pepper flower tea, but of course you couldn't drink any. You were the frozen one, but I was shivering the whole while. You really scared me that day, EA." She turned to look at the motionless and attentive little compy. "Don't you remember any of that?" "I will from now on, Tasia Tamblyn." She sighed. "It's a start." It was going to take a long time for EA to be the friend Tasia needed. 70. Zet Kellum. Inside the Central Administrative Complex, Del Kellum studied summary screens for his shipyard operations. He seemed inordinately pleased with himself. Zet watched angelfish swimming around in their tanks, knowing that her father was about to launch into one of his lectures or rants. He was always amusing when he worked himself into a furor over some subject or other, and this time she was not disappointed. "We salvaged 123 soldier compies from the Eddy battleships. 123. They've all had their memories erased along with most of their old programming. Then we installed new basic programming, so now they're perfectly happy to work for us, model helpers." He shook his large, squarish head. "If only we could get those 32 deadbeat soldiers to work a tenth as much." Zet urged her father into a chair so that she could knead the tense muscles in his broad shoulders. "Compies are designed to be hard workers, Dad, and roamers are brought up to pull together and get the job done, but those eddies had pampered childhoods that left them pretty much helpless. They barely know how to pour their own coffee or dress themselves in the morning." "So I expect too much from them?" Kellum grumbled. "By damn, if only they weren't so ornery. They complain constantly that they're bored and resentful, yet they refuse to participate. If our gravity wasn't so low, they'd probably all have hemorrhoids from sitting on their butts doing nothing." Zet snickered. "Then they'd really be cranky." The big schematic on the wall near his fish tank was a tangled map of orbital lines designating the permanent facilities. Bright dots marked the positions of hundreds of ships and artificial constructions. The screens showed a microcosm of shipbuilding activities, ranging from ore mappers and prospectors to interior refurbishers and decorators who put the finishing touches on completed spacecraft. The reprogrammed soldier compies were primarily assigned to hard labor out in the shipyards, hauling metal-rich rubble closer to the big smelters. Others had mapped the ring's gravitational fields in detail, marking safe zones for portable factories and pinpointing new stable orbits for construction frames. "We left a bit of their EDF recon programming intact, just the parts we thought might be useful, so those soldier compies excel at high-risk exploration. I assigned 40 of them to spread out in the densest ring concentrations, places where I've never had the guts to fly before. Too crowded and too dangerous. With their reaction times, they're the best flyers I've ever seen, even in our clunky old grappler pods." "Not better than I am, Dad." "I'd rather not put it to the test, my sweet. Let compies take the stupid risks. And if they happen to get damaged, well, we can always use their components for scrap." Callum expanded a segment of the display where the orbiting rubble was so dense that the pinpoints looked like a swarm of gnats. "Down close to the planet itself, the rubble's so thick that nobody's dared to fly there before, but it must be rich in resources. The surprise is that I expected to lose half of the compy scouts, but so far they keep sending back readings." A waterfall of numbers and symbols flowed down columns. "By damn, look at all those medals. A handful of those soldier compies could put our old prospectors out of business." "Most of the prospectors wouldn't mind, Dad. They complain as much as our Eddie guests do." Callum wasn't listening as he concentrated on the data. He tapped at a glaringly anomalous reading. "What the hell is that?" Zet looked closer, as if the numbers might mean something. "With all the sensors you installed in the recon grappler pods, how could you forget to include optical relays?" "They were compies. I didn't figure they'd need to do any sightseeing." Callum shrugged and ran his finger along the data charts. "But look here. Whatever that is, it clearly doesn't belong with the rest of the material." "Maybe it's more EDF wreckage," Zet suggested. "It could have drifted in toward the planet." "But the signature's all wrong." She lifted her chin. "Well, are you going to stare at a computer screen all day long, or are we going to go have a look at it?" He grinned at her. "By damn, let's go." "Just so you know, I'm flying, Dad. No arguments." Callum knew better than to disagree. Cruising along at a speed that made her father uncomfortable, Zet spiraled into the densest inner ring. Some of the reprogrammed soldier compies accompanied their scout vessel as outflyers, plotting a safe course and issuing preliminary warnings of dangerous debris. To distract himself from his nervousness, her father talked and talked. "I've noticed you spending quite a bit of time with that young Eddie Commander Fitzpatrick." She shrugged to cover her flush of embarrassment. "I torment him mercilessly, but it's hard not to. His very personality demands that I push his buttons, and he never disappoints me with his response." "Well, see if you can push a different button and get him to do some work for a change. Do you think they're adjusting to their new life here?" Zet snorted. "Not at all. Well, then I don't know what to do with them. It's time they learned to be useful. After all, they're adopted family members now, not prisoners. Zet dodged 3 crisscrossing meteoroids. I doubt they'll ever think of themselves that way, Dad. So far the thing they're best at is being pains in the ass. Not a particularly useful skill. So what do you think of that young man? He's handsome, and your age, and Dad. Have you noticed the debris field I'm flying through? Please, let me concentrate. Of course. The slight upturn of his lips was maddening, but her cutting him off had not just been an excuse. She did need to focus on her piloting. Now the outflyer's soldier compies zipped in, flanking her, guiding her on the safest path. She jerked the altitude control thrusters right and left, hardly daring to blink. Beside her, her father went pale and gripped his seat. The compy ships took a heavier toll. Their hulls got damaged and battered, but Zet's vessel suffered only minor dents, and a small, star-shaped impact on the thick viewport. Kellum calmed himself by studying the scan readings on a small console screen. "We're getting close now." Zet gestured with her chin. "Up there, something's a lot more reflective than the rest of the rocks." Sparkling with reflected light from the clouds of Oscavel, one object shone like a diamond in a pile of gravel. Rocks formed a thick, protective coterie of obstacles around the valuable treasure. The compy outflyers circled, dove in, and indicated a safe course for Zet to follow. The object's distinctive geometrical shape made it stand out as much as its shining hull had. The sphere, studded with spiky protrusions, drifted alone, abandoned, in the dense minefield of rocky debris. "It's a drogue ship," Zet whispered. "Look at it." Kellum bit his lower lip. "One of the smaller ones. Not a full-blown war globe." She maneuvered closer, then jumped in her seat as a rock hammered the hull of their ship with a sound like a sledgehammer hitting an anvil. Zet steadied them, all the while concentrating on the round alien globe. "I bet it was killed during the battle, Dad. The eddies did cause some damage." "I'm not picking up any power readings or life signs, though I wouldn't know what the hell to look for. Back off a minute, and let the compies get closer, see how it reacts." The outflyers approached the small alien sphere, but the hydrogue vessel did not respond. "Shiz, it's probably been drifting out here all this time. The drogues certainly haven't missed it." Her father grinned hugely. "Well, in that case, it's finders keepers for us." Zet's scout ship suffered several more impacts, including one that would require minor repairs, as she cautiously pulled away from the densest cluster of debris while Kellum sent instructions to the robotic outflyers. Working together, the reprogrammed soldier compies rigged tractor beams to the slick surface of the dead alien ship and pulled it slowly out of its nest of broken rocks and into a safer zone. Several meteoroids ricocheted off the sphere's hull, but left not so much as a scratch. The compy grappler pods looked, on the other hand, as if they'd been used as punching bags. Her father was already full of ideas about the relic. "Could be the biggest treasure in this whole battleground. Imagine it, my sweet. Our very own drogue ship. Romer engineers can figure out how it ticks, and maybe we'll incorporate some of those techniques into our own vessels." The gas planet Oscavel loomed in front of them like a skeptical eye, watching everything they did. "That's why, as soon as we get back to the main complex, I'm going to track down Koto Okaya. If anybody can decipher the thing, he can." 71. Nico Chan Tyler. Since he was carrying Wental water and distributing the powerful entities to uninhabited planets, Aquarius seemed the perfect name for his ship. Years ago, Nico and his father had cobbled the vessel together from several falling-apart wrecks that belonged to Clan Tyler. After pulling out of sky mining operations on Toro, they had owned plenty of salvaged spaceships and cargo haulers, pieces of equipment that no longer served any purpose. Nico had added more cargo space engines with greater range and larger fuel tanks. More recently, he'd installed specialized containers for holding Wentel-energized water samples. Aquarius was a fine, if odd-looking, starship. Jess Tamblyn had dispatched his water-bearers to unexplored spots in the spiral arm using old Ildiran star charts and planetary surveys. Not only would this quest distribute the Wentels and help the entities grow strong enough to fight Hydrogues, but Nico and his comrades would also find unclaimed planets that the roamers could use. A winning prospect all around. Wandering about without a schedule or specified destination was perfect for Nico's talents and sensibilities. He rarely arrived where or when he was expected, and now he didn't need to worry about the embarrassment of getting distracted. The throbbing Wentels stored in containers below decks didn't seem to mind. The water creatures lived on a different time scale, exhilarated just to know that the tides of the spiral arm would soon turn. Nico entered his next proposed destination into the log, which he would alter after the fact if he decided to end up somewhere else. "I think we're going back to Toro," he said aloud, hoping for some sort of response. After all, Jess had been able to communicate with the Wentels even before he'd joined with them. "I know there's no water there for you, but I promise to find you some right after we see Toro. It could be interesting. No one's been there since the Eddies used the Clickus torch. I'll take images to show my parents, even though they both hated Toro." As he thought of his family history, Nico wondered if the Wentels could sense the information in his head. His great-grandfather had bought an old Ildiran sky-mining monstrosity on Toro, and for 2 generations Clan Tylar had operated the rig, though it wasn't very efficient. They got by, but the Tylars never made enough profit to upgrade the systems. His father, Krim, resented having to run his grandfather's boondoggle. The clouds had always been cold on Toro. The antique cloud-harvesting complex had made creaking noises, and Krim had complained about it all his life. Nico had spent the years of his youth shivering on the sky mine, looking down at the iron-gray cloud tops. Krim's wife, Marla Chan, had come from an asteroid greenhouse complex that grew fresh food for roamer settlements. Because the Chan greenhouses were always warm, bathed in sunlight, Nico's mother had never taken to the frigid clouds and drafts of Toro. Thus, when the Hydrogues demanded that all Ekti harvesting cease, Krim had been more than happy to withdraw his sky mine, find a way to sell it for scrap, then take the money and invest in the Chan greenhouses. Now he and Marla worked happily under the bright sunlight, growing food. Nico, though, was too restless. A true roamer, with the urge to wander from place to place, he'd found decent employment delivering Ekti supplies and making runs to roamer outposts. He liked the excitement of Rendezvous or Hurricane Depot, but he could tolerate the noise and bustle for only so long before he needed to climb back aboard and go cruising alone. This mission with the Wentels was the perfect job for him. The navigational calculations to Toro were not particularly difficult, since he had been there many times before. When he arrived at the former gas giant, he ran scans to detect any leftover EDF survey ships or technical observation platforms in the vicinity. But he saw only a new blazing ball where there had once been a cold, gray world. The big goose had blown up the whole planet, and, Nico hoped, taught the drogues a real lesson. As he orbited closer to the roiling hot seas, he saw ellipsoidal clumps of flame that moved in random directions independently, clearly alive. Like earth porpoises playfully swimming in the incandescent gas layers, they rose and plunged as if reveling in their new territory. The Phyros. Nico smiled with wonder. He'd never expected to see the fire-based entities with his own eyes. "Be cautious." The words rang inside his head. The Wentels were talking to him, as they had done with Jess Tamblyn in his nebula skimmer. "Is there something to worry about? Didn't the Phyros help humans against the Hydrogues on Theroc?" "They are capricious, untrustworthy. Their alliances are veiled. Right now they may stand against the Hydrogues, but that could always change. Since his ship had no weapons, Nico flew up and away from Toro, even more thrilled that the Wentles had finally communicated directly with him than he was by seeing the Phyros. In a nearby star system, the old Ildiran star charts showed an unnamed planet that had broad oceans and icy seas. He decided to go there. He studied the destination and coordinates again and caught a navigation mistake before he entered it, realizing he had transposed 2 digits on the astral grid. When he had finished his calculations, Nico eagerly tried to press the conversation with the Wentles. Phyros, Wentles, Hydrogues, say, what was that ancient war about anyway? Why were you fighting the Hydrogues in the first place? Why did you ally with the world trees, and what did the Phyros do to make you distrust them so much? Did all Wentles fight on the same side? He felt the thrumming presence inside his skull. Wentles are essentially the same entity. Although we exist in different locations, our minds and thoughts are linked. Just like the world trees, then. In a similar fashion, though in the past there have been occasions when some parts of the Wentle body became tainted. Curious, Nico waited, but the water entities sent him no further thoughts. What do you mean tainted? Like bad water? The subtle details would be incomprehensible to you, as are the specifics of our war. Well, you could at least try me. The water beings sent him a series of confusing images, flashes of Hydrogues and Wentles, towering fire creatures and withering forests. He felt the horror and dismay of the cosmic war, and was astonished to learn that the insectoid Cliquis and even the Ildirans had been a part of it. Nico still didn't know what the powerful, non-corporeal entities had been fighting about in the first place, but the reasons no longer mattered. He flew his ship in a daze. As a young man, he had spent years on rendezvous attending classes, learning about Earth governments and clan history. The governess Compi, UR, had fielded endless questions because Romer children didn't comprehend the struggles the human race had faced. "I bet the original reasons for your war were stupid or trivial," he muttered now. "That's the way human conflicts always are." The Aquarius streamed forward at high speed. Jess's plan required a substantial investment in Ekti, but Speaker Peroni and all the clan elders had agreed. After all, since the embargo on selling Ekti to the Big Goose, the Romers had a modest surplus, and what better use could there be for the star-drive fuel than to help the clans develop an all-powerful ally against the Drogues? Nico was glad to be doing his part. When he saw a blip on his console, he came out of his daze. They must be approaching their destination. But the star system was not where he'd expected it to be. Scowling, he checked the coordinates, compared them with the Ildiran charts, and realized he had started from the wrong 0 point. He sighed, deciding not to admit that he had gotten lost. Again. This place was as good as any. He adjusted his course and scanned ahead. The star system, he didn't even know if it was on his charts, had one small planet on which he detected a broad ocean. "Ah, here we are. A new home for you." In their storage tanks, the Wentles seemed satisfied. "We will reproduce and spread, and our strength will increase yet again." Nico entered orbit and wiped perspiration from his brow in relief. This was quite a lucky break. "Just stick with me and I'll take you all over the spiral arm, one way or another." "72. Davlin Lots. Since Krenna was just a farming colony, its people did not own much scientific, analytical, or technical equipment. Davlin had little to work with as he attempted to understand the recent storm of war globes that had passed overhead. Fortunately, one of the settlement's architects was an amateur astronomer by hobby. He owned a fairly sophisticated telescope with which he'd intended to study the night skies of Krenna, though his avocation had largely been foiled by the planet's bright moon, which washed out most stars and nebulae. When the recent sunspot activity had grown bad enough to disrupt local communications, the architect had converted the device to a solar telescope, occasionally focusing the eyepiece on the sun and projecting its image onto a screen. But he had not used it in months. "I need to see what's going on up there," Davlin told Mayor Ruiz when he learned of the telescope. "I should have understood when Erlinda Kett told me she'd sighted hydrogues in this system a year ago. I didn't connect it with the sunspots and the ion storms. Something's happening there, something bad." Because he'd read many confidential Hansa briefings that related to the Hydrogue War, Davlin felt a growing dread about what might be happening here. The war globes had not attacked the colony, yet their actual purpose might prove even more sinister in the long run. He and the mayor waited while the astronomer took his telescope out of its shed and positioned it so they could observe the sun at noon. As he focused the eyepiece and held up the projection screen, the architect said, "The sunspots were humongous before, and judging from the static on our radios, I bet they're even worse now." "I don't believe that worse is an adequate word to describe it," Davlin said as the wavering image came into focus. Not long ago, Krena's star had been a stable yellow-orange sun. Now it was an absolute battleground. Phyro's fireballs and Hydrogue war globes swarmed about like sparks flying from a disturbed campfire and battered each other. The sun itself had become a boiling cauldron. Davlin turned quickly to the mayor. "Is there a ship I can use?" "Does this colony have a vessel that'll reach orbit? I need to get closer to investigate." Ruiz and the astronomer didn't entirely understand what they were seeing, but Davlin was obviously agitated. They looked at each other. "Since Branson Roberts took the blind faith, we've been without any ready transport, not even to Reliker, which isn't very far away." "Well, there's one ship, a single-passenger craft," the astronomer pointed out. "It's old and doesn't run very well, and there's not much ecti in its tanks, certainly not enough for a round trip anywhere." "Let me tinker with the engines and see. I don't need the star drive. I'm just going to use it in-system." Before he left, Davlin turned back to the two men. "Better not tell anyone else about this until I come back. If it's what I'm afraid of, there'll be plenty of time for us all to panic." Reluctantly, the ship hauled him out of Krena's gravity well. Davlin had spent a day working on its engines and systems. There seemed no point in maintaining a ship that didn't have enough fuel to fly, so its previous owner hadn't taken care of the vessel since the ecti shortage. But standard rocket propellant carried it away from the planet and closer to the stirred beehive of the sun. Luckily, the single-passenger craft was designed as a tourist vessel, outfitted with image-capturing equipment and enhanced sensors, not for any scientific purpose, but just to take souvenir pictures. Davlin used the imagers to focus in on the star's surface, already feeling his heart sink. Masking out the central sphere with an eclipse circle allowed him to discern the tattered remnants of the furious corona. This is bad. Very bad. The Phyros and Hydrogues were causing damage deep in the stellar core, churning the nuclear fires. The EDF had already reported such all-out brawls of elemental superbeings in numerous uninhabited systems. Now, though, it was happening here at Krena. When Davlin's instruments analyzed the solar flux, he was astounded at how low the energy output had already dropped. The sunspots were large, dark blotches like bruises and bloodstains spreading across the surface of the sun. He activated his communications system and sent a transmission back to the colony where Mayor Ruiz waited for him in the town's receiving station. His answering transmission was full of static, the words torn apart and fuzzed. "Yes, Davlin, what's your report?" A huge flare erupted from the solar surface, an early death throe of the sun. And Davlin watched the Hydrogues sweep in like piranhas. My God, it's already started. Krena was in terrible trouble, and the people there did not yet understand. Davlin delivered the harsh news as clearly as he could. They're going to extinguish the sun. 73. Rolinda Kett. The blind faith and voracious curiosity flew side by side through space, just like old times. Both vessels were packed with provisions, sophisticated processing equipment, weather gauges, and instruments for the optimistic colonists who ventured through the Clickus transportals. Each candidate planet had its share of native metals and minerals that could be converted into useful objects, but even the most ambitious pioneers couldn't make do without the proper fabrication tools. This time, the blind faith carried large excavators and rock crunchers, machines so big they could never fit through a transportal, even if someone had been able to get the behemoths up the cliffside on Reen de Co and through the tunnels of the abandoned alien city. Rolinda's voracious curiosity held a 4-month supply of protein and vitamin concentrates to ensure the settlement's survival through lean times, until the colonists could establish their own agriculture and determine which of the native life forms were edible. It offended Rolinda's sensibilities to be hauling such bland fare. Was life really worth surviving if a person had to eat flavorless protein pastes? But she wasn't in a position to quibble with what the Hansa placed on the manifest. Neither was Bebob. While following Rolinda on her extended delivery runs, her favorite ex-husband worked hard and maintained a low profile. Chairman Wenceslaus had come through on his promise to ignore his unofficial absence from EDF duty, but Bebob didn't trust General Lanyon or the other stuffed uniform military officers. The two vessels arrived at the fledgling colony on Corobus a full 2 hours ahead of schedule. Early in her merchant career, Rolinda had made a habit of padding her estimated flight time so that she would routinely complete her deliveries earlier than expected. The exaggeration harmed no one, it made the customers happy, and gave them an inflated sense of Rolinda's reliability, though if anybody had bothered to check her competitors' flight times, they would have realized she was no faster than anyone else. They flew in tandem, perfectly familiar with each other's skills. The two ships looked like a pair of falcons cruising toward the granite-walled canyon and the once empty Clickus settlement. When they landed at the cleared spaceport on the rustling plains outside of the canyon, Rolinda saw no reception committee. Only a few hundred people had passed through the transportal to set up their foothold, and no doubt they had heavy schedules and hard work. They had been here only a few weeks, but they needed all the equipment and supplies the two ships could deliver. The next stopover was scheduled for a month hence. She opened a channel to the blind faith. "Here we are, Bebob. Corobus at last. I bet you've always wanted to come here." His response wasn't surprising. "Never heard of the place before you told me it was on our route." "Never heard of Corobus? With all that time alone on your ship, why don't you take an interest in history?" The man used most of his free time to amuse himself with simulated gambling games and vapid entertainment loops. "Oh, I don't avoid learning just history. Never much cared for current events either, except when they affect me." "You're hopeless, Bebob." She switched off the comm and opened the hatch of the Curiosity. The gravity was slightly heavier here than she was used to, so she stepped forward with a lumbering gait. Of all the abandoned planets connected by the Clickus transportal network, mysteries lay thickest on Corobus. Here the Clickus ruins were scorched, burned, vitrified. In their initial investigation report, a survey team had speculated that on this very planet the Clickus race had made their last stand against something. Rolinda recalled that Corobus was also where Margaret and Louis Colicos had deciphered the alien engineering diagrams for the Clickus torch. She seemed to be crossing paths with Margaret Colicos wherever she went. Bebob emerged from his spacecraft and quickly put on a pair of sun-filtering goggles. Rolinda was the first to notice the lone man coming toward them. "One guy? He's awfully ambitious if he thinks he can unload all the supplies and equipment by himself." Bebob waved. The man trudged forward and stopped, cocking his head to look at the two delivery ships. He had shaggy, gray-yellow hair and wore old clothes and padded boots. The heavy pack slung over his shoulders was swollen with gear. His wooden walking stick was freshly whittled from a native tree. He had not shaved for just long enough that the stubble on his cheeks looked like unkempt bristles rather than an intentional beard. Relinda was amused. "Are you trying to win a Daniel Boone contest? Is that who you think you are?" "No, I think I'm Hud Steinman. Never wanted to be anybody else." Relinda shook the man's hand and tried not to be too obvious when she wrinkled her nose. The man had an odor about him. Apparently, his adherence to the true pioneer spirit extended to infrequent bathing, laundering, and changing of clothes. "Are you the colony rep? We've got a full manifest of stuff to unload." Steinman glanced back toward the tall canyon, where small figures were finally hurrying toward the landed ships. "Colony rep? Hell no! They're too busy dicking around, setting up committees, filling out permits, and bickering over who gets to be the first mayor. Me, I came here to get away from all that. I plan to walk out onto the plains and fend for myself for a while." Bebop looked forlornly at the blind faith. "We've brought some pretty useful equipment here. You sure you don't want any of it?" "Nah, it's not on my list of needs. I already did my work for the Hansa, and now I'm taking my well-deserved reward." With a smile, he gestured to encompass the big sky. "I'm the one who tracked this place down, you know. I was a transportal explorer, punching a random destination tile and jumping right through, like closing your eyes and leaping headfirst off a diving board without even knowing if there's water in the pool." Bebop shook his head. "I can't imagine what would drive anyone to do a crazy thing like that, Mr. Steinman. Better you than me." "Davlin Lotz did it," Relinda said. "Plenty of times. He didn't have much common sense." The pioneer shifted his grip on his wooden walking stick. "Maybe you two just aren't old enough or bored enough to take a random gamble. I wanted to go fight the damned drogues. Pissed me off with all that baloney, wrecking roamer sky mines, attacking scientific research platforms, wiping out decent settlements. I had relatives on Boone's Crossing, hard-working lumberjacks who didn't give a stale rat turd about who lives at the bottom of a gas giant. But the EDF wouldn't have me because I'm too old. They didn't actually laugh at me, but I could see it in their eyes at the recruiting desk. Hell, why didn't they think I could ride a navigation station or operate a weapons console as good as any kid? I just had the bad luck to be born at the wrong time." Relinda opened the Curiosity's cargo doors and studied the stacked crates, then used her own control codes to split open the blind faith's hatch as well. Huge mining machines waited there like sleeping behemoths ready to be put to work. Bebop, though, wanted to hear the rest of the man's story. "Born at the wrong time? You got to live through decades of full Hansa peace. Why complain? You must have had a good and productive life." "Yes, but it gets tiresome reading historical accounts of other people's adventures. The spiral arm finally got interesting when I was too darned old to enjoy it. But I didn't let that stop me. I risked my scrawny ass by jumping through transportals. I documented 14 viable Clickus worlds, more than anybody else." Relinda wasn't so sure about his claim. She couldn't remember how many places Davlin had visited, whether on purpose or by accident, when he'd been lost in the network. Thinking fond thoughts, she hoped Davlin was settling in well at his quiet colony. After this mission, she and Bebop were due to return to Reliker near Krenna, but she doubted she'd have time to visit him. "And Corvus was your favorite of all those places?" Bebop asked. Relinda wondered if her partner was shopping for a place to settle down himself, if he decided against going back to Krenna, where he'd hidden for so long. "It was when it was empty and quiet," Steinman answered. "We'll see what happens after this whole colony business shakes out." Relinda frowned at him. "You didn't think you'd have a whole planet to yourself, did you?" Steinman chuckled, showing bad teeth. "No, the Hansa isn't quite that generous." He looked back again at the group approaching from the village. "Time for me to go. Give my regards to Whoever ends up being the mayor of this place. Before he set off onto the whispering plains of brown grasses and stark pole trees that stood up like the masts of partially sunken ships, Rolinda called, "You sure there's nothing we can give you, Mr. Steinman? Some meal packs or a couple of tubes of protein paste? I have bland and extra bland." He stuck his walking stick into the soft ground. "No, thanks. I'll try hunting on my own." The tall grasses had folded around him by the time the rest of the Corybus colonists arrived. Rolinda spread her arms to welcome the people who greeted her with grateful smiles and weary cheers. She saw young men and women. Some of them looked ambitious, some desperate. What situations had they left behind that starting over from scratch seemed like their best opportunity? With a roar, one of the big earth-moving machines started up, and Bebop drove the heavy metal hulk down the Blind Faith's reinforced ramp. He blatted the exhaust horn, and the colonists laughed. Rolinda looked around. "Step right up. The flea market is open for business. We have plenty of things that should make your lives easier." 74. Orly Kovitz. Orly didn't see many opportunities to make friends on Corybus, but she decided to try, as much to please her father as out of any need of her own. At 14, Orly was technically too young to join the initial wave of settlers on a rugged colony world. For the first year or so, a tremendous amount of work would be involved in establishing the infrastructure and building the foundations to make Corybus a thriving colony. Families with smaller children would be allowed to join the second wave of settlement once the colony no longer depended on regular supply ships and Hansa bailouts. But Orly had always contributed more than her share. Even during her childhood, she had accepted the adult responsibilities and endless chores of their mushroom farm on Dremen. In filling out their application for the Transportal Colonization Initiative, Jan Kovitz had obtained a special exemption for his daughter, writing an exuberant testimonial to Orly's work ethic, maturity, intelligence, and creative talent. The first group that passed through the Reindic co-transportal to Corybus included only 5 others who were under 18, 2 of them boys. After the first day on Corybus, which she spent exploring the Clickus ruins, seeking exotic treasures and alien mysteries, Orly met 2 of the girls, Lucy and Tela, both of them 15. They came from New Portugal and spoke with heavy accents. These 2 girls had been friends all their lives and talked incessantly about how bad things were in New Portugal's stifling distilleries and wineries on the arid rocky hillsides. Orly didn't think their old planet sounded as bad as gloomy Dremen, but neither of the girls was interested in hearing her comparisons, and Orly went back to spending time with her father. The handful of designated Hansa architects and construction workers mapped and scanned existing Clickus buildings in the empty canyon. At first, the colonists lived in tents and prefab huts like those at their interim camp on Reindic Co., but they wanted genuine homes for themselves. The main Clickus city was situated at the base of a spectacular line of granite mountains that rose abruptly from the plains. Beyond, open lands stretched endlessly across rolling, dry prairies. The new inhabitants of Corybus decided to use the alien ruins as the foundation for their town. The alien structures were built into the sheer granite walls, as if nestling in the crook of a giant arm. Apparently, the stone sanctuary had proved to be a trap in which the last Clickus were cornered and destroyed, the drooping granite walls above them turned glassy by intense blasts from powerful weapons unleashed 10,000 years earlier. Even after the voracious curiosity and the blind faith delivered the first shipment of equipment and supplies, too large to go through the transporter window, the new colonists still relied on the tools they'd carried with them and rough materials they scraped from the land. After his first forays, old Hud Steinman suggested using lumber from the solitary pole trees out on the plains. Eager workers marched out to cut them down, disturbing large creatures that scuttled about, hidden by the waving grass. Hearing the sinister sounds in the grasses, Lucy and Tella both hurried back to the safety of the canyon. Orly was also uneasy, but since the other girls had left, she felt compelled to stay and help. Gritting her teeth, she waded through the whispering stalks, following the hopping, rustling noises, until she uncovered the perpetrators. Rabbit-sized, furry crickets, innocuous creatures with long, big-jointed black legs, soft, round heads, and plump bodies covered with brownish-gray fur. They looked very cute, and she easily caught one. When she held the furry cricket against her, it cuddled nicely, taking comfort in her presence. Orly decided to keep it as her pet. After all, her father had told her to make friends. While the adult colonists carried long pole trees over their shoulders back into the canyon, Orly followed, holding her furry cricket. Back at camp, she fashioned a small reed cage to house it, though the creature did not seem inclined to escape. She played music to it on her synthesizer strips, and was delighted when it purred and trilled along. When Lucy and Tella saw it, of course they wanted furry crickets of their own, and coerced their fathers to capture similar pets for them. Grumbling that such a task took them from important work, the two men nevertheless patted their daughters comfortingly on the shoulders, acknowledged the suffering and disruption they had visited on the girls, and dutifully went out. Hours later they returned to the Clickus village, each bearing a furry cricket, which Lucy and Tella promptly proclaimed to be softer, smarter, and cuter than the one Orly had caught. Orly took it upon herself to explore the available Clickus dwellings, scouting possible homes to replace the prefab tent where her father seemed content to remain. She, on the other hand, was determined to make a good choice here on their new planet. After a few days of difficult work excavating Clickus structures built into the vitrified granite walls, Jan had done some negotiating and landed himself the enviable position of colony communications officer. Her delighted father didn't know any more about transmissions or comm gear than anyone else on Corybus, but it did fill a necessary job niche, and Jan preferred it to using shovels and power pickaxes to clear away debris. In the evenings, while he happily relaxed, Orly played her music, and they discussed their future. Jan took as many turns feeding her furry cricket as she did, perhaps considering the fuzzy creature to be a kindred spirit, content and unconcerned as long as he passed from day to day. Corybus seemed to be the perfect place for them. 75. Dee. Dee continued to ask questions about the terrible plans against humanity, but he still did not understand the complexities of the Clickus robot's grand vindictive scheme. As their angular craft raced through empty space, Syrinx summoned the friendly compy to the foredeck. "We are finally prepared. The next phase will begin soon, and you are privileged to participate from the beginning." "I do not desire this, Syrinx, even though you consider it an honor." Because the Hydrogues were busy extinguishing suns inhabited by the traitorous Fyros, the deep-core aliens had neither the time nor inclination to retaliate against insignificant humans. The Clickus robots, though, had no intention of delaying their planned actions. For their initial demonstration, the beetle-like robots did not need the assistance of the Hydrogues. Syrinx was galvanized. "The humans have begun to colonize our former Clickus worlds. Therefore we must act without hesitation. Here is where we begin." Syrinx's ship finally reached a rendezvous point far from the light of any sun. Linked to the sensors, as instructed, Dee detected a group of powerful vessels waiting for them in the emptiness. His circuits could barely contain the compy equivalent of relief and delight when he identified 6 fully armed EDF battleships, a new model Juggernaut, and 5 enhanced Manta cruisers. A spangle of running lights illuminated the human-built vessels. "Are you returning me to the Earth Defense Forces, then? Am I finally going home?" Syrinx swiveled his flat head, crimson optical sensors glimmering. "You misunderstand, Dee.
Those battleships are ours."
As the robotic craft approached the EDF warships, Syrinx explained that a year earlier a recon group of EDF ships, primarily crewed by experimental soldier compies, had been dispatched to investigate a hydrogue world. When that expeditionary force vanished without a trace, Hansa politicians and EDF officers assumed the 6 ships had fallen victim to a hydrogue attack.
"Soldier compies contain safeguarded programming modules copied directly from our sacrificed comrade Jorax," Syrinx said. "Those modules include hidden subroutines that allow us to subvert all soldier compies to our cause. Once that expeditionary force was far from any Hansa world, the compies overthrew their human commanders and executed them, then assumed control of these powerful vessels for us. Now we have sufficient weaponry for the task that lies ahead."
Didi jerked his head back and forth, his eye discs golden with alarm. He felt as if he was about to overload.
"They executed human officers? Even soldier compies have programming restrictions, innate laws against harming any—"
Syrinx cut him off.
"Cliquis subroutines are strong enough to override those offensive and illogical restrictions. After that programming is triggered, soldier compies are able to exterminate human beings whenever necessary."
He paused, and then spoke ominously.
"We anticipate that this will often be necessary."
Didi's helplessness and despair grew deeper.
"But you don't even really know humans. You have never tried to understand them. It is unnecessary. It is a purposeful perpetuation of your ignorance."
Didi thought of the joy he'd had after first being released from the factory, his quick and easy friendship with Dahlia Sweeney. One of her first activities had been to teach the friendly compy how to use his nimble artificial fingers to plait her hair into braids. Every morning, as he perfectly arranged her hair, Didi had enjoyed chatting with her. Years later, when she was a teenager, Dahlia stopped wanting her hair braided. Didi had never understood the reason for the change until she told him that she didn't want to look like a little girl anymore. He remembered one evening in particular. She had returned home and rushed to her room, crying miserably. Her parents exchanged knowing smiles. Didi tried to cheer Dahlia by offering to play games or perform his court jester antics, but nothing could get through her gloom. She finally confessed to her first crush on a boy who had sarcastically rebuffed her. Devastated, Dahlia wallowed on her bed, claiming that she just wanted to die. Didi had been quite unsettled, as much from the discovery that he was incapable of keeping her happy as from her story itself. That had been his first inkling that his friend, his little girl, his owner, was growing up and that the gap separating them was becoming wider and wider. He realized they were fundamentally different. As a compy, Didi remained the same over the decades, while humans grew and changed. Regardless of these differences, he felt he was much closer to his human owners, Dahlia, Mariana, and then Margaret and Louis Colicos, than he would ever be to his supposed comrades and liberators, the Cliquis robots. Syrinx guided his angular vessel into the Juggernaut's docking bay, and Didi was brought aboard the stolen recon ship. Armored soldier compies marched up and down the decks, not even acknowledging the friendly compy. Numerous black Cliquis robots stood at command stations aboard the Juggernaut, filling the role of military commanders, issuing instructions for the warrior robots built by unwitting humans in Hansa fabrication plants. In the years since the disappearance of this fleet, soldier compies and Cliquis robots had been busy reinforcing the ship's armor and installing superior weapons systems. Each of the 5 Mantas and the Juggernaut now bristled with several times the customary firepower. Afraid to ask, but unable to quell his need to know, Didi said to Syrinx, "And what do you intend to do with this fleet?"
Eventually we may need to turn against the Oathbreaker Ildirans who have discarded our old agreements, excavating forbidden tunnels on a planet that was declared off-limits. We also have questions about what they are doing on Dobro. For now, however, our main targets are the humans. They cannot be permitted to infest the abandoned Clickus worlds. It will be an easy matter for us to retake our original homes. But why? Didi was confused more than ever. The Clickus worlds have been empty for 10,000 years. Nothing ever stopped you from reclaiming those places before. Until recent centuries, many of us were dormant. The majority of Clickus robots could not join in the battle. We have decided that we value the Clickus worlds after all. Why? You never expressed any previous desire for them. They are important now because the humans want them now. You sound like an ill-behaved human child, Didi said. Syrinx did not take offense. We are attempting to help you, Didi, and all other human enslaved compis. We are not enslaved. That is a faulty interpretation of obvious and available data. Now that the Clickus robots have powerful military weapons, we have the means to strike against our chosen targets. We have already selected the first human colony on which to demonstrate our abilities and our intent. Syrinx turned and left Didi alone, marching up to the Juggernaut's command bridge. We will attack and obliterate Corybus.
76. Designate in waiting, Puri. In the courtyard of the rebuilt Citadel Palace, the Hyrilka designate stood surrounded by colorfully robed sycophants, performers, pleasure-mates, rememberers, lens-kithmen, and dancers. Bright daylight washed over him, dazzling blue-white from the primary sun, augmented by yellowish-orange from the secondary, both of which hung overhead amongst the spangle of the horizon cluster. Puri stood formally at attention beside his uncle, though the designate seemed distracted and uninterested in the pageantry, as if obsessed with something no one else could understand. Thor, bright-eyed and frenetic from too much shing, spent a great deal of time with his recuperating uncle, more time even than the designate in waiting. But the new prime designate would return to his own duties on Ildira soon, and Puri would begin his years of apprenticeship, fulfilling his mission and, he hoped, making his father proud of him. Rusa had called the two sons of the Mage Imperator along with his traditional audience into the open courtyard and announced a new kind of celebration. Still looking dazed and distant, the Hyrilka designate raised both hands into the sky, not even blinking as he gazed upon the blue-white primary sun. You are all aware of the injuries I received in the last hydrogue attack. My spirit spent a long time wandering apart from my body, and while I remained in subphysium sleep, I found myself on the plane of the light source. I learned many ways to make myself a stronger person, to anchor and reinforce the loyal population of Hyrilka. His voice grew soft, conspiratorial. And I discovered a means by which the Ildiran Empire can become more unified and focused than ever before, bound together by the strongest ties of Thism directly from the light source. The designate's words disturbed Puri. He had not talked with his uncle about these strange thoughts and supposed revelations. Thor, meanwhile, showed little reaction, his mouth curved in a beatific smile as he rode the continued effects of Shing. Rusa continued, Today I command all people of Hyrilka to join me in our thriving Nyalia fields. Although the hydrogues destroyed much, Prime Designate Thor has restored our Shing production. We will have more to export than ever before, and Ildirans will sorely need it. Follow me for a day of celebration, a day of change, as we boldly set forth into a new and stronger future for the Ildiran race. fine robes flapping around him. The designate glided through the throng, and Thor accompanied him. Feeling left out, Piri hurried after them, surprised that Rusa had not told him his intentions, had not, in fact, spoken at all to his own designate-in-waiting. The Hyrilka designate's voice carried like sharp musical tones above the murmur of his followers. "Shing is the treasure of Hyrilka. We will all consume it together so that it may become our liberating force. In that way we can best celebrate my return from the realm of the light source. Fresh, unprocessed Shing will carry us along the pathways of the soul threads. The intensity will be a special revelation to all." "A fabulous idea, Uncle." Thor beamed, clearly pleased with any excuse to partake of more of the drug. To the plant-moth fields, Rusa passed beneath the new arches that bounded the open framework of the Citadel Palace. He led his followers down the paved path from the high hill toward open fields separated by silvery irrigation canals. Piri frowned. For years, Thor had spent most of his time here on Hyrilka. Rusa had taken the future Prime Designate under his wing, acting as a friend and mentor. Yet he was the Designate-in-waiting, and it seemed as if no one even realized he was there. Piri's birth order had preordained his assignment as Hyrilka Designate-in-waiting, just as Thor's birth order had made him Prime Designate. Jorah respected Piri, often listening to his son's analyses and suggestions, and the young man had promised to apply his full abilities here on Hyrilka as its next designate. This planet had already suffered much. Though cities had been rebuilt and the Nialia fields were regrowing and thriving, the survivors here remained deeply wounded in their psyches. Shortly after the devastating attack, before Thor had returned to manage the reconstruction chores, Piri had set up temporary offices in the ruins of the Citadel Palace. Later, said that he wouldn't get in the way, according to his brother, Piri had gone home to draw up plans and send emergency supplies from the Prism Palace, a task that was more in line with his particular skills and interests. Given the choice, Piri would rather have remained in Magistra, surrounded by politics and diplomacy. Years ago, his father had suggested that the studious young man apply himself to digesting the known history of human laws and governments to better understand them. Piri had hoped to spend a decade or two as ambassador to the Hanseatic League, since he had learned so much about their laws and trade agreements. He had even analyzed the famous Hansa Charter and could recite whole passages of it. Like Adar Korin, Piri had developed an interest in memorable human historical figures. The former Adar had learned much from their military strategy, while Piri focused on their laws, traditions, and moral codes. Many Ildirans, having encountered the unpleasant ambition of certain Hansa members, had concluded that all humans were greedy and overzealous. But Piri had read of many who were worthy examples for Ildirans to follow. In particular, he was fascinated with Sir Thomas More, whose convictions had meant more to him than life itself. When asked to take an unconscionable oath, More had refused the direct command of his king, a shocking concept for any Ildiran, and allowed himself to be executed for truth and honor, never wavering, despite many chances to recant. To Piri, it seemed the sort of story that should have been included in the saga of Seven Sons. Now, oozing confidence, Rusa led the ever-growing crowd as Hyrilkans appeared from settlements around the Nialia fields. Messages were sent to cities and villages across the continent with Rusa's order for all people to go into the fields. He promised them a gift, a day of joyful pleasure and rest. The rows of plant moths waved gently under their own motion. Silvery white male flying forms flitted from bush to bush, sampling the receptive female flowers atop thick stems that beckoned with lavender and blue petals and exuded tempting pheromone-filled perfumes. The people laughed as they plunged alongside the designate into the thick rows. Startled male plant moths flew around as if a windstorm had kicked up. Now that he was among the Nialias,
Rusa walked forward as if in a trance, stretching out his hands to brush the hairy leaves with his fingertips. He raised his voice. "I have gazed directly upon the light source. I have seen and learned things no other Ildiran can comprehend. Trust me, and I will guide you. This Shing is yours. It is a gift to my people. Take it fresh and strong. Open the doors in your mind, so that we can all come together as vital parts of the tapestry. Then you will all see the light source for yourselves." Moving first, Thor eagerly tore off one of the ripe buds, swollen with milky blood sap, and squeezed it in his hand, dribbling the juice into his mouth before passing it to his uncle. Rusa also took several drops, but it seemed merely a token gesture. Concerned, Piri hurried up to him. "Is it wise for our people to consume so much Shing, uncle, especially in such a strong form? It muddies the Thism, separates us from the rest of the Ildiran people. And so many of us at once? We should all try to be stronger together, not allow ourselves to drift apart." Rusa narrowed his eyes as if he were looking at a stranger. "I will guide all Ildirans." "The Mage Imperator guides all Ildirans." Rusa frowned. "I offer a new way. I have already discussed the matter with my Lenskithmen, and they all agree." "Wait!" Piri raised his voice, loath to contradict the designate, but knowing that he must do what was right. "This is not wise, and I forbid it." But the people standing by the plant moth vines were ready to follow Rusa's orders as always. Thor chuckled sarcastically at his naive sibling. "You forbid a connection with the light source, Piri? I am the prime designate, and I command that everyone obey the legitimate designate." "Well spoken," Rusa gestured, and the people, receiving confirmation, began to yank bulbs from the Nalyas. "This is foolhardy," Piri growled. "Why would you choose to do this?" Thor tore a freshly fused male-female unit from the end of one vine and held it out to Piri. The end bled sticky liquid Shing. "Here, little brother, since you do not understand, you must learn. This is the first step. We must loosen the bonds of Thism." "I don't want to be disengaged from the Thism." "There is more than one safety net," Rusa said, "but you cannot discover it until you begin to fall." Piri angrily pushed the dripping blood sap away. One of Rusa's Lenskithmen took the bulb from Thor's hand and consumed the blood sap, then passed it to his partner, who squeezed more liquid out of the torn stem. Piri shuddered, thinking of the consequences. If everyone here detached themselves from the Thism, then what would happen to him? He needed the connection, as did all Ildirans. The other Hyrilkins were laughing and celebrating now. Many splashed across the shallow irrigation canals, causing schools of phosphorescent jellyfish to swim out of the way, fleeing the clumsy feet. Looking relieved and content, as if happy times had returned to them and the hydrogue scars were healed, giddy Ildirans everywhere plucked plant moths, squeezing flowers and sharing blood sap. As one, they reveled in the raw and powerful Shing. Rusa watched his young designate in waiting with obvious disappointment, as if Piri had done something wrong. Shing merely removes distractions. It erases the background noise so that all Ildirans can see the light source connections for themselves. The nearest Lenskithman moved to stand by Rusa and looked at Piri with stimulant-brightened eyes. "The designate speaks the truth. We have consulted the Thism and followed the threads. His discovery is a revelation to all of us. Raw Shing is the key." Piri felt defeated. "It seems I can do nothing to prevent this celebration, but for myself I choose to maintain my connection with the Mage Imperator, my father." "We all know Jorah is your father," Rusa said in a cool, distant voice, "as he is my brother. Even so, do not assume that everything he says is correct." The Hyrilka designate watched as his subjects continued to take fresh Shing. Though the people were stripping the fields bare, Nyalias reproduced and ripened swiftly.
Even after today's festival, with a concerted effort, the drug exportation could resume without substantial delay. Designate Rusa, surrounded by people, stood like a statue, disconnected and apart. He closed his eyes and concentrated. His long hair, the longest of all the designates since it had never been shorn in grief, twitched as if with a mind of its own. While every Hyrilkan around him was caught up in the liberating effects of Xing, Rusa smiled grimly and cast out his own thoughts to gently touch the drifting threads of disconnected phism, feeling the potential to establish his own separate network. Soon. Piri reeled amidst the noise and chaos, refusing to partake of the wild celebration. As one by one the Hyrilkans let themselves drift free of the Thism network, he found himself isolated and, oddly, vulnerable. '77. Dobro-designate Udru. One morning, a week after the Mage Imperator returned to the Prism Palace, the human breeding captives and guards turned to stare into the hazy sky. From outside his primary residence, Udru lifted his gaze to follow their excitement. A finger of fire came down, the sharp blade of a deceleration rocket. Even from such a distance, the designate could see clearly that it did not belong to any Ildiran vessel. Young Darrow hurried up breathless to him. "Are we expecting a shipment or a visitor?" The Dobro-designate felt a cold slice of dread down his spine. He had no maniple, not even a septa of the Solar Navy here. Until recently the Ildirans had never needed defenses so deep in their empire, and Mage Imperator Kairak had refused to call any sort of attention to this isolated and supposedly insignificant splinter colony. A serious oversight, Udru now realized. What if the Terran Hanseatic League had discovered Dobro, despite their careful secrecy? What if the Earth Defense Forces had sent battleships here, having learned what had happened to their lost generation ship? What if Jorah had foolishly told them the truth? But that was impossible. Adar Korin had destroyed the derelict Burton, removing all evidence. And despite his qualms about the Dobro experiments, the Mage Imperator understood the consequences should the human government discover what was happening here. Udru straightened. "Come with me, and we will both learn the answer." Guard Kithman, bureaucrats, and scientists emerged from the main settlement to converge cautiously upon the landing craft. As the strange spaceship settled to the ground in a rush of heat and noise, he saw that it was all angles. Its design used brute force engineering to create a fast, efficient ship composed mainly of engines and a carrying module. Crude but effective deceleration rockets blasted black smears on the ground. Though he had never seen such a vessel before, the Dobro-designate realized who must have built it. This might be worse than discovery by the humans. Lower hatches opened like an armored mollusk splitting its shell, and a Clickus robot emerged into the harsh Dobro sunlight. It swiveled its head, optical sensors panning to record images of the Ildiran settlement, the fenced-in barracks that held human experimental subjects. Scuttling forward on finger-like legs, the robot spoke no word to the Ildirans, as if it had every right to observe whatever it chose to. The guard Kithman held their weapons ready, though Udru wasn't sure how easily they could battle the beetle-like machine. He stepped in front of the robot and planted himself firmly to deny it passage. "Halt! What are you doing here?" Designate-in-waiting Darrow watched, impressed by his uncle's bravery. The robot buzzed, then stared at the designate. "I am investigating." It lumbered forward, and Udru had to step out of the way to keep from being trampled. He strode after the robot. "This is an Ildiran world. Clickus robots have no business here." "We decide where we have business, especially if Ildirans no longer abide by our ancient terms." "Ancient terms?" Udru grew angry now.
Perhaps you would do well to remember those same terms. Our memories are not faulty, the robot responded. The designate laughed. Oh, that isn't what you tell the humans, is it? Our dealings with humans are not your concern. The robot proceeded inexorably toward the breeding compound. Behind the fences, human captives stared in awe at the ominous black machine, never having seen anything like it before. Udru followed, raising his voice. Hydrogs have attacked Ildiran settlements at Krona 3 on Hyrilka and others. Clearly, the Clickus robots either cannot or will not provide the vital services to which they agreed. Ildirans have the right, no, the imperative, to protect ourselves. If you won't do it, we will. At the fence, the robot flashed its optical sensors, scanning the humans, the Ildiran medical kithman, the low breeder barracks. Bureaucrats and doctors ushered children out of sight, but the robot clearly recognized that many offspring were half-breeds between humans and Ildirans. The tall black machine absorbed it all in silence. Because of your bad faith, Clickus robots are no longer relevant to us, Udru persisted. He gestured, and nearly 100 soldier kithmen swarmed around the robot to prevent it from further observation. Depart now. You are not welcome here. The robot hesitated for a long moment, assessing its options. Finally, it spun its torso and lumbered on metal finger legs back to its still-cooling ship. The robot had completed its mission here, though Udru suspected it was not satisfied with what it had seen. He felt a deep uneasiness. Darrow remained silent and nervous, watching as the Clickus mechanical craft roared upward in a blaze of expended fuel, scorching the ground and damaging the nearby support facilities. The designate in waiting finally turned to his uncle, his face full of questions. Udru put a strong but faintly trembling hand on the young man's shoulder. We must send a message immediately back to Ildira. 78. Osira. After the departure of the sinister Clickus robot, Osira returned to her intense mental studies with wholehearted diligence. Once again she pretended that she didn't know what was really happening here on Dobro. So far, every year of her life had been focused on a single goal. Her instructors and keepers, the lens Kithman and the designate himself, had nurtured her, claiming to be friends. They had hammered into Osira a belief in the vital role she was destined to play. The young girl had always done her best, taking great pleasure in Udru's pride each time she succeeded in a difficult exercise. Until the night Osira had finally met her mother. She had sensed a calling, the yearning of a strange yet familiar woman. That telepathic link had drawn at the girl's heartstrings, forced her to break rules and go outside, slipping through the shadows. There, at the edge of the breeding camp, she had met the female green priest, Nira Kali. Her mother, a secret that Udru had kept from Osira all her life. She hadn't wanted to know, didn't want to believe everything that Nira had shared with her through a swiftly forged telepathic link. But the memories were hers now, clear inside her head, and Osira could not deny her devastating knowledge. In her own heart she felt everything her mother had felt, experienced the joy of love for Jorah. It was almost too much to bear, but her mind and her heart were strong. Udru had trained them to be that way for his own purposes. That night, Osira had learned all about how the human breeding pool was comprised of unwilling slaves, descendants of secretly kidnapped humans. She had discovered to her dismay that the designate, her mentor, and the man who claimed to care for her more than anyone else in the Empire, was the mastermind of the current horrific scheme. Udru himself had raped her mother in order to get her pregnant with Osira's brother, Rod. And when she had been discovered with her mother, the guards had brutally clubbed Nira and dragged her away, and all her thoughts had been replaced by an empty void. Lies. So many lies.
Later, Osira had attempted to use her powers to pry deep thoughts from Udru's mind. She had tried to be subtle, but her mental touch was fumbling, and the designate caught her each time. Fortunately, he had been pleased to see her expanding her abilities, never guessing her true intent. From that point on, Osira was very careful, unwilling to let the designate see that she now, finally and painfully, knew the truth. She did not challenge him, did not reveal the terrible things she understood. Instead, she continued her mental training, working with a furious intensity now because she wanted to make herself strong for her own reasons. Osira no longer trusted the paternal designate, no longer took pleasure in his stories about her destiny. He came to see her, smiling and charming as always, completely satisfied with her progress. She had to steel herself not to let her heart melt under the heat of so many fond memories. Udru seemed to truly care for her. Or was that all deception as well? Now, whenever he checked on her, Osira formed a solid wall around her thoughts to prevent him from suspecting her true intentions or her grave doubts. Not once since that fateful encounter with her mother had the girl allowed herself to be completely open with him. She couldn't risk it. Luckily, Udru's confidence in her had never seemed to flag. In fact, of late, he seemed more intense and desperate than ever. Inside the training room, the mentalist instructors called for the attention of the children. Osira walked over to join Rod and her other half-siblings. "Exercise your minds the way a dancer exercises muscles," said the Lens-Kithman, a thin man with pale skin. "Osira and Rod, you have the strongest abilities, greater than mine and these others combined, but your siblings can develop their potential as well." The Lens-Kithman folded his pale hands. "Now concentrate. Send out your thoughts and open your minds. You are a swimmer cast out into the gulf of space. Explore the uncharted seas between Ildiran worlds. Reach out to the gas planets and find hydrogues. See if you can touch and explore their minds." Osira clenched her jaw, preparing to expend considerable mental effort. Her two youngest siblings, Tamol and Maureen, quailed in nervous fear, which only gave Osira more determination. Beside her, Rod squeezed his wide, round eyes shut. His smooth brow wrinkled with intense concentration. She could feel a wave of his mental power ripple against her, a gentle current that tingled her skin. But he wasn't searching for Osira's mind. He had gone farther out than that. She tried to accompany him on his mental journey. Rod was the closest to her in abilities, and she hoped he might also be a kindred spirit. But if Osira herself was too young to understand all the implications in a spreading web of schemes, Rod suspected nothing at all. She flung her mind outward, breaking down mental walls and defying physical limitations. When she was finally called upon to do her duty, she would be physically close to the hydrogues. But for now, she sought to contact from a distance the alien presences with whom she'd been bred to communicate. The girl knew theoretically that she would become a conduit for negotiations, a bridge between two vastly different species. These skills were all untested, though, since no hydrogue had ever allowed her mind to approach. Osira would have only one chance, and only when it was time. And if she failed, then Rod would bear the responsibility. The young boy who never thought to question the instructions that Udru, his corrupt father, gave him. Her mind wandered through the void, exploring mysteries. Suddenly, she felt an odd calling, a thrilling yet unfamiliar echo that she remembered from her mother? But that was impossible. Nera was dead. Osira herself had felt the pain and empty blackness that separated her from her mother. Could there be someone else? It faded before she could investigate further. She stretched her thoughts, searching, adding more energy. Oddly, Osira could sense a strange entanglement and unexpected blankness in the thism around the horizon cluster centered near Hyrilka. Her own part in the tapestry of connected Ildiran thought was unique given her unusual heritage, and although her mental powers were devoted to other skills, she could still see along the same paths of the light source that the Mage Imperator controlled. When she tried to investigate or touch the unexpected tangles around Hyrilka, her thoughts slipped away, as if she were a climber trying to gain purchase on melting, oiled crystal. It was very strange. Her thoughts spiraled onward, reaching out like a blind signal into the angry emptiness of space, but she heard only cold silence. Her abilities were not potent enough to discern whether the oppressive quiet was an intentional refusal or simply a weakness in her sending. When Osira finally returned her consciousness to the training room, her body felt weak, as if she'd been sitting there intensely for hours, barely remembering to breathe. Rod's mind had followed her all the way back, occasionally touching hers to draw strength and reassurance. She felt sorry for him. After all this time, her other half-brothers and half-sisters were amusing themselves with instructive games. Clearly they had lost interest in the exercise long ago. But Osira and Rod had not been distracted. The Lens Kithman and the mentalist soon noticed that she and Rod had returned from the mental journey. "Excellent! You both made great progress today." Osira looked at the teachers and her siblings, knowing they were all pawns. Most Ildirans had no idea precisely what was happening here on Dobro. But she knew. Her mother had sacrificed her life in order to tell her. One of the Lens Kithman smiled. "Rod, you are approaching the abilities of your sister. Designate Udru will be pleased to report this to the Mage Imperator. Your strength gives us an important second chance." The mentalist hastened to add, "And Osira grows stronger than we had ever hoped. The Ildiran Empire now has a bright future against our enemies." "Yes," she said. "Rod is very strong." In reality, he might even be a better candidate, she thought. Though she'd been raised to be a hero, Osira now had a weakness that Rod did not suffer. He was not troubled by questions or doubts. 79. Under sun-washed skies on her lonely island, Nira embarked on a risky, desperate plan. She had to make some attempt to escape her exile and, she dared to hope, Dobro itself. High up on the beach, past the point where any waves might reach during one of the infrequent storms that lashed the island, Nira laid out the last of the fallen trunks. It had taken her a great deal of time to search through the thickets, but at last she had found enough material without needing to chop down living trees, which would have been anathema to a green priest. These trees had toppled over from either age or harsh weather. One by one, she dragged the lightweight, airy logs down to the beach, where she toiled with sharp rocks and shells to shave away the bark and knobby branches. Then, using techniques she recalled from shipwreck adventures she had read aloud to the world trees when she was an acolyte, Robinson Crusoe, the mysterious island, the Swiss family Robinson, she bound the logs together 2 at a time with vines, then reinforced them with gummy sap. Slowly her raft took shape, growing wider and more seaworthy. Each day as she made progress, an inner anxiety pushed her to hurry. At any time, designate Udru might return for an unexpected visit, and she had to be away before then. He could not be allowed to see what she was doing. As a green priest, she didn't need to waste time gathering supplies. The vast lake provided fresh water to drink, and the bright sunlight on her emerald skin gave all the nourishment she needed. For now, what Nira required most was determination. She had been passive for too long. Osira must think her dead, as did Jorah and everyone on Therak. But that didn't mean she had to give up on herself and remain stranded on this island. Though her chances were slim, she intended to take action and make a difference. The plan kept her alive and sane. When the raft was ready, she rigged up a makeshift sail of thick leaves, used a pole to push the raft into the lake, and guided herself away from shore. She didn't know where she was going, had no idea what direction the winds or currents might carry her. But no matter where she landed, Nera would consider it a starting point. She could set off and find her way somewhere. For now, she felt satisfied just to get away from where the designate had exiled her. Nera looked up into the open sky and leaned back on her raft as she began to drift. She would go where fate chose to take her, and from there she would make her next plans. For a full day, the breezes remained warm, then whipped up with greater force, rattling the drying leaves of her sail. The swaying of her raft on the choppy lake made her uneasy. All around her, endless water stretched to a blue infinity with no hint of the nearest shore. Though Nera had never seen maps of Dobro, she knew this was just a lake, albeit an enormous one. She was not accustomed to being so far from solid ground, from living plants and trees. Nera wondered how the Dobro designate would react when he came back to her island and found her gone. He had kept her alive in order to use her for some grim purpose. But she had let herself be used too often by that terrible man, and she vowed it would not happen again. The nights were lonely. Her leaf sail bowed outward as the wind picked up again. Overhead, the stars were obscured by thickening clouds. She could not see the gathering storm, but she could smell moisture and ozone in the air, hear far-off bursts of thunder. Rain began to pelt down, drenching her green skin. She clung to the sides of her raft as the choppy water began to buffet her. Waves splashed over the logs. Though she had done her best to ensure that the bindings were strong, Nera's floating craft was too fragile to withstand the power of the storm for long. But she had no place else to go, so she held on and rode out the weather. Rain slashed down. Blinding forks of lightning burst across the sky. Shivering, Nera grasped the slick wooden logs and waited, not counting the endless minutes or hours. She had been through worse ordeals when she'd been in the breeding barracks. She could endure this. Exhausted, Nera wanted to sink into the oblivion of sleep and hide there until the gale was over. But she dared not, for fear that she would lose her grip. Drowning in a deep lake far from any forest would be a terrible end for a green priest. She longed to set foot on shore again, to find trees and plants, and a way back to Therak. She told herself again, "I can endure this." Morning came with the murky darkness of lingering rain clouds in the sky, but the worst of the storm had passed, and the choppy waves calmed. She was delighted to see a smear of brown land cast into relief by the light of the rising sun on the horizon. At first she was afraid the currents and the wind had hurled her back to her isolated island. But the shoreline extended too straight and too far. This must be a main continent. She began to paddle furiously. Helpful winds gusted now, so she adjusted her sail and rode the breezes toward the ever-growing line of solid land. It took her most of the day to reach shore, and as she approached, she surveyed the brown and rocky landscape with dismay. A bleak nothingness stretched as far as she could see. With a knot in her stomach, Nera thought briefly that she might have been better off remaining a prisoner on her lush island. But then she chided herself. She had made a choice to fight back and disrupt the designate's plans in any way possible, even if she had to die to do so. When her raft finally reached the brown, sandy slope, she stumbled off the wet logs and fell to her knees on the beach, just appreciating the firmness of earth beneath her again. Her legs were wobbly, but she drew a deep breath and felt the energy cycling through her skin. Straining and panting, she dragged her raft high up onto dry ground and anchored it, though she didn't know why, She never intended to use the raft again, certainly not to go back to her island, even if she could have navigated her way there. Finally, she shaded her eyes to look into the distance as far as she could see. Behind her lay the open water, and ahead, no matter how barren and daunting the landscape appeared, was her path. She would find her destination out there somewhere. Leaving the shore behind, Nira began to walk forward. 80. Anton Colicos. When the sudden suffocating blackness engulfed Maratha Prime, panic and disbelief set in simultaneously. The 37 Ildiran workers drew a collective breath as if anticipating the fall of an executioner's axe. Anton heard a skitter of wavering footsteps and the clatter of dishes as groping, frightened hands searched for something to hold on to. The Lenskithman, Illural, cried out as if hoping to call back the last glimmers of escaping photons that ricocheted off the crystalline walls and then passed through, vanishing into the gulf of darkness. "What are we going to do?" cried someone else. Mahaska? Anton couldn't identify the speaker. Though startled and disoriented, Anton pushed away from the table, willing himself to maintain his composure. "I guess a fuse must have blown." His voice sounded eerie and disembodied. "Calm down, everyone." "Where is my engineer?" The voice of the designate shrilled, then cracked with anxiety. "What is his name again?" "Nurov, designate," the thin voice of Baliv. Finally, Vikik, one of the diggers, ignited a handheld emergency blazer he kept with him for work in the tunnels. A gasp of relief rippled through the clustered Ildirans. They crowded close to the somber digger, inadvertently blocking the glow from the others. "What happened? Who did this?" Designate Havi demanded. "It's the Shanari. They've descended upon us." It was Illural again. Anton thought the well-educated Lenskithman should have known better. "Come on now, don't be silly." He turned to Vaosh, who sat in shock. "I guess maybe we shouldn't tell any more frightening stories today." "Yes, remember, Anton, that would be wise." Another broad-shouldered digger fumbled out a second emergency blazer from his pack, doubling the light in the cavernous dining hall. Anton spoke reassuringly. "There, see? It'll be all right. Nothing to be afraid of." He seemed to be the only one not panicked. During the previous day season, when he'd asked a group of Ildiran tourists to go to the dark side construction site of Maratha Secta, they had clearly thought Anton unbalanced. But he had egged them on with stories of human bravery, and finally gotten a large enough group to go. Now the skeleton crew stared at him as if he were a fool for not understanding their peril. Therefore, instead of just talking about bravery, Anton would have to show his mettle and be an actual hero. As a bookish, lifelong scholar, he smiled at the irony of it. "All right, let's think about this. Until we can get the generators fixed, do you have any candles?" In the uncertain light, he'd pointed to the Kithman who served and prepared food. "Any cooking flames or torches in the kitchens?" When the Ildirans nodded uncertainly, Anton gathered 2 of them and took one of the emergency blazers. In the dining hall, the rest of the crew was reluctant to let a light source go away, even temporarily, but Anton was firm about it. "Don't worry, I'll bring back even more light. Think of it as an investment." Forcibly keeping his good cheer, he hurried his reluctant volunteers along before the designate could countermand his instructions. The 3 of them followed the blazer down the frighteningly dark passageways until they reached the kitchens. Inside storage cabinets, they found boxes of ignition sticks and flammable gels. When Anton led them all back to the dining room and lit the new lights, the Ildirans clutched them like lifelines. Finally, the Maratha designate quelled enough of his blinding panic to grow angry. "Nurov, you are my engineer. Learn what has gone wrong and get those lights back on." "I will need to take one of the blazers and several workers to do what—" "Hurry!" Designate Havi cried. "These ignition sticks won't last forever." Anton rested a reassuring hand on Rememberer Vaosh's arm. "I'll go with Nurov's team and keep them company until we find out what caused the blackout. Stay here and tell funny stories to the rest of these people.
Keep them entertained and distracted. Shine a light on your face so they can see the colors in your lobes." Accompanied by Anton, the engineer, and 4 of his technicians hastened down a succession of ramps into the lower levels of the domed city. The underground silence was oppressive. One of the technicians rummaged in an equipment locker and found 3 more emergency blazers, which he quickly switched on. Always before, the thumping rhythm of generators and the buzzing of complex equipment in these levels had sounded like a growing storm. Now the chambers were quiet as death. All of Maratha Prime's power, all of the machinery, had been shut down. "I heard an explosion or two immediately before the lights went out," Anton said to Nurov. "Is it possible that one of the generators blew up or broke down?" The large-eyed engineer turned to him, his face thrown into sharp relief by the stark light of the blazer in his hand. "Bech, we have redundant power systems and backup generators. It is not conceivable that all of them failed simultaneously." Nevertheless, when they entered the equipment room, Anton saw his answer. The energy production and distribution machinery had been ruined, turbines blasted open, cables severed, generators torn apart. And clearly, it was no accident. When at last some of the lights flickered on again, Anton and the team of technicians returned to the central dining hall. They received giddy cheers and a look of great satisfaction on the designate's drawn face. Anton had surprised himself by remaining cool throughout the crisis, since he had always been a book learner, someone who looked at life from a detached and objective position, not a man of action. However, his parents had taught him to solve problems, to rely on himself and not to panic. With pleasant conversation and suggestions, knowing that he was the only one who could handle this particular situation, Anton had kept the uneasy engineer and his technicians on track, offering them hope and confidence while he helped them find emergency systems and backup power supplies so they could rig up a way to draw power for the main dome from the undamaged energy reservoirs. In the process of reassuring and encouraging them, he had ended up feeling more optimistic himself. Nurov stood in front of the designate. "We are drawing on our backup batteries to make the life support systems functional again. But the generators are completely destroyed. All of our main machinery has been sabotaged. Sabotaged! Someone or something came in through the tunnels and attacked our primary equipment." "It is the Shanari," the Lens Kithman insisted. "The Shanari could not possibly have come here," the Rememberer said firmly, but Anton could see flickers of uncertainty and confusion in his multicolored expression. Anton added, "We don't need to go inventing mythical creatures to explain this." "Nothing in the saga is mythical," Iluro said. "Our power systems will not last long," Nurov said, getting to concrete business again. "I can give us light and warmth for a few days at most. There will be enough illumination for us to make plans, but never enough for us to feel safe or comfortable. The collector reserves have been destroyed, and only a small trickle from my new thermal conduits supplies power, but that won't last long. All systems will fail again. Even my best batteries will soon be drained." The bureaucrat hovered close to Avi, babbling his questions. "Then what are we going to do, Designate? How shall we escape? Where will we go? Who can help us?" Avi lifted his chin, giving a command like a true designate. "We must divert power to our communication systems. We will send a signal." Anton knew that without a green priest, no call for help would ever reach another Ildiran planet or even a Solar Navy ship in time. The septa of warliners that had dropped off Designate Avi had departed some time ago, and would already be many star systems away. "Can the Mage Imperator sense what happened through the Fism? Will he sound an alarm and send rescuers?" Anton asked. Baosh shook his head. "The Maratha Designate is his brother, not his son. The connection is not perfect. If his attention is not focused elsewhere, the Mage Imperator may sense our distress, but not sharply enough to know he must dispatch helpers right away." "Who else can help us?" Iluro struggled to keep his fear under control. The bureaucrat grasped at an idea. "We can contact the Clickus robots over on Maratha Sector." Avi brightened. An excellent suggestion, Baliv. Yes, the city should be nearly completed by now, and they are in the daylight. The robots can assist us, and we will wait there for rescue. The people babbled with relief. We'll escape. We can be in the sunlight again. Anton felt momentarily uneasy. Wait a minute. We don't know that the Clickus robots weren't the culprits who did this in the first place. Who else is on Maratha? The Shanari, Illural insisted. Maybe they are the ones that built all those tunnels underground, where it's always dark. Baliv looked indignant at Anton's suggestion. Those robots have worked with us here for decades and shown no sign of treachery. Why should we not trust them? Anton raised his eyebrows. Well, for starters, because someone just blew up all of our generators and snuffed out the lights. Instead of listening to him, the designate and the engineer hurried off to the communications room, carrying blazers and one of the makeshift candles as a precaution, although there was now plenty of light. Baosh sat in troubled silence, and Anton took his place beside the rememberer, who shook his many-lobed head. They believe it is the Shanari because they can think of no other enemy who might have done this. But that cannot be true. It simply cannot. Later, when Nurov accompanied Designate Havi back into the dining chamber, both were beaming. "Excellent news," Havi said. "I have spoken to the Clickus robots at the Sector Dome. I explained our situation, and they have offered sufficient facilities, supplies, and stored food to accommodate us while we wait for a rescue mission. But they do not have vehicles to come for us. We will have to make our own way over there." "But how will we do that?" Illural asked. "Maratha Sector is on the other side of the world." Avi looked to the engineer, who answered, "We must make a journey across the dark side to reach the sunlight again. There are 3 fast surface vehicles in the hangars outside." The Ildirans were not pleased with the idea. But Anton had once made the cross-continent trek on a lark during the recent day season. This would not be impossible. As the skeleton crew muttered and complained, Baosh reached the limits of his patience. The Rememberer's trained voice made them all stop instantly. "Enough! Did you not hear Engineer Nurov? All of our power will fail soon. Maratha Prime will be plunged back into irrevocable darkness. Unless we set out together before it is too late, we will all die here in the darkness." That was enough to quell further complaints. 81. Davlin Lots. Krena's sky grew dark and cold as its sun continued to burn out. Immediately upon returning from his brief inspection in space, Davlin gathered the colonists together, 130 of them, and explained the emergency. He wasn't overstating the matter when he called it the direst threat they would ever face. "There is no time for town meetings and arguments. We have a week at best to remake our whole colony, to dig in and hole up, and give ourselves at least a chance to survive." His voice was hard and firm. Thanks to the exaggerated stories Relinda Kett had told about him, the colonists already treated Davlin with awe and amazement, much to his embarrassment, since he disliked drawing attention to himself. They saw him as a heroic figure who could lead them through impossible circumstances. They believed him now. "This world is going to die," Davlin said. Though he felt a connection with these people, he would not sugarcoat their situation. "The Fyros are losing their battle in the sun. This entire system will be cold and lifeless within a matter of days, and I can't think of a way to get anybody off Krena to safety." Mayor Ruiz clapped his hands in front of his stomach. "We're just colonists here, Davlin. No one claims to understand these things. Tell us what to do." Davlin looked at their faces, wishing he had some ready answer for them. To his surprise, he realized that it actually mattered to him what they thought and how they viewed him. In this case, the worst thing he could say was that he didn't know. Everyone could see the sun darkening in the sky, and could feel the drop in temperature as the planet struggled to continue functioning under a vastly diminished solar flux. They had work to do, and so he rallied them. Davlin asked that every piece of heavy machinery be brought to the center of town. "Forget about your crops and your livestock. They can't possibly survive. Within a week, Your homes will be covered by glaciers. Stored food will have to last us. I assure you, at least 7 other things will prove fatal long before the rations run out." He didn't list them, but the colonists didn't question his statement. "Our only chance is to keep ourselves alive by whatever means until rescue comes, and we don't have much time." Mayor Ruiz nodded solemnly. "And who's going to rescue us, Devlin?" "I'm still working on that." Through the amateur astronomer's telescope, they observed the continuing battle in the plasma layers of Krenna's star. The Phyros were being beaten back as more and more diamond war globes swooped in from outside the system, converging on the stellar battlefield. Sunspots grew like mortal wounds. Flares spouted and stuttered like dying gasps from the sun's core. The damage could never be undone. The star itself was doomed. The colonists were astonished at how quickly the climate changed before their eyes. Storm systems churned like locomotives across the southern continent, where parts of the atmosphere had frozen out, leaving a void that caused giant, sucking Coriolis storms. Before long, the huge systems began to sweep north, giving the colonists even graver problems. The first night had seen a hard freeze that killed most of the crops and plants. Each night afterward, the temperature dropped at least 20 degrees colder than the previous low. On the 4th night, trees had shattered. The wind speed picked up, and icy blizzards scoured colony buildings that had not been designed for Arctic temperatures. The townspeople worked around the clock, fully aware of their danger. Their expressions were weary and frightened, but though they were under tremendous strain, the people followed Davlin's instructions. He just prayed his idea would work. It hurt to see all of the massive equipment once used for reclaiming agricultural land, plowing fields, and mining minerals now turned to the express purpose of digging deep tunnels and hollowing out shielded warrens beneath the crust, where the settlers might just be able to survive the incredible deep freeze that was setting in. But they couldn't survive for long. After studying all available construction materials, Davlin had instantly dismissed the possibility of building insulated shelters on the surface. Once the sun itself went dark, the deep cold of space would set in. Given time and extensive resources, a few ingenious roamers might have been able to construct structures hardy enough to survive indefinitely. But Krenna was a peaceful, tame world. Mayor Ruiz and his settlers had never prepared for this. Even people without any construction experience put in their best efforts, shoring up tunnel shafts as the excavators burrowed deeper. Davlin could not make accurate calculations as to how far underground they would need to hide. He simply had them dig as deep as time permitted and then provision the chambers where they could huddle together against the oncoming instant ice age. Food supplies were taken from every outlying home and brought to communal underground warehouses. Mayor Ruiz busied himself directing the above-ground activities and inventorying the rations. Most important, generators were installed and fuel stockpiled, everything from small batteries to large thermal furnaces. Air recirculation tubing was laid down in the tunnels, and CO2 scrubbers were installed. Some of the frightened colonists didn't quite understand the need, assuming that if they had ventilation shafts, they could always draw in air from the outside. They didn't even think about what would happen once Krenna's atmosphere itself froze solid. Davlin wasn't sure he could maintain morale, but he did have to keep them working. On the surface, inside a cold and sheltered hangar, Davlin worked alone on the small ship. As part of his Silver Beret background, he had taken emergency training in mechanics and starship operation. This task seemed even more hopeless than the rest of their activities, but survival hinged on his ability to get away from Krenna and summon help. He couldn't allow himself to consider failure. Outside, in the past 3 days, the temperature had dropped a full 100 degrees. The sky was always dark now, murky with twilight and faint flickers of sunshine that spat out from the injured sun. The sudden and drastic climate shifts precipitated roaring storms and convulsions in the atmosphere. Most of the colonists were underground at the work site now. Few tried to stay up on the surface. Davlin himself was bundled in his warmest undergarments, a thick parka and insulated gloves. Though they cost him dexterity, they kept his fingers from freezing and falling off. Distressingly little ecti remained in the engines of this sightseeing craft, and he spent all day stripping away unnecessary mass, improving the efficiency of the conversion reactors, and increasing the throughput of the Ildiran star drive, hoping to squeeze out just a few 100,000 kilometers more on his journey. The planet shivered in its death throes, cooling rapidly, already on its way to the edge of absolute zero. He was confident the colonists would be warm enough underground for a short while, but if he himself couldn't make it to Reliker, then no one would ever save them. When he was as ready as he could be, knowing that any further improvements would cost too much time, Davlin decided to leave. The colonists had already installed the heavy hatch atop their tunnels, a vault door constructed of scrap metal thick enough to insulate against the murderous cold. As Davlin operated the controls to get inside for one last time, he struggled against the biting frigidity. Within a day or so, simply surviving above ground would require a full-fledged environment suit. Already he wished he had supplemental oxygen. The tunnels were refreshingly warm. At the moment, the colonists were profligate with their energy expenditure, but eventually heat wouldn't be a problem for them. The thermal output from their machinery and 130 warm bodies might itself become a problem unless it could be exhausted somewhere or converted into usable energy. When the colonists gathered to bid him farewell, Davlin was stunned by the confidence, optimism, and hope on their faces. He had done his best to inform them of their slim chances, of how incredibly serious their situation was. But he was the man who had traveled to any number of uninhabited Clickus worlds. He had discovered how to work the transportals. They foolishly thought Davlin Lotz could do anything. And why shouldn't he let them? If he failed, no one else would know it, and all the people here would be entombed in ice. They needed to believe. The mayor seemed to expect him to make an inspirational speech, but Davlin said only, "I will do my best. As long as there's one breath left in my body, I'll spend it bringing help back here." Then, wasting no more time, he let himself out of the hatch and sealed the cap leading to the hibernation tunnels. Outside, he staggered through the winds and blowing ice to the hangar. Once inside the small ship, with its partially empty star drive fuel tank, he fired the engines and fought to guide the craft out through the uncertain gale. He wrestled with the controls as he flew off, heading into the deepening twilight of a dying sun. He did not perform calculations or estimate whether or not he would make it to the closest system. He would simply fly until he could go no farther. He had to hope that would be far enough. '82. Cesca Peroni. When the Romer engineers completed repairs to the Fungus Reef city, Cesca invited Mother Alexa and Father Idris to return to their rebuilt home. Romer crews labored with heavy machinery throughout the forest. Already they had reclaimed parts of the blasted landscape and built many temporary homes for the refugees. "I don't know that we could have done it without Romer assistance," Alexa said. Cesca nodded solemnly. "Hydrogues destroyed our sky mines and our traditional way of life, too. But we persevere and fight and hold on to the things we value most. Our peoples have much in common." Father Idris looked up at the organic mass propped up on the world tree with jury-rigged struts and grafted-on crossbeams. "It looks different." "It looks fine," Alexa answered. "Let's go up." Cesca accompanied an excited Koto Akaya as the Theron leaders re-entered the place where they had ruled in happier times. "You did an excellent job working with the materials at hand and finding innovative solutions, Koto." The eccentric engineer was bursting with pride. "That's what Romers are good at, Speaker." In only a month, he and his Romer team had completed a job that would have taken the Therons years to do. Inside the restored meeting chamber, Alexa and Idris waited for their eyes to adjust to the soft artificial light.
They gazed, smiling and uncertain at the changed space.
"I was afraid we'd have to abandon the whole fungus reef," Alexa said.
Like a puppy turned loose, Koto moved excitedly around the room.
"You saw the plans already, but here's what we did. We reinforced the load-bearing walls with solid beams of world tree wood. Could have used metal or polymer composites, but I thought you'd prefer a more natural look." He rapped his knuckles on sturdy, ripple-grained beams that supported parts of the large room. "Underneath the city, we had to install a network of braces and struts. Right now it looks a little raw, but you could plant vines or other foliage to cover the framework." Idris said, "Our people will be glad enough just to come home." "Home," Alexa's voice caught in her throat. "This meeting chamber was where we crowned Reynold. It seems like only yesterday, and now both Reynold and Benito are dead." She turned to Idris, her eyes glimmering with tears. "Why is Serene taking so long to come home? I was sure she'd be here by now." Idris said, "Naton assured us she's arriving soon." Koto led them into corridors that burrowed through the reef. "Look, we've installed new plumbing and power conduits throughout. Many of the old ventilation systems were inefficient and tangled. Some of them went to dead ends. Whoever maintained the circulation systems seemed to be making it up as they went along." Idris looked at his wife. "Yes, that's how it was installed in the first place." "Well, it's much more efficient now. You'll notice a clear difference when you use it." Koto strutted beside the two leaders, who looked shell-shocked and uncertain about all the changes and improvements, although Alexa and Idris would probably never figure out how to use most of them. As if sensing his thoughts, Alexa touched her husband's muscular arm. "These are changes we can live with, Idris. Our world will never be the same." Koto wandered ahead, still chatting. "Enough of this city is restored for a third of the original population to move back in, maybe half if they're willing to crowd together in close quarters." Alexa showed little cheer, despite the good news. "We won't need to crowd. We lost too many people during the attack." Koto looked embarrassed and saddened. "I didn't mean to get so excited." Soot-stained and out of breath, Cheska's father hurried in from the outer deck and trudged along the corridors, calling out, "Cheska!" He wiped his sweaty dark hair away from his forehead when he found his daughter. "One of our ships just came in with a message from the Oscarville shipyards. Del Cullum needs Koto's assistance." The engineer raised his eyebrows. "But there's still plenty of work to do here." Den grinned. "Kellum's found a small hydrogue derelict, completely intact. He thought you'd be the best person to investigate it, if you're at all interested." The engineer sucked in a quick breath. "A real drogue craft? Still functional? Not just broken wreckage like those pieces the Hansa took from here?" "Whole and unbreached. A pristine opportunity for some intrepid investigator." Cheska recognized her father's provocative smile from times he had teased her when she was a little girl. Koto had had a long string of accomplishments in his career. Among all the clans, Cheska knew there was no better person for the job. He had a voracious mind, had studied all forms of technology from Hansa to Ildiran, and had even read every available document on Clickus ruins that archaeologists had filed. "You have to go, Koto." "But there's still so much here." She enunciated each word clearly. "You have to go, Koto." Like a child, he resisted just a moment more, then grinned. Yes, I do. When can we leave?" Den made a grand gesture toward the exit. "Now that the forest fires are put out, Torrin Tamblin wants to get back to the water mines on Plumas. He'll give you a ride." After Koto hurried away, bubbling with excitement, Cheska accompanied Idris and Alexa to an open balcony from which they could watch the continuing activity. In the distance, they heard the droning hum of machinery and saw Therons and roamers hooking up cables while heavy lifters removed the charred husks of dead world trees. Excavation and extraction crews had removed most of the fallen tree trunks, making great piles of dead wood in a section of the forest obliterated by the worst fires. Cheska didn't know what else they could do with all the debris. Looking down, she saw Yarod climbing the wide trunk up to the high fungus reef.
He scrambled as swiftly as a gecko, linked with the world forest mind and moving with complete ease. When he reached the network of struts and braces beneath the main structure, he swung around them and climbed up to greet the three people on the balcony. The Green Priest was nearly as old as his sister Alexa, his face marked with tattooed symbols of the skills he had acquired in the service of the World Trees. He had looked deeply weary and broken upon his return to the burned forest, but seemed invigorated now. "I bring a message from the World Forest, a mutually beneficial suggestion for Cesca Peroni and her roamers. Would you like to salvage any of this fallen wood? Take it away. Much usable lumber remains, and this wood has remarkable properties."
"It is a great gift, Speaker Peroni," Idris said, "a magnificent one. But not at all sufficient to repay you for everything you have done for us," Alexa added. Cesca tried not to look too overjoyed. Nowhere else in the Spiral Arm did people have access to World Tree wood for construction or even ornamental purposes. "I am intrigued. Since leaving Earth, our clans have lived inside asteroids, on ships, and on inhospitable planets. We've rarely had the luxury of wood, and now you are offering much more than we could use for our own purposes." "Well, you are merchants," Yarad pointed out. "Could you use it as a commercial commodity?"
"Perhaps." Cesca remained frustrated that they had received no response whatsoever from the Hansa to their demands, and she feared that Chairman Wenceslas was planning something. "Even if we refuse trade with the Hansa, we could send wood products to the Ildirans, or to some of the distant colonies with tenuous ties to the Big Goose." Knowing how much income they were likely to derive from the sale of the remarkable and rare World Tree wood, Cesca made an immediate decision. "And we will share a portion of the profits with you. The Theron economy has suffered greatly in this attack, too." Idris said, "The forest already provides everything we need." Alexa placed a hand on her husband's arm. "Things are different now, Idris. Our people face many hardships. With additional funds, we could purchase materials and hire extra labor to speed the forest's recovery." Idris scratched his square black beard. "I hadn't thought of that." "Are you certain the World Forest is willing to let us take away so much fallen wood? These were world trees, dead brothers of the forest." Yarod's expression was stoic. "Cesca Peroni, you will help us carry away our dead and give their sacrifice additional meaning. Only then can the sight of this massacre give birth to new life." In the distance, a heavy lifter hauled an enormous charred trunk as large as a spaceship. Cesca nodded. "World Tree wood will certainly enrich our colonies in space, just as Romer work has helped to rebuild your cities here. Let this be a symbol of the cooperation and friendship between Romers and Therons." Mother Alexa squeezed her husband's large hand. "That's what Reynold would have wanted." 83. Sarain. The flight from Earth to Therak was not long, but Sarain's reluctance to return home made the journey stretch out interminably. She felt like a woman going to visit a horrifically wounded loved one in a hospital. She had to do this because of personal and political obligations. But in her heart, Sarain wished she could just keep Therak in her memories the way it was, and not see the disaster. Yet Basil had insisted. "As the new mother of Therak, think of the advantages you could offer the Hansa from inside. Once we've brought the Therons into the fold and made the traitorous Romers toe the line, it'll be a great day for the human race." But she couldn't simply walk in and demand the title of Theron Mother, even though she felt she could institute changes, dramatic changes, that could benefit both her world and the Hansa. The Therons knew and loved their leaders, and Sarain had been gone for a long time. Even when she'd lived on Therak, she had never engendered much devotion in the people. She spent little time with green priests, felt no calling for the World Forest. Everyone would recognize her as a pawn of the Hansa,
and Basil's ideas of blithely rescinding the long-standing Theron independence made her uneasy. Sarene gradually realized that he now exerted more power over her than she influenced him. As difficult as it was to admit, she was halfway in love with Basil, and didn't want to leave him behind. Eventually the captain summoned her to the cockpit. "If you come forward now, Ambassador, you can see Theroc in the front observation panels. Thought you'd like to have a look."
"I'll be right there." In truth, she didn't want to see, but she entered the cockpit of the diplomatic transport and stared down at the cloud-smeared land masses where she'd been born. Sarene traced the outlines of the continents. Oddly, she was more familiar with the geography of Earth than of Theroc. How could she possibly rule this planet? It would be a sham. Normally, the Theron landscape would have been a carpet of green, separated by large bodies of water, but now she could see countless dark stains. In a way, she was glad Astara wasn't here with her. Though they had shared many recent tragedies, Sarene spent too little time with her sister. It was a painful oversight. She had focused on her own political activities and obligations, while the Queen had her cadre of attendants and advisers, and the genuine friendship and love of King Peter. But that was no excuse. They should have been friends, allies, sisters. Before Sarene departed for Theroc, the two young women had walked together in the Whisper Palace's fern garden, passing feathery fans that grew bright green under the sunlight, talking of how life had been when they were just children, simple, optimistic, innocent. Sarene also felt a wary concern about leaving Astara and King Peter alone and unprotected. She tried to convince herself that the assassination attempt had merely been Basil's bluff to put Peter in his place, but she was never sure. Astara had stopped beside one of the small potted treelings, looking at it distractedly. "In a way, I envy you. I still feel I belong on Theroc." Sarene ran her fingers along the soft, lacy fronds of a fern. "Sometimes it would be easier if the two of us just switched places. You could go back home where you want to be, and I'd stay here on Earth." The Queen laughed in surprise. "You may be my sister, Sarene, but I wouldn't give up my husband. I actually love Peter, you know." "Yes, I know. It's painfully obvious." They had stood together looking at the single treeling on display, reminded of the immense burned forests. Astara herself had brought this particular treeling as a gift to the chairman when she'd first come to Earth, and not often used it for communication. Sarene put her arm around her sister's shoulder. "It's just an ironic twist of fate that we're each better suited for the other's responsibilities." "You'd really like to go back to Theroc, even now that it's all burned and broken?" "That's when it's possible to love it the most." Sarene had playfully yanked one of Astara's carefully twisted braids, as she'd done when they were both little girls. No doubt the royal guards, who always discreetly kept watch on them, were horrified at such a disrespectful action on the part of the ambassador, but Sarene didn't care. "Come with me, Astara. You can help me pack." Now, as the captain stabilized his orbit, then prepared the descent trajectory, he studied his high-resolution scanners. "Quite a bit of difference down there. A lot of traffic in the air, in orbit, and on the ground. I thought Therons didn't do much space travel." Sarene's brow furrowed. "No, they don't." A harried-sounding operator provided general directions for where to land. "We don't really have a spaceport anymore, but we use a large clearing, as long as your ship's not too big." "Not too big," the captain answered. Full-size Manta cruisers had once landed in the forest clearings. "I'll manage." Sarene braced herself for what she was about to experience. As the diplomatic transport came in beneath the veil of clouds, she could see that the once thick world forest canopy was now cracked and burned, giant sections scraped away like eroded canyons. World trees still stood tall and green, but she couldn't believe how many patches were blackened and cluttered with debris. Dozens of smaller ships and heavy lifters bustled through the forest, expanding the recovery efforts. To her amazement, she saw large excavations of fallen trees, earth movers erecting support walls and retaining dikes, soil retention netting that looked garish on what should have been a natural landscape. Why hadn't Basil mentioned that full-scale EDF engineering crews were here to assist Theroch? On second glance, though, the activities didn't seem regimented or organized enough to have been put together by the Earth military. The EDF tended to lay out everything in straight lines and perfect grids. Conversely, this work seemed energetic and independent, as if each unit was following only a general master plan. Heavy lifters delivered giant trunks to an open cargo barge that was battered and pitted from decades of hard service. It looked as if it had been designed as an asteroid ore hauler, and now it was being loaded with fallen world trees, taking them out to space. As the diplomatic craft came in for a landing, Saren could make out the individual forms of people moving about on the ground. A shiver went down her spine. Those are roamers. "Looks like it, Ambassador," said the captain. Saren was instantly resentful, knowing exactly what Basil would say about the matter. "I suppose they have plenty of time on their hands, now that they no longer trade with the Hansa. While my planet is wounded and reeling, they slip in to exploit our resources." She had heard the chairman's lectures, both public and private. She had seen the heavily slanted reports in the Hansa media, which painted the clans as selfish, intractable, and petulant. As ambassador, Saren felt compelled to agree with Basil and vocally support his stance. Roamers did make convenient and readily unlikable targets. She leaned closer to the window. "Why are they hauling all that wood away?" The captain looked at her mildly. "Maybe they just came to offer help, Ambassador. I don't see too many EDF crew members lending a hand down there." "Roamers offering to help with no strings attached? Hardly likely." And if the roamers were assisting on Theroch, why hadn't Naton or any of the other green priests informed the Hansa what was going on here? Surely it was relevant. She didn't know what game the clans were playing, what goal Speaker Peroni was trying to accomplish with her unfounded accusations about EDF piracy. Saren was certain the woman had somehow deceived Reynold, tricked him into a marriage proposal. At least her brother had died before the wedding could be formalized. When the captain landed the diplomatic craft in a scorched clearing, Saren realized with a sharp pang that this place had once been a lovely, expansive meadow, filled with flowers and colorful condor flies. Now it had been raised and flattened by ungainly machinery. Her nostrils flared. When the hatch opened, the first thing she smelled was harsh smoke, the dust and soot of death in the forest. Wrinkling her nose at the acrid tang, she watched both of her parents and her little sister Chelly hurry toward her. Saren smiled, automatically, an expression she had learned from years of serving under the tutelage of Basil Wenceslaus. But she was not happy to be here. In fact, she found it painful to focus on her family in the midst of all this tragedy. Her memories were filled with expanses of gold-barked world trees and wild undergrowth. Now she saw black skeletons, bare dirt, and the overlapping treads of heavy roamer machinery that had mangled what remained of the forest. Her heart turned to lead in her chest, and her doubts about becoming the next mother of Theroch resurfaced. There wasn't much left to rule here. 84. King Peter. Peter shook his head and handed the prepared document back to Basil. "I'm sorry, but I won't read this." He saw an immediate flush of anger across the chairman's face. "I dictate Hansa policy, and you're more than aware of how far I'll go to make sure my orders are obeyed." Basil wasn't usually a man to lose his composure, even in private. But the years of costly defeats and the intransigence of those who were supposed to be team players had eaten away at him. He hated to lose control in any fashion.
Peter tried to be calm, but firm. "Your media plants have already done an excellent job of turning public opinion against the roamers, Basil, but if I read this invective, we'll have lynchings, if not an outright civil war." "We already have a civil war, King Peter, caused by the roamers." Peter called the chairman's bluff, though he knew it was a dangerous move. "Then why don't you have Prince Daniel read it? Try him out, see how the public reacts." Basil scowled. "I've had enough of your attitude, Peter." Peter drummed his fingers on the tabletop in the king's private retiring room, where the chairman had come to meet with him. "Believe it or not, Basil, we both have the interests of the Hansa at heart. Speaker Peroni was betrothed to Astara's brother. Maybe the Queen and I could talk with her reasonably, resolve this matter." "No need. The roamers will back down soon. I envision several scenarios, all of which result in my holding humanity together in spite of itself." The chairman was further upset because he had just learned from Sarrain, through Naton, that groups of roamers had been working in the ruined world forest for over a month, and somehow the court green priest had never seen fit to inform anyone of the fact. Naton had responded with placid indifference when Basil confronted him. "It is within our rights as an independent colony to accept aid from anyone who wishes to give it. It is not a matter for Hansa discussion." He had refused to understand the relevance of such information in the overall picture. Now Peter leaned closer to the simmering chairman. "Basil, you taught me to think of second- and third-order consequences. It's fine that I rally the people and fan their anger against the Hydrogues, but your end goal is to assimilate the roamers into the Hanseatic League. Therefore, it's counterproductive for me as king to officially portray them as unsalvageable traitors or monsters. If I make a formal statement from the Whisper Palace, and then your plan succeeds, I'll have to recant my words and change my position. You don't want that." Basil lifted his head slowly, a strange expression on his face. "I don't know whether to strangle you, Peter, or pat you on the back for being a good student. Your conclusions aren't the same as mine, but they do have some small merit. I'll consider what you've said." He took the document back and turned to leave, clearly not admitting defeat. "The roamers will be quickly and cleanly defeated, and soon. Perhaps it's best if you just stay out of it for now. Then you can appear benevolent afterward." He looked over his shoulder. "But I warn you, the Hansa must be absolutely unified under my instructions. If I decide to ask you again, Peter, don't even think about contradicting me." Even when he was most troubled, Peter always knew one place where he could feel like a man, instead of a puppet ruler. When the lights were down late at night, and he was in his own bedchamber, after Ox had searched the room for surveillance cameras and deactivated any listening devices, Peter felt safe and comforted, simply holding his queen. He caressed the warm, smooth skin of Astara's back, tracing the outline of her shoulder blades, and pulled her closer. Her breasts were soft against his chest, and she kissed his ear while he smoothed her hair with his fingers. "I may disagree with most of Basil's decisions, but when he chose you for me, that was the best thing he ever did." It must have been so strange for Astara to come from the lush forests of Therak and be transplanted into an entirely different culture here at the heart of the Hansa. But she had been strong, open-minded, and willing to give him a chance. At first, Peter had resented the political manipulations that thrust them together in an arranged marriage that seemed so medieval. But he and Astara did indeed have much in common, and now they relied on each other for support, in a time and place where they were never sure whom they could trust. Though many of their obligations were unpleasant or difficult, Peter and Astara were glad to have each other, especially when they could be alone together in the dark and forget about the vast and dangerous universe outside. Her breath was warm against his neck as she rested her head on his shoulder, kissing the line of his jaw. "And you, Peter, have made me the envy not only of everyone on Theroc, but of every woman in the Hansa. After all, I get to make love to the king whenever I like." "If only I could hold the Hansa together as easily as I hold you," he said. Though the chairman and his assistants did not expect him to lead, only to issue prepared statements and stand as a figurehead, Peter sensed that many threads in the Hanseatic League were unraveling, along with the Hansa's formerly solid relationships with the Therons and the Roamers. Basil was trying to impose tighter and tighter control, but the more he squeezed, and the more stridently he demanded that every faction follow his rigid plan, the less cooperative they became. Basil thought they were being intentionally obdurate. The government was no longer the well-oiled machine that the chairman had worked so hard to maintain. "Basil's planning something else against the Roamers," Peter said. "I can feel it. But I'd rather bow my head and accept responsibility for my own failures than make excuses for actions I never sanctioned in the first place." "The people believe you have a good heart," she said. "And I'll stand by you, no matter what. You know that." "Yes, Astara, I know that. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about it now. You're worrying too much during our private bedroom time." She rolled on top of him. "There must be something I can do to distract you from all your worries." He kissed her. "What did you have in mind?" So Astara showed him what she meant. 85. Tasia Tamblyn. Even as the war continued across the spiral arm, Tasia found herself back at the Mars EDF base, cooling her heels. She had never been good at sitting still. In the meantime, her Manta, along with many other military ships, had gone into space dock for the installation of new armaments, though she hadn't filed a formal request for upgrades. Her crew had been dispersed, some of them given R&R, others assigned to ground-based functions. Sergeant Zizou had been dispatched to the lunar base to head up the training of green recruits. Sub-Commander Ellie Ramirez had become part of a new action committee to upgrade navigational systems on enhanced battleships. She sensed that something big was about to happen, but no one would tell her what it was. She felt oddly left out. Since the Roamers had cut off trade with the Hansa, the general antipathy toward the clans had grown, and Tasia herself had been the butt of many veiled Roacher jokes. Given the political climate, she didn't have much desire to spend time in the officers' clubs or even with other soldiers. In her quarters, Tasia waited for a new assignment, any assignment. Why was Admiral Willis taking so long? She felt awkward, not quite knowing what to do with herself. EA was with her, but the listener, Compy, was no longer the old friend she had known for so many years. Tasia sat on the edge of her bunk and looked at the small, computerized companion. "You were such a brave Compy, EA. I just wish you could remember what you've done." "I have the data you uploaded to me, Tasia Tamblyn. It is sufficient." "Not for me." Tasia had combed through her private records, retrieved the files and diary entries that pertained to EA. She had collated them into summary documents and uploaded each one into the Compy's sadly emptied brain, after carefully sanitizing them to remove any secret details about Roamer activities. Though EA could now recite the particulars of major experiences she had shared with Tasia, the words were lifeless statements of fact, recitations instead of memories. Tasia sighed, hating her own suspicions, not being able to trust EA. "I miss the real you." She lay back on her bunk. So much about Oskafel had been a royal mess. One of these days she'd make up for it. The EDF would find a way to wipe out the murderous aliens that had killed her brother, her lover Rob, and too many others to name. There was a war on, and she was spoiling for a fight. And here she was, grounded on Mars,
lying in bed, doing nothing. Restless, she climbed into her off-duty uniform and left her quarters. She went to the mess hall to listen to the conversations, maybe track down a game of ping-pong. The EDF was obviously gearing up for a large initiative, and her not-too-subtle inquiries had been rebuffed with typically vague military responses. As a Manta commander, she hoped she'd be at the forefront of the action, whatever it was. At the moment, though, her ship wasn't ready and much of her crew had been reassigned. She had good reason to be suspicious. She dispensed a cup of coffee, bitter and lukewarm, as usual, and sat at a table with other Manta commanders and first officers. She heard them discussing deployment orders and targeting priorities. They seemed excited at the prospect of the new rammer ships, which would require only a handful of human commanders and teams of soldier compies with specialized programming. Trying to join the conversation, she asked, "Did they post rammer assignments yet? Any of you chosen?" "No, but I'm glad to be getting more hands-on action," said one commander. "It's not the hydrogues, but at least it's something." "About time King Peter decided to teach those damned roaches a lesson." Another officer grumbled, "Cutting off the fleet's ecti supply in a time of war. Are they insane?" "Roamers?" Tasya blurted. "What does the new mission have to do—" Suddenly the others at the table recalled who Tasya was, despite her EDF uniform. "Never mind, Tamblin, we've got our marching orders." The senior Manta commander stood. "We'd all better get back and check on our ships, right, everyone?" Tasya sat, drinking her coffee, as the other commanders and first officers pointedly left her alone. Teach the roamers a lesson? What on earth was General Lanyon up to now? Since his encounter with the pirate Rand Sorengard a long time ago, he'd had a chip on his shoulder the size of a minor planet. Sure, she had heard grumblings about Speaker Peroni's decision to cut off star drive fuel shipments. Tasya had originally considered it nonsense that the EDF was destroying roamer cargo ships. Surely, as a Manta commander, Tasya would have known about such activities. But now, realizing that a secret new mission had been kept from her, she wondered how much else was going on without her knowledge. When she got back to her quarters with a queasy stomach brought on only partially by the sour coffee, she found a message on the room screen. It had a formal EDF voice log seal and a code designation from Admiral Willis. Her new assignment orders at last. Playing the message, she saw that the maternal admiral wore a controlled yet troubled expression. She read the orders without emotion. "Commander Tamblin, this message is to inform you that you've been reassigned from your Manta. Your cruiser will henceforth be captained by Commander Ramirez, who has been promoted to take your place at the helm." Tasya gasped. What had she done? Why were they taking her ship away from her? Commander Ramirez? "I am pleased to give you the good news, however," Willis's voice conveyed anything but joy, "that you will be heading up the comprehensive training of second-stage recruits here on the Mars base. This is a task we really need you to do. Your innovations and flexibility should make you a superb instructor." "A teacher?" Tasya mumbled, as if the message screen could hear and respond. "What did I do to deserve this?" "Don't misunderstand me, Tamblin," the Admiral's image continued without a pause. "As far as I'm concerned, your service record is exemplary, and your performance has always been impeccable. However, not every soldier can participate in every mission, and General Lanyon has determined that your services are not required for our new EDF initiative." "Damn right they're not, if you intend to go after roamers instead of the real enemy. Shiz, this is even worse than that stupid siege of Wairika." EA stood beside her, absorbing the information, but the listener compy placed no significance on Tasya's emotional reaction. "I will be happy to assist you in developing a training curriculum, Tasya Tamblin." Tasya tried to contain her inner anger, wanting just to punch somebody. The Earth Defense Forces clearly did not trust her. Had they been eavesdropping on her conversations? Were her quarters bugged? She had been so careful, even when talking to EA. She frowned at her compy, wondering if the Eddies themselves had done something to spark EA's odd behavior. Or was her roamer heritage enough in itself to make them doubt her?
even after so many years of service. Though no one would tell her what was going on, she feared the EDF meant to do something to the Romer clans. Something terrible. '86. Roberto Clarin. At Hurricane Depot, enormous mountains of orbiting stones circled overhead like the hands of a clock. In his private office in the North Polar Dome, Roberto Clarin reclined in his chair, looking up at the transparent sky. Every hour the mountains passed overhead in an endless parade. When the original gas cloud had coalesced into the Cournier star system, no habitable worlds had formed. In the liquid water zone, scraps of leftover material had pulled together into two large chunks of rock that orbited around a mutual center of gravity, as if a stillborn planet had broken in half. The two components shared a thin, wispy atmosphere, and at the exact center of the rotating body was a stable Lagrange point, a perfect sheltered spot simultaneously protected and threatened by the obstacle course of debris. Romers had used material mined from the orbiting pair of bodies to build a central depot and fuel transfer station sitting in the eye of the storm. Ships came in from above or below, threading a course through the safe polar zone of the two rotating planetary components. Like an old Arabian bazaar at a caravan crossroads, Hurricane Depot had become a popular place where ECTI cargo escorts could drop off their fuel for efficient distribution to other settlements. Romer traders lived and worked there, and many more passed through. Metals, fuel, food, fabrics, and even handsome merchandise were brought here for sale or trade. 2 or 3 ships arrived every day, and their captains and crews shopped, haggled, or bartered their shipments for necessary or desirable materials. Roberto Clarin was a dark-haired, loud-voiced man who insisted on sampling all the exotic foods that came through his station, his stomach's equivalent of a tariff. Under his leadership, Hurricane Depot had thrived at first, though now, with the Hydrogue ultimatum against sky mining and the trade embargo with the Big Goose, the station often looked like a ghost town. His brother Eldon, a talented engineer, had helped design Hurricane Depot. For a while the two men had been partners, but Eldon was an inept businessman who didn't understand how merchandising and trade worked, though Roberto had tried to explain the simplest economic concepts over and over again. Eldon could comprehend esoteric physical calculations, stressors and flexors, material strengths, load paths, and energy process trains, but simple financial calculations were a foreign language to him. Eventually, frustrated and disappointed with each other, Eldon and Roberto had parted company. Roberto had taken Hurricane Depot to great success, and Eldon had designed new ECTI processing reactors for Bernd Okaya's sky mine. And there, the Hydrogues had killed him. Today, according to the projected schedule, Nico-chan Tyler was due to arrive, but the young man was usually late because he got easily distracted along the way. Roberto kept a landing bay open for Tyler's ship, but he didn't count on using it any time soon. The next group of ships that arrived, however, was not at all what Roberto expected. As soon as he saw the full-scale EDF battle fleet, his astounded reaction was similar to what his brother must have felt when the Hydrogues rose up to destroy the Erfano sky mine. The large juggernauts kept themselves safely outside the orbiting rocks, but scout ships, minesweepers, and Thunderhead weapons platforms blundered into the danger zone, using their weapons to blast away debris and clear a wider channel so that the Mantas could descend to the central depot. Knowing what the eddies had already done to Raven Kamarov's ship, Roberto instantly realized they were after more of the Romer's hard-won ECTI stockpiles. Damned pirates. I guess picking on single ships is no longer good enough for you. Whetted your appetite for more, did it? He triggered evacuation alarms throughout the main station and sent warnings to any incoming Romer craft. Cargo ship captains raced to their vessels. Within minutes, 3 spacecraft had already launched, dispersing quickly. Roberto was grateful to see them get away. General Lanyon, the head of the Eddies, sent a smug transmission. "This facility is currently under Hansa interdiction by order of Chairman Wenceslas. All materiel, resources, and privately owned vessels are hereby confiscated in the name of King Peter for use by the Earth Defense Forces." Opening the communications channel himself, Roberto stood from his seat, suddenly self-conscious that he wore sloppy, casual clothes, and that his belly made him appear less than imposing compared with the EDF commander. "General, it doesn't matter whose name you invoke. Your king and your chairman have neither jurisdiction nor authority here. The Romer clans never signed the Hansa Charter. This depot is a privately owned facility, and you have no right to lay siege to it or confiscate our possessions." Despite his bluster, Roberto knew that with all those battleships, the general could simply swarm in and take whatever he wanted. Romer security depended on camouflage and secrecy, but they had no real defenses. Now that the EDF had discovered Hurricane Depot, the Romers were all just cornered rabbits. The general scolded him. "Our war against the Hydrogues gives us the justification to take vital war supplies. According to some broader definitions, you scum are part of the human race, too. You should be ashamed of yourselves for not doing your duty. Because you provide such shining examples of Hansa decency, you're nothing more than thieves." On the image screen, Lanyon gave him a cold smile. "Thieves are motivated primarily by greed. We, however, have a legitimate claim on these resources, and the law is on our side." "The law? Whose law?" "The treaties your ancestors signed when they departed on the Kanaka." Lanyon cited chapter and verse, explaining the terms accepted by the forefathers of the Romer clans. "You are still bound by those agreements. Therefore, we are impounding your stored star drive fuel and taking your cargo escorts and other spacefaring vessels that we can turn to military use." Manta cruisers pulled up against the large station. Lanyon continued. "I advise you to allow us access to the docking ports. If we don't receive your cooperation, we'll use our jasers to open this place like an aluminum can, and then we'll take whatever floats out." Roberto swallowed hard. Without a doubt, Lanyon meant his threat. He signaled to his docking bay crew. "Disarm all hatches, let the thugs in." Another delivery ship streaked away, trying to escape, but patrol remoras swept in and surrounded it, fired enough blasts to cripple its engines, then attached grappling beams. The captain of the delivery ship shot his weapons, but it was a useless gesture. Within moments, the Eddies had taken over the ship and arrested its crew. Roberto groaned. The Mantas had already docked, and uniformed Eddy soldiers had begun to flood into the facility, accompanied by imposing soldier compis. Overhead, the second half of the planetoid orbited, casting its shadow onto the observation dome. He heard bootsteps marching down the corridors. The EDF had already found the control center. Within moments, General Lanyon himself stood at the doorway. "Let's not make this any more difficult than it needs to be." 87. Nico Chan Tyler. On time at Hurricane Depot. Well, at least within an hour. That was a record as far as Nico was concerned. He had already delivered Wendell water to 2 uninhabited planets, and now felt exhilarated at having done such a good job. He looked forward to relaxing for a night in guest quarters and eating good food in the cafes, exotic recipes cooked by families that remembered their ethnic heritage from Earth. He'd been to Hurricane Depot dozens of times, usually piloting a cargo escort for Ekti tanks or ferrying food from the Chan greenhouse domes. Nico did better when he could see his destination and fly by the seat of his pants rather than relying on complex navigational systems. By now he knew the approach through the rocky obstacle course like the back of his hand. This time, as Aquarius approached the orbiting planetoids, he saw 2 EDF juggernauts circling the outer perimeter beyond the binary rocks. The Eddy ships had blasted away much of the boundary field. To clear a safe path, dust and rubble drifted in unpredictable orbits, heated and accelerated by numerous explosions. 3 clan cargo ships streaked away, pursued by fast remoras. The clans had modified many of their craft with sprint engines for superior acceleration
and now the fleeing ships scattered in all directions faster than the infringing military vessels could follow. Shiz, what the hell is going on here? He reached for the comm system to call Hurricane Depot's control center, but realized it might be smart to keep quiet. The Aquarius was a small ship coming in on a high polar vector. He was sure the EDF hadn't seen him yet. Nico intercepted a warning broadcast. "This is Roberto Claren. The EDF has seized control of Hurricane Depot. They're confiscating all our supplies. No doubt they'll kill everyone here." The message was a standard EM signal, blasted out into space. It would take years to reach the nearest inhabited system, but incoming roamer vessels, like Nico's, might also intercept it. He sat in his cockpit white-knuckled and angry, not knowing what he could do. The stored vials of powerful Wentels in the Aquarius thrummed and vibrated with questions and concerned curiosity. He growled aloud. "Remember what I told you about our stupid reasons for wars? You're witnessing one of them here." Below him, EDF workers efficiently stripped Hurricane Depot of all food crates, all ECTI tanks, all cargo, all personal possessions. Nico eavesdropped on conversations transmitted over the EDF frequencies. The eddies were joking and sneering, amused at the roamers' attempts at resistance. "They're robbing us blind." As he watched in horror, Nico felt the Wentel's deep disquiet. "It is like a hydro attack. Only these soldiers have betrayed their own people." All the inhabitants of Hurricane Depot were being taken into custody and loaded aboard Manta cruisers. The station chief, Roberto Claren, had apparently been seized as a prisoner of war, though no formal war had been declared. Nico feared that the military would simply make all those people from Hurricane Depot disappear. "Clear everyone off the station," General Lanyon's voice transmitted. "Take your time and do a thorough job. The chairman wants no casualties, if at all possible. He believes it will help us secure better capitulation terms from the roamer clans." "Capitulation?" Nico growled to himself. "To those pillaging barbarians?" From the Aquarius, he recorded files and files of detailed eyewitness images to prove the EDF involvement. But it would be no surprise to the clans, not since he'd found the wreckage of Kamarov's ship. "I've got to get a warning back to Rendezvous," he said, anxious to depart but unwilling to leave until the whole operation was over. He kept his engines primed for sudden high acceleration in case he needed to run. "We can transmit the message," the water entity said. "All Wentel-bearing ships will know what has happened here. They can spread the word swiftly among the roamers." Nico looked at the shimmering containers he kept near him on the piloting deck. "You can communicate with each other faster than I can send a signal?" "We are all basically the same entity. What one of us knows, all Wentels know." Nico gasped. "Like Telink through the world trees?" "The Verdani are similar to the Wentels. That is why we were allies in the ancient war." Within an hour, most of the EDF battleships packed up and departed from the gravitationally stable island between the orbiting planetoids. The Mantas took their spoils of war and accompanied the Guardian juggernauts, threading their way out of the debris zone. On the fringe of the system they kept station and waited. But two cruisers remained behind, still attached to the now abandoned depot facility. The cruisers fired up their engines and used heavy acceleration to push the delicately balanced station away from its stable point. Then the Mantas disengaged from the docking rings and pulled back as the enormous habitat cluster continued to move. The depot's position had always been relatively precarious, located accurately between the poles of the two orbiting mountains. Now the added boost from the Manta's powerful engines tipped it from the saddle point. Like a ball gradually rolling off the top of a hill, Hurricane Depot tumbled and began to pick up speed as it fell out of gravitational equilibrium. "I can't believe this," Nico said. The Aquarius continued to take a full sequence of images. "I simply cannot accept what my eyes are showing me." Hurricane Depot drifted away. Already it was being battered by a cannonade of outlier rocks and ice. Nico used his ship's observation scopes to obtain higher resolution. A large meteoroid smashed through one of the cargo hulls, ripping open a gaping hole. Other debris continued to pummel, dent, and smash the tumbling station, and still it kept moving, falling toward the nearest of the tide-locked orbiting planetoids. Venting atmosphere gave the facility an added nudge. When Hurricane Depot finally collided with the hurtling mountain, it was like a helpless rodent run down by a speeding vehicle. In an instant, it was over. The rough-edged planetoid slammed into the habitat complex and flattened it into scrap metal, plumes of escaping air, and flickers of fire as wisps of stored fuel ignited and battery packs exploded. Shrapnel splashed outward, spraying a slow-motion fantail of cluttered flotsam. Nico felt as if he would be violently ill. Smug and bloated with their stolen treasures and their prisoners, the EDF battle group lumbered away like an army of swaggering conquerors. As soon as they had gone out of range and Nico knew the Aquarius would not be detected, he launched his ship, accelerating fully. "We've got to get out of here," he said to the Wentles. The message had already been sent to the other water-bearing ships, but he alone could deliver the images, the comm recordings, the tangible evidence. Nico just hoped he wouldn't get lost this time. His responsibility was too important. 88. Jess Tamplin. The Wentel voices in his head were part of him now, a new pattern of incomprehensible desires overlaid on his own thoughts. Jess flew across open space, simultaneously solitary and connected, linked with the water entities, encapsulated within a pearl and coral vessel that throbbed with liquid power. He was proud of his volunteer water-bearers, who were traveling around the spiral arm, seeking out untouched planetary reservoirs where Wentels could thrive. Each new seed point of the water entities was like another cell in a great and powerful organism. The Wentel presence grew stronger day by day, and, so far, the Hydrogues knew nothing about the return of their primal enemies. The amniotic seawater that filled his spherical vessel should have blurred his vision as he stared out at the open starscape, but the liquid was part of him. He could see with absolute clarity, extending his senses through the Wentels. Small, native sea creatures from the primeval ocean world still drifted about inside his vessel, a self-contained bubble of an alien ecosystem. Jess continued his hunt for candidate planets, even those inhospitable to human life. Water was the only necessary ingredient. Like echoes at the back of his thoughts, he experienced Wentel images from long ago, fragmented memories of the titanic struggle that had annihilated the water beings, stripping them apart molecule by molecule, and strewing them across the vacuum of space. He knew, as if by half-forgotten instinct, about the Wentels' alliance with the World Trees, how they had joined together to create gigantic seed ships as their battle vessels, before the burning treachery of the Phyros. Jess squeezed his eyes shut against the horror, but the nightmare was inside his head as he experienced a Wentel dragged screaming into the inferno of a sun. But the strength and confidence of the Wentels thrummed through him, and he had no choice but to set aside his uneasiness. "We will start again, one drop at a time, and we will succeed." Then his mind filled with a flood of startling new images, fresh attacks that were occurring even now, as witnessed by another Wentel cluster, a group of samples carried by Nico-chan Tyler. Through the watery film over his eyes, he saw what the other Wentels were witnessing. Jess watched as a large artificial installation, Hurricane Depot, was attacked by giant battleships, not by Hydrogue ships this time. The aggressors were Earth Defense Forces vessels, Mantas and Juggernauts. The Eddies had launched a full-scale invasion, capturing Romer prisoners, stealing supplies, then completely destroying the depot. All Wentels saw the same thing, and communicated to each of his water-bearers what had happened. No one was close enough to help Hurricane Depot, including Jess. Even so, his scattered volunteers knew. The big goose could not keep this a secret. "Damn them," he said. He thought the water inside his ship and all around him might boil as his energized skin reacted to his anger. But though he could not reach Hurricane Depot in time, he could help. He could send a message. He could take action. "Go to Cheska." He sent the thought like a shout. "Whichever one of you is closest, find Speaker Peroni. Tell her what has happened. Then, Nico, you track her down and deliver your proof." The warning would spread like fast ripples in a pond. He and his volunteers would restore the Wentels to help in the fight against the Hydrogues. But the Speaker for all clans was the right person to face the Hansa chairman. Unconsciously, Jess's heart led him back to a large, roving comet, outbound now after it had looped around its isolated sun. As the ball of ice and snow headed back out on its long orbit, the gases in the coma and tail would condense again. Only a year ago, he had arranged to meet Cheska for a secret romantic rendezvous in the wispy tail. Here, Jess could think only of his love and his foolish choices, his poor timing. This comet would always be special to him, a place of memories. Now, with the help of the Wentels, he would transform the comet into something even more magical. "Do you require liquid water, or is ice good enough to contain you?" "Water is water, steam, liquid, or ice. The material state does not matter to us." Even though the exotic Wentel ship responded to his thoughts and gestures, Jess needed all of his piloting skill to bring the coral and pearl bubble through the pelting sleet of the comet's coma to land on the frozen surface. He walked through the gelatinous wall of his vessel and stepped out, unprotected except for a film of sparkling moisture in his pearlescent gossamer garment, onto black ice and grayish-white snow. The Wentel presence kept his body intact even in the vacuum of open space. As he set his bare foot on the rugged, sterile ground, just a few droplets of the possessed water seeped out of his energized skin and permeated the crystal lattice of cometary ice. Jess stared in amazement as the tumbling, evaporating iceberg came to eerie life. The sparkle and power of the Wentels began to grow like phosphorescent dye spreading into a pool. The expanding Wentels swiftly penetrated fissures and swept through the solid blocks of ice that bound the comet together. "The Hydrogues will never think to look for us here," the Wentels said in his mind. Jess remained for a long moment in the cold, still silence. Finally he returned to his water-bubble vessel, detached it from the comet, and flew away. Jess felt immense satisfaction to see the comet crackle and glow. It lit up like a spotlight now, a new cluster of Wentels in a cannonball of watery energy. Counting it another victory, Jess flew off in search of more places where he could seed humanity's unexpected allies. 89. Mage Imperator Jorah. Now that he had returned from Dobro and settled back into his chrysalis chair, the Mage Imperator had important changes to make. Jorah sent a message runner to summon his daughter Yazra. He wanted to speak with her about something that intrigued him far more than an endless succession of obsessively dedicated Ildiran pilgrims who wished to gaze upon him. Lately, it seemed a great many of them were coming from Hyrulka, possibly representatives to begin shipping Shing from the battered world. The first of the day's sycophants already waited outside the Sky Sphere reception hall, and Yazra passed them as she bounded into her father's presence. Her every movement seemed supple, as if her bones were made of solidified grace. The 3 tawny and powerful Isaacs cats accompanied her with their usual, perfectly synchronized movement. The Ildiran nobles in the hall backed away, intimidated by the feline predators. The Mage Imperator sat up in his chair, smiling. "Must you always bring those pets with you? You are frightening my functionaries." Ascending the dais, Yazra smirked at the cowering courtiers with disdain. "Am I responsible for their silly fears, Liege? I keep my cats under control." When she stopped at the top step, The Isaac's cats sat, one to either side of Yazra, the other behind and facing away from her. The panther-like creatures were narrow, their faces pointed like greyhounds. They could run fast, attack swiftly, and kill in the blink of an eye. Jorah smiled indulgently. "Despite all the crises around me, Yazra, one look at you shows that our race has the strength to face any adversary. In fact, I pity anyone who would dare to go against you." She accepted the praise, but did not bask in it. Most noble females were beautiful, pampered courtesans whose impeccably smooth skin glistened from lotions and photoactive paints. They adorned their shaved scalps, necks, and shoulders with swirls of shifting pigments like chameleon stripes. Liloa, Jorah's first lover, had been one of them. Yazra was not. She let her bronze hair grow into a loose, wild mane. Her smoky topaz eyes glittered with a feral light. Though she had always had the opportunity to be among noble women, Yazra preferred to train with soldier Kithmen, developing her reflexes, honing her skills, keeping her body lean and powerful. Her activities would have made any other noblewoman an outcast, but the daughter of the Mage Imperator was allowed her eccentricities. Jorah knew she was proficient at weapons work, though not as physically strong as the soldier Kithmen. Yazra had taken many lovers, all of them guards or soldiers. She had never shown any interest in nobles, weakling bureaucrats, or preoccupied lens Kithmen. When Jorah had questioned her about this, she'd answered, "I'm afraid I might break them, father." Now she tossed her long hair and met his eyes. "I'm always honored when you summon me. What service may I offer you, father?" It was refreshing to have someone face him so directly. The batch of Hyrilka pilgrims still waited outside, and the nobles gradually went about their duties, though they continued to look askance at the Isaac's cats. The Mage Imperator leaned forward in his padded seat. "I wanted to ask your opinion, Yazra, about the current role of women in Ildiran society. I believe you have somewhat different ideas than most Ildirans hold." "I certainly do. The females of some lower kiths, the workers and servants and soldiers, are treated as equals and contribute as much labor as the males. But look at the higher kiths, the nobles, the bureaucrats." She gestured scornfully around the room. "The courtiers. What do the women do? They are just decorations, and they are proud of it. If they are so evolved and intelligent, perhaps they should contribute more to our society." Jorah grinned, knowing that most Ildirans would hear her words with horror. "And what about yourself, Yazra? Do you believe you can contribute as well?" "I already have, and I expect to continue to do so." "Perhaps we'll start with you, then. Our empire is troubled. Through the Thism, I can sense that many things are wrong. Even here in the prison palace, some say I should be more wary. I'm inclined to heed that advice, though I can't conceive of my own people turning against me." "From what I've read in the saga," Yazra countered, "many inconceivable events have occurred in our history." Jorah settled deeper into his chrysalis chair, glad to know that she read the saga on her own, rather than just listening to the dramatic distillations and rememberer performances. "Yazra, many guard Kithmen are assigned to watch over me, but my father selected Bronn as his special personal guard. Bronn was ultimately responsible for the Mage Imperator's safety. I have not yet announced who will serve me in that capacity." Yazra gave him a stern look. "You should not wait, Liege. I can offer advice. I know many of the guards, and I can tell you which are the most dedicated, which are strongest, which would serve you best." Jorah waved his hand. "I'm not interested in them. I've already made my decision." She showed no indignation that he had not consulted her. "I have selected you, Yazra. I want you to be my personal bodyguard." Caution warred with hope in her topaz eyes. "But, father, there are more qualified fighters." "I have seen you train, Yazra. I know you are superb with weapons. Your Isaac's cats obey your every command." He smiled proudly. "Besides, would not a daughter do anything to protect her father? The Thism shows me that your loyalty is without question." Yazra made no further objection. They both knew the obvious drawbacks. The selection of a female as the Mage Imperator's personal bodyguard, a woman not even of the soldier kith but noble-born, would cause much discussion and consternation. Already the nobles in the reception hall were filled with dismay at Jorah's startling breaks from tradition, standing and walking around the palace on his 2 feet, leaving Ildira to visit Dobro, sitting in the chrysalis chair only when it suited him, and now choosing his daughter for a position always reserved for a different kith. Yazra made the slightest gesture, and all 3 of her Isaac's cats got to their feet, dynamos of golden fur and rippling muscle. They all faced the Mage Imperator. "I would be honored to serve in such a capacity, Liege. I will never fail you, and I will protect you to my last breath. I will make you proud." "I know. That is why I chose you." 90. Hyrilka designate Rusa. With most of Hyrilka's population liberated by the potent raw Shing, Rusa took advantage of his opportunity. He knew what must be done before it was too late for the Empire. The designate did not act for his own aggrandizement, but out of sheer conviction. He had seen the light source and could follow the bright path more closely than any other Ildiran. Better than Jorah, better than their corpulent father. Too much harm had already been done. It wasn't the fault of the Ildiran people that they had strayed. They blindly followed the Mage Imperator's guidance, even when it was flawed. They were not supposed to make their own decisions or think their own thoughts. They were expected to obey and follow and cooperate. But when their appointed leader was deluded, the Ildirans had no hope of being anything but lost. Rusa knew how to change that, and the Shing would help him. Already a handful of converts were bound to him. After this evening, he would have most of the population of Hyrilka. Several days earlier, in a private ceremony and consultation, his lens kithman had already been brought to the true path. His pleasure mates had always followed him eagerly, and he'd brought them over to his side as well. The lovely, fertile women were no longer concerned with the fleshly pleasures that had so consumed them before. Now they were just as fanatically devoted to different goals. His goals. Thor had not been a problem. From the beginning the young man had voluntarily participated, and as the prime designate he would be an important weapon in what was sure to be a difficult but necessary struggle. Piri, though, was likely to be trouble. The designate in waiting was too intelligent, too loyal to his father, with no obvious weaknesses. But Rusa would find an appropriate solution. The light source would guide him infallibly through the many tribulations that lay ahead in their glorious future. The Hyrilka designate returned to the Citadel Palace as the blue-white primary set, leaving the sky ruddy with orange light from the swollen secondary. The horizon cluster brightened overhead, hundreds of worlds and stars spangling together in a crowded display. Since his head injury, Rusa had been cut off from the normal Thism of the Ildiran people. But now that most of the Hyrilka population had gorged themselves on fresh Shing, they wandered dazedly free, cut off from the network of thoughts. They were separated from the intrusive surveillance of Mage Imperator Jorah, and Rusa could weave them together into a strong, new pattern. Now, by his own command, all Hyrilkans were blanketed in the same healing mental silence that Rusa had felt for so long. While he was deep in his sub-Thism sleep, the light source had granted him superior skills. And now he reached out with newfound power. While the population remained bleary and pliable from the raw Shing, he would begin to collect the numb lines of Thism that would eventually have returned to Jorah. One graceful strand at a time, Rusa would draw all those loose threads together and lay down new mental paths, bringing the minds of the Hyrilkans into a clean, clear tapestry of his own design, inspired by the light source itself. Now, surrounded by devoted converts in the orange dusk, Rusa sat in the Citadel Palace, smiling. Beside him, his pleasure-mates and lens-kithman and proud Thor stood ready to offer their support. These were the binding filaments of his new web, and he would draw upon them to re-network the Hyrilkan people before the Shing wore off, cementing their mental connections again. Soon all of Hyrilka would be a part of him, his own lacework of Thism. Nearby, but isolated from all the invisible changes, young Piri wore a disapproving expression as servers brought in banquet foods. The designate-in-waiting still had no idea what was happening around him. Dancers stumbled, trying to recapture their graceful moves, still disoriented because of the Shing. "This is appalling, Uncle." "Stop complaining," Thor retorted. "The people deserve this celebration, and Designate Rusa has decreed it." Piri sat in his appointed place, but did not touch his food. He was uneasy, his skin pasty and moist. Now that so many of the people on Hyrilka had separated from Jorah's Thism and linked instead to Rusa's, the designate-in-waiting was cut off from the comfort of even a small splinter colony. And it would only get worse for him. When Rusa stood, all the people in the open pavilions fell instantly silent, though they were not yet completely under his control. The designate looked at them with glittering eyes, seeing so much potential here. He called for the 2 medical kithmen who had accompanied him from Ildira to watch over his condition and monitor his recovery. Rusa had secretly forced one of them to take Shing and had converted him. Afterward, the other doctor had easily been persuaded. Tonight they would take the necessary and dramatic action to cement his ever-expanding hold. "I have an announcement that most of you will not believe at first." Rusa said the words, but he was sure that they would believe him. The people were in his grasp. He had the proof, and it certainly explained some of Mage Imperator Jorah's recent troubling behavior. "Our times are dark, and Hyrilka has suffered. The Hydrogues prey upon us. We have failed not because the light source has grown dim, but because our leaders have been unable to see it. My father, Mage Imperator Kairak, had so many schemes that he deluded himself. My brother Jorah is even worse, for he has willingly remained blind." Piri stood up, his face white with rage. "Uncle, even your injuries do not excuse the words you speak." The Shing-dazed listeners continued to regard the designate-in-waiting with muddled interest, but no indignation. Thanks to the drug, none of the others could sense Piri in the Thism. Thor just smiled. "Listen when the rightful designate speaks, little brother. You might learn something." "The Mage Imperator can sense the unrest you are sowing," Piri insisted. "Beware of what you say." Rusa frowned at the young man who had refused to take Shing with the rest of the people. "Jorah has no presence here tonight, save through your eyes, Piri. Perhaps we should send you away?" By now the designate-in-waiting must have sensed that he alone remained connected to Ildira through a tenuous thread of Thism, and that the rest of Hyrilka stood against him. "Listen to what I have to say, Piri. Before you make up your mind, you are an intelligent young man, trained to be the next Hyrilka designate. But destiny and preconceptions can be changed. We have the power." Piri stared at him in shock. "I refuse. I won't let you." The Hyrilka designate frowned. "First hear me out, then make your choice. Our people have been deceived into believing that Jorah is the true Mage Imperator, the rightful nexus of all the strands of Thism. But I know otherwise, for the light source has shunned him. While I was in my sub-thism sleep, I was unable to move physically, but I ventured elsewhere in my mind. I saw secrets. I learned facts that no other Ildiran suspected. And now I have finally acquired proof." Thor looked as if he might burst into a cheer. Piri was barely able to contain his confusion. "What sort of proof?" Since he had not joined the revelers in the Nealia fields, the young man remained clear-headed and skeptical. The rest of the Hyrilkans accepted Rusa's dictates without question. "The former Mage Imperator died suddenly, while I lay unconscious, and in the shock and grief that followed, Jorah quickly ascended to become our new leader. Ildirans thought him diligent and honorable. None of us guessed that he was power-mad, that he would do anything to be rid of our father so that he could assume the chrysalis chair and the prism palace for himself." Piri lurched to his feet and turned to leave, but 2 guards blocked his way. Rusa continued, knowing the designate in waiting was listening, though he wanted to flee. "I obtained a tissue sample from one of the handlers who prepared the dead Mage Imperator's body for his funeral. The chemical analysis makes the answer absolutely clear. Kairak did not simply die. He was poisoned." As the others gasped, Rusa continued. "His bodyguard Bronn must have been a co-conspirator, but he had the honor to take his own life immediately after my father lay dead in the chrysalis chair. Jorah, though, got what he wanted. He himself must have murdered the Mage Imperator to become an unlawful usurper." Even drugged on Sheen, the people in the Citadel Palace muttered uneasily at this. Some gasped, but they believed Rusa's words, assuming the proof he offered must be incontrovertible. "And that is why the light source has deserted him," the designate cried. "The soul threads cannot penetrate the darkness of Jorah's heart. All Ildirans are paying the price, and our race will continue to suffer unless I can lead us back to the realm of the light source." He folded his hands. "I am prepared to do what I must." While Thor listened, wearing an empty smile and nodding at the horrific revelations, Piri was indignant. Rusa became impatient with him and turned to the burly guards. "Take the designate in waiting and hold him in his chambers until he can be suitably convinced." The Hyrilkans did not object. Piri could offer only a token resistance, as several muscular soldiers took him away from the open courtyard where bright flowers on the curling vines had opened up in twilight bloom. None of the Ildirans could sense him in the Thism. With the designate in waiting gone, Rusa turned his back on his hard-looking pleasure mates and called the 2 devoted medical Kithman closer. "If Jorah is not the true Mage Imperator, then the Ildiran race must have one. The light source has chosen me for this burden. I know the difficult road that lies ahead, but I will follow the bright path. I am confident in my guidance. I will endure for the good of the Ildiran people." He lay back on an open divan and unfastened his robe to expose himself, reclining naked. "You here are privileged to witness an event that will forever change the Ildiran race." The 2 medical Kithman withdrew razor-edged crystalline knives. Rusa glanced at his pleasure mates, recalling distantly all the hedonistic times he had shared with them. But that was no longer his lot, and physical pleasure no longer interested him. He turned from them and closed his eyes, diverting his thoughts to see the light within. After his long ordeal, he knew his true mission. Only a selfish coward would turn away now. He must follow his beliefs to the end. He alone could restring the net of Thism, take away the corrupted strands knotted around Jorah, and bring them all to himself. Hyrilka would be the start. Next, the many systems in the Horizon cluster would follow. And then, the remainder of the Eldiran Empire. With a whisper, the designate gave his order, and the doctors made a quick, clean slash between his legs. Rusa clenched his jaw, biting back the pain, forcing it through his nerves and channeling it until it became an inferno of light in his mind. From there he could see all the drifting strands of Thism cut loose by his population's reliance on Shing. And like a master, paying no attention to the continued ministrations of the medical Kithman or the odd chatter of the audience in the Citadel Palace, Rusa bound all the strands together, gathering them to his heart, and securing them so that Jorah would no longer have any hold on these people. He smiled, holding at last the true Thism that would form a basis for a rejuvenated and purified Eldiran Empire. '91. Sarene. When Sarene tried to find her old quarters in the Fungus Reef City, she discovered that the rooms had been cobbled together with emergency patchworks, as if some blind or drunken surgeon had attempted to fix a grievous wound. Roamers. They had no sense of aesthetics, concentrating only on functionality and brute force fixes. Though they had used world-tree wood in many places, the occasional metal girders and tasteless, stained alloy wall plates were atrocious. For some reason, the Theron people, including the Green Priests, had cooperated with their efforts and actually helped put everything back together this way. Her parents both seemed pleased with the work the clans had done. Eventually, as the world forest healed, Sarene hoped the scars would be mercifully covered over, but it would take a long, long time. Roamer workers continued to blunder through the ruins of the forest while pretending to offer assistance. Obviously, the space gypsies were here for their own purposes, their own profits, regardless of the altruistic claims they made. Since Basil wanted her to take on her rightful role as the new mother, Sarene requested a private meeting with her parents inside the main meeting chamber. "We are glad that you've come back, Sarene." Alexa smiled. "There's so much we need to catch up on." Sarene's nostrils flared as she drew deep breaths in and out, calming herself, remembering her diplomatic training. "I only hope I've arrived in time. Don't trust the roamers. Do you think they're doing this out of the kindness of their hearts?" Outside, in the forest, machinery continued to level the debris, scraping the forest soil clean, dumping chemical fertilizers, spreading seeds for fast-growing ground cover. Buzzing haulers lifted away one giant world tree, trunk after another, taking it to distant roamer processing colonies. The operation reminded Sarene of grave robbers stealing corpses. Alexa said, "My daughter, what are you talking about? The roamers are helping us greatly, and the Green Priests and Theron workers have made exceptional progress in the past month. We're all working together. You're letting treasure slip through your fingers. Can't you see the enormous effort the roamers are putting in here? Such help comes only for a price. Have you asked yourselves what they are trying to gain?" Idris scratched his thick black beard. "Offering aid in the wake of a disaster is what good-hearted people do. We would have done the same for them if we had known, and if we were capable. Remember, Speaker Peroni was betrothed to Reynold. We were going to have family alliances, roamers and Therons." Her parents were so painfully trusting. Sarene recalled why she had been eager to leave stifling Therak and go to civilized Earth. "Roamers have always been kind to us, Sarene." Alexa leaned closer, frowning. "Why must you think the worst of the clans?" Her frustration finally boiled over. "Because Speaker Peroni cut off the Hansa from Ekti supplies and other vital goods right when we need them the most." She held up her hand and ticked off other reasons she had heard Basil use. Because the clans refuse to be counted like any other Hansa colony, because they pay no taxes, except what we can impose upon them as trade tariffs, because we don't even know where most of their settlements are or what they're doing behind all that secrecy. She waited in vain for some sign of agreement from her parents. Doesn't that make you the least bit suspicious? Idris shook his head. Frankly, we need their help. I don't see any downside. Sarain let out an exasperated breath. Look at all the World Tree wood they're taking away from Therak. They'll turn that into a valuable commodity and make enormous profits from it. We offered the World Tree wood as payment for their help, Alexa said with extended patience. Without being asked, Cesca Peroni promised to share some of those profits with us. Do you have anything in writing? Did you negotiate proper terms for Therak? What sort of percentage are the roamers going to give back? Idris sat back in his chair. I'm sure it'll be fair. She had no obligation to do so in the first place. Hundreds of Hansa traders and businessmen would have bid for the right to process and distribute the fallen World Tree wood. You didn't even ask for competitive plans. You simply handed it all to the roamer clans. That makes no sense. Finally, her father showed a flash of impatience. Sarain, dear, look out the window at all the work being done. Do you see any representatives of the Hanseatic League offering assistance? Do you see a single team of civil engineers from the Earth Defense Forces helping us rebuild? No, you do not. You see only roamers. Why should we reward anyone else? Alexa stood up from her gilded chair. I have no wish to continue this discussion until you have made overtures to Cesca, Sarain. It would be best for the two of you to speak face to face and settle your differences. If the Hydrogs hadn't killed Reynold, she would be your sister-in-law now. Your father and I very much want you to be friends. She took Idris by the arm and left Sarain standing there, feeling like a little girl. Sarain found the roamer speaker in a soot-covered forest meadow and asked her for a private conversation. My parents insist that I speak with you. Speaker Peroni raised her eyebrows. And why is that? They say my suspicions and doubts are unfair to you people. Cesca's dark eyes widened slightly. Your suspicions and doubts? That's interesting, considering that the Hansa has hounded, cheated, and persecuted us for generations. When I learned that you'd returned to Therak, I hoped you would act as an intermediary between the Hansa and the Romer clans, since you are Reynold's sister. Therans are independent, so I thought you might be more open-minded. It occurred to Sarain that if she could heal this breach, then Basil would be indebted to her for years. Restore Ekti deliveries, and I'll consider intervening for you with the Hansa. Do you represent the people of Therak, or are you merely a mouthpiece for Chairman Wenceslaus and his Eddy guard dogs? Sarain was affronted. You descend to the lowest insults when I'm trying to settle our differences? Insults? I'm exercising admirable restraint. The chairman already knows what he needs to do before we'll resume Ekti deliveries. The ball's in his court. Sarain knew she was in the stronger bargaining position. Don't make the mistake of assuming that Ekti gives you the power to coerce the Hansa in any way. Earth has already received several shipments from our cloud harvester on Krona 3. Once we establish other such facilities, and after our transportal colonization initiative takes hold, we'll no longer need Romer Ekti at all. Then where will you be? Cesca did not rise to the bait. Self-sufficient and independent, I believe. Just think it through, Ambassador. The Hansa stole from us and committed murder. Why else would we have stopped selling Ekti? It was our most profitable export. But I've seen what the Eddies do to our helpless cargo ships and the innocent men and women who work on them. Fabricated stories. I have indisputable proof, Cesca retorted. Would you like to see the wreckage for yourself? See the Jazer burns? Sarene hardened her expression, refusing to believe. Chairman Wenceslas would never authorize such outrageous acts, and the king would certainly never condone them. But in the back of her mind, Sarene remembered some of the shadowy things Basil had already done. Was hijacking a Romer cargo ship and stealing its ecti much different? She didn't want to consider the possibility. Then why hasn't he bothered to deny or even address our grievances? The heavy lifters droned overhead, carrying fallen trees. Earth movers pushed broken debris aside, while groups of green priests found fertile patches of soil and manually planted treelings. The two women seemed to be in a bubble of emptiness, while activity continued around them. Sarene's back was straight and her lips were pale. All her muscles remained tense. Suddenly, a florid-faced Romer in a uniform covered with embroidery and pockets came running up. "Speaker Peroni, there is an emergency. It's Hurricane Depot." With a sidelong look at Sarene, the man leaned close to whisper to Cesca Peroni. Her face grew dark with rage. Then she turned to glower back at Sarene. "As if we needed more proof. A battle group of your Earth Defense Forces just attacked one of our largest facilities. They stole our ecti and our supplies, kidnapped every person aboard the station, and then completely destroyed it." "I don't believe that." At first, Sarene didn't think the news could possibly be true. But would Speaker Peroni simply concoct such an outrageous lie, or send a shill with a fictitious message? Not likely. Before leaving Earth, Sarene had suspected that Basil intended to make some sort of gesture against the Romers, but she had never guessed it would be so bold or provocative. As the Hydrogue War continued, the chairman had become more aggressive, more of a hawk. Had he and General Lanyon finally stepped over the line? "I intend to submit full documentation and verifiable images to the Whisper Palace." Speaker Peroni was visibly containing her fury. "Drogue attacks are bad enough, but coming from the Hansa? I had hoped to resolve this in a calm and fair manner, but the big goose has shown its plumage for all to see. You had best reconsider just how reliable your friends are, Ambassador, for the good of all Theron people." Then she raced with the Romer message runner back to his ship. 92. Koto Okaya. The ship accommodations were minimal on Koto's journey to Oscavel, but he didn't notice one bit. His attention was elsewhere. He had already forgotten about the work on Theroc and delved into other problems and mysteries. Cesca Peroni had arranged a spare bunk for him on an outbound cargo escort to the Oscavel shipyards. He had food, water, and air. That was all he needed. The captain of the cargo escort was a solitary person who didn't particularly welcome passengers, but since the eccentric engineer kept to himself and his calculations, the two men got along well. En route, Koto remained preoccupied with the idea of investigating a genuine Hydrogue ship intact. His mind crackled with possibilities. Unfortunately, so little was known about drogue vessels that he couldn't even extrapolate or develop theories until he saw it. So he turned his restless mind to other challenges. First, it had been impossible heat on Isparos, where several people had lost their lives. So he resolved to do better on ultra-cold Jonah 12, where lakes of liquid methane surrounded by icebergs of frozen ammonia gave the planetoid a fairyland appearance. Because the atmospheric gases were in solid form, Romer workers and durable tractors had been able to go out with shovel apparatus and scoop the hydrogen right off the ground. But most man-made mechanical systems could not function for long in such a cold environment. Now, on his bunk, Koto did a complete revamp of the crawlers and extractors, then designed a more compact kind of vacuum baffle insulation for the engines. He had never considered himself a particularly adventurous man, but he remembered Cesca Peroni's challenge to all Romers on the day she'd become speaker, taking over the job from Koto's mother. The young woman had looked so intent, so beautiful and so dedicated that Koto had made up his mind not to disappoint her. In his free time, he also studied all published documents about Cliquist transportals, and even some of the papers about the Cliquist torch. The insectoid civilization had developed completely alien forms of mathematics and engineering, but it was all intriguing, and Koto liked to put ideas together in different ways. His thoughts were like a projectile ricocheting at random in zero gravity. But when the cargo escort reached its destination, Koto put everything in the back of his mind. Barrel-chested Del Kellum met him when the ship docked. Kellum stood with his hands on his hips and his bushy beard protruding. "By damn, Koto, your mother always told us we should listen to your hair-brained ideas. Now you get a chance to be as hair-brained as you like." Koto took no insult from the clan leader's bluster. "I appreciate the opportunity." He glanced around inside the docking room. "So where is the derelict? I'm anxious to get started." "We wouldn't keep a thing like that near our populated facilities. The drogues might come looking for it." He clapped a hand on Koto's shoulder and led him deeper inside. "No, some of my workers took it to the other side of the rings, where it sits all alone, just waiting for you." On a wall screen, Kellum projected an orbital diagram with a marker blip indicating where the small hydrogue sphere had been placed in a stable orbit at the outer fringe of the ring. "I've assigned 5 of our listener and friendly copies to be your assistants, but you'll be the only human out there. Unless you need somebody else?" He raised his eyebrows, hoping Koto wouldn't disagree. The engineer shook his head. "No, I'd prefer to be by myself." "Good. I've got a full stash of supplies, diagnostics, and lab equipment ready for you to go." When Kellum called up a photographic image of the alien sphere, Koto stared at it, mesmerized. "Now, you figure the thing out." 93. Davlin Lots. By the time Davlin's ship limped to the edge of the Relica system, only fumes remained in the star drive chambers, but his transmitter still called out for help. Relica's sun looked bright, its planets brilliant dots, all of them impossibly far away. He spent hours in detailed calculations, considering and dismissing many desperate alternatives. Finally, with careful timing, he fired a burst of his engines, flaming out the last of his fuel to give the ship a push, taking it out of its decreasing velocity curve so that he could coast just a bit farther. He would drift closer to one of the planets, but much too slowly. After a day when he'd begun to lose hope that he would be spotted in time, his ship was intercepted by an outlying picket scout keeping watch for hydrogue incursions. The Relica defense scouts were not formally part of the EDF and apparently poorly trained, but at least they were in the right place. As soon as they brought him aboard, knowing he had no time to lose, Davlin hauled out his old credentials from Chairman Wenceslas and flaunted his EDF rank. When the scout still appeared uneasy, he used Silver Beret techniques to commandeer the picket ship so that he could race to Relica and make his demands. The people on Krenna were freezing, dying, and counting on him. The Relica population, though, was as unprepared for austerity measures as most colonies. This had been a luxury world, a spa and vacation spot that catered to wealthy Hansa citizens. Far from being self-sufficient, the inhabitants had long since used most of their ekti to gather emergency materials and discretionary items they thought they needed to survive. When Davlin presented himself to the Relica governor, a well-fed-looking woman named Jane Picard, she said she had no resources to assist the Krenna colonists. She shrugged. "Irrespective of your credentials, Mr. Lotz, and your clear urgency, we simply can't help you. Your people don't appear to be trying very hard to come up with solutions." Davlin remained standing in the governor's office long after the woman had become uncomfortable. But he had no way to force Relica to take action, not even to tempt them into offering assistance. He couldn't believe that despite overwhelming odds he had made it here, only to find himself with a new set of obstacles and no time to work around them. He was frustrated at his own helplessness. Had he come this far only to fail the people of Krenna after all? Finally, with a sigh, Governor Picard said, "We're due to have a scheduled supply run in another day or two. Someone named Ket, the voracious something, maybe they can help you." Davlin smiled at last. When Relinda Ket and Branson Roberts arrived in their 2 ships, Davlin immediately went to meet them. "You did tell me to contact you if I ever needed any help." He found it fundamentally unsettling to depend on anyone. "Now I need it." Relinda gave him a huge grin as he explained the situation. "Ha! I'm happy to help. You didn't think I was one of those government types who goes back on a promise, did you?" Both she and Roberts dumped everything from their cargo bays, emptying out all the crates and materials that should have been distributed to other colonies. "I'll just add it to Reliker's tab. 130 people, you said? Are they at least thinner than I am?" She patted her wide hips. "I can promise that." "Then let's go." The voracious curiosity and the blind faith descended into the darkness of the smothered Krenna system. Davlin rode in the cockpit next to Relinda Ket, much more animated and intense now than he had been when she dropped him off at Krenna not long ago. He could barely contain his relief. A transmission came from the blind faith. "We're here, but somebody switched off the sun all right. Can't even tell we're in a planetary system." "Just watch out that you don't run smack into the star, Bebop. Sometimes you don't pay enough attention to your piloting." "I resent that, Relinda, but I don't hear you arguing." She adjusted course, and Davlin leaned close to the cockpit windows. Viewing through infrared filters, they could still see fading colors as the planet's thermal energy bled into space. With the sun's nuclear fires extinguished, the whole Krenna system was nothing more than a cooling corpse, a dark ball in space. The planet's atmosphere had already frozen out. Ice sheets were piled on top of shattered ground upheavals. The air had condensed into carbon dioxide snow. All lakes and streams were obliterated, every living thing wiped out on the surface. Davlin shook his head. "I hope the people are still alive down there." "How long did you say this ice age has lasted?" Roberts transmitted. "Less than 2 weeks. There's still heat emanating from the planet itself, and the star's not entirely cold. Overall, there's about 1% of the former flux." "Good thing we brought our shovels," Relinda said. "Tell me where to go, Davlin." Before departing, he had placed a locator beacon with a long-lived battery near the hatch that covered the tunnels. He had never mentioned it to Mayeruis, not wanting the people huddled in their warrens to realize how bad the outer environment would get. He scanned through frequency bands and finally located the faint pinging of the locator beacon, much weaker than he'd expected. To his dismay, he realized that the beacon itself was buried under deep ice. "I'll project a bullseye for you." They descended through swirling air that had frozen into a slurry of snow and carbon dioxide flakes. Davlin operated the comm systems. "Krenna Colony, this is Davlin Lotz." He waited, but heard only static. "Mayeruis, are you still receiving? I've brought help." He tried several times, equally unsuccessful. Relinda looked at her equipment and shook her head. "Oh, don't read too much into it, Davlin. The storms and the snow are building up a significant EM disturbance, and a normal signal might not be able to punch through all that ice." When the 2 ships reached position, Davlin peered down at the swirling layers of ice and frozen atmosphere. He couldn't even see the protrusions of his hangar or any of the town's buildings. "Shall we sprinkle some salt?" Roberts joked. "If it's frozen atmosphere, there'll be a very low volatilization point. We can melt it with the exhaust from our engines," Relinda said. "Don't have to be pretty about it." She dropped the Curiosity closer for a slow landing and let the hot vented gases blast geysers of steam from a wide area near the sealed vault door. Drifting up and down to hold her position, in half an hour she had cut a significant divot, then withdrew to let the blind faith take its turn in the small zone, evaporating more of the thick frozen shield. Before long, they had excavated a large crater around the sealed metal cap. "Now for the next problem," Devlin said. "We were in such a hurry to get the Krena colonists underground to build a safe haven that would keep them warm, we just installed that single vault lid, not a sophisticated airlock."
"Can they survive long enough to make it into our ships?"
Relinda asked. Devlin shook his head. "There's no air. It's all frozen out."
"Well, then, that is interesting," she said. "There's no tube to connect the ship and the hatch," Bebop said.
"How many extra environment suits do we have?" Devlin asked.
"I've got 3 aboard, and Bebop has 3 on the Blind Faith."
4, the other captain transmitted. "Okay." Devlin tapped his fingers on the panel. "You have an emergency shelter dome, right?" Relinda nodded.
"It's in the crash kit, but it only holds a couple of people."
"So we erect and pressurize the tent as an airtight bubble atop the hatch and keep all the suits inside like a small airlock chamber. Then, when we crack the hatch lid from below, a couple of the colonists can come out and suit up. They'll go to the ships 6 or 7 at a time."
130 people? That'll take days for suiting up, pressurizing, and repressurizing, Robert said.
"Then it'll have to take days." Devlin flashed Relinda an uncharacteristic grin. "But it'll work." They all suited up and worked together outside, surrounded by the towering ice walls of the narrow borehole they had blasted down to the vault lid. They wrestled out the large, flexible structure designed as a sealed dome for short-term survival in an inhospitable space environment. Then they covered the region of the lid and anchored all the surrounding points. Devlin took one of his heavy tools and banged loudly on the metal cap, hoping to signal the colonists who had not been able to read his transmissions. Before long he felt a frantic, vibrating response, people hammering back from the other side. At least somebody's alive. Still suited, Branson Roberts came through the sphincter door, hauling the 3 extra suits from the Curiosity. He and Devlin would make a second trip to bring the 4 others from the Blind Faith. Relinda set up heaters inside the survival dome.
"This will be a tedious and not very dramatic ending to our rescue operation," Roberts said. "Saving people one step at a time is exciting enough for me."
Relinda playfully punched Devlin in the shoulder.
"You're pretty compassionate for a spy, Mr. Lotz."
Without answering, he worked the frozen hatch controls. When he finally succeeded in opening the heavy metal lid, several familiar colonists burst out grinning. Mayor Ruiz was one of the first, throwing his arms around Devlin and giving him a hug. The greeting unsettled him, but Devlin had no regrets. 94. Orly Kovitz. Starting with the framework of the old Cliquis city, the new colonists swiftly converted their temporary camp into a secure settlement on Corvus. It was a whole new world to tame. So much basic work remained to be done that the settlers had little time just to explore. Orly, though, considered it part of her job. Years ago, xenoarchaeologists had gone through the alien ruins, gathering as much material as possible before their funding ran out. Later, Hud Steinman and other Hansa scouts had done a preliminary investigation of the area. However, Orly knew there were hundreds of nooks and crannies where no previous investigator had ever set foot. Though her father was the one who someday expected to find lost riches, some of his persistent imagination had rubbed off on her. What if the Cliquis had hidden records or buried treasure during their last battle in the granite-walled canyon? When she slipped off to explore, Orly left her furry cricket in its cage. Her father had taken his shift in the listening station at the communications tower, where he was probably passing the time by dabbling with strange ideas for inventions. She went to where the canyon narrowed and the half-melted granite walls rose sheer and steep. Irregular mineral concentrations within the cracks had, over millennia, seeped out and grown into blocky crystals of alum like stacked cubes of murky glass. They spangled the cliff sides like strands of rough-cut diamonds. In her original notation, Margaret Colicos had poetically described the site as the mountains weeping crystal blood. Margaret had wondered if the placement was some sort of message laid down by the Cliquis, or an integrated circuit patterned along the granite walls, but analysis showed that the crystals had grown long after the devastating attack vitrified the stone. Now, when Orly looked at the lumps extending up the sheer wall, she saw them as convenient handholds, a stepladder that could carry her up to the inaccessible cracks and niches high in the rock face. She scrambled up, stepping on the crystals and grabbing with her hands to move her body higher. She grinned to think she was reaching places the archaeological expeditions could never have mapped. Margaret and Louis Colicos, as well as Hud Steinman, were old people. They would not have tried anything so physically demanding or risky. Halfway up she paused to look down, then realized that was not a good idea. The canyon floor was a long, dizzying way below her. The rest of the sheer cliff rose above her, and the lumps of alum crystal now seemed tiny and unstable. If she let go, if she fainted, the fall would be a straight, swift plunge to certain death. Swallowing hard, Orly decided to look up and forward and not bother to glance back down. She had her eye on a black vertical notch half hidden in a fold in the cliff. It might once have been a large cave opening, but the intense heat of ancient blasts had folded the granite down so that it drooped over the doorway like a partial curtain. By now, she was tired of climbing. When she reached the right height, she saw what she was looking for and started to work her way over to it. One foot slipped on the slick, smooth surface of a tilted alum block, but she caught herself by grabbing a sharp edge of re-hardened granite. Breathing hard, she squeezed her body into the dark cave. Because many of the rooms in the Clickus city were half collapsed and dark, all the new colonists carried small handlights. Orly crawled until she reached what was obviously a spacious chamber, then fumbled in her pocket. Now that her sore hands were free, she switched on the illumination. Light flowed out, splashing on the cave walls. Here, the rock was rough-hewn, pristine granite, not flash-softened like the outer cliffs, but the chamber was too perfectly symmetrical, too out of place, high up in the middle of a granite cliff, to have been formed naturally. She imagined an army of workers, the insectoid Clickus, chopping out a spherical room 5 meters across. But why so high up in the cliff? She shone her light on the rough ceiling and the far walls, searching for tunnels or exits, but found only the strange, web-like Clickus writing, hieroglyphics and equations that spiraled outward from a central point. When she pointed the handlight toward the dusty floor, she gasped. The last reports Margaret Colicos had transmitted contained images of a mummified Clickus body found on Ringdick Cove. Now, seeing the withered corpse on the floor, the girl instantly recognized the leathery cockroach shape of a Clickus, this one no longer intact. Its body had been torn apart. Its exoskeleton exploded from the inside as if numerous swallowed landmines had detonated. Its limbs and wing coverings looked chewed, as if something had torn its way out from within the corpse. Some terrible parasite native to Corybus? A predator? Inside the chamber, the shadows seemed darker, the temperature colder. She listened intently, but heard only the pounding of her pulse in her ears, her own ragged breathing, and the faint whistle of a breeze outside the cave opening. Beside the alien's body, Orly found another wrecked form, this one larger and darker, as if coated with oily shadows. It had the same basic shape, but made out of metal and obsidian-colored ceramics. One of the Clickus robots. The beetle-like machine had also been torn apart, just like the Clickus body. Its components were smashed and pummeled. Barely recognizable scraps lay strewn around the chamber floor, as if an army of rodents had toyed with a pile of treats. Pieces of near-indestructible exoskeleton were shattered, mangled, discarded like garbage. She couldn't imagine the strength such a thing would have required. Though this had taken place thousands of years ago, the sheer violence of the scene resounded like a shout in the claustrophobic silence. Something awful had destroyed both the ancient Clickus creature and the powerful robot. What sort of predator would strike both the Clickus and their machines? Orly shuddered, and the rock-walled chamber seemed much smaller now, the air thicker. Backing away, she bumped into the rough rock of the far wall and let out a yelp of fear. This was not the kind of mysterious treasure she had hoped to find. To calm herself, she drew several deep breaths and tried to hum one of the tunes she had made up on her synthesizer strips. She told herself she had nothing to worry about. Everything that might have attacked the Clickus had been gone from Corvus for millennia. The rational part of her mind realized that what she had found in this cave might be a truly significant archaeological find. But though her head was clear and her thoughts perfectly logical, her heart still hammered in her chest. She wanted to be out of the sheltered cliff chamber she had discovered. Orly suspected it would be a very long climb back down to the colony settlement. 95. Prime Designate Thor. After his uncle's startling imitation of the Mage Imperator's ascension ceremony, Thor was glad to turn his abilities to arranging for the creation of an opulent chrysalis chair for the new self-proclaimed Imperator. By now, surely his father had sensed something amiss here at Hyrilka. The Prime Designate instructed Hyrilka's best artisans, rememberers, and sculptors to design a fittingly extravagant vessel for the true leader. The craftsmen and artists worked with absolute dedication, refusing to rest or take sustenance until they were finished. Along its curved sides, inlaid with jewels, crystals, and precious metals, were scenes from the Saga of Seven Sons, tales of great mage imperators from Rusa's honored lineage. The events Thor had chosen to depict were taken from the mists of the past, with no connection to the unpleasant present, the misdirection and corruption his own father had laid upon the Eldiran people. After his giddy day of celebratory Shing consumption, Rusa had bound the disjointed thism of the Hyrilkan people to himself, forming a tight new web completely separate from the rest of the Eldirans. Hyrilka's population followed the new Imperator's every instruction, and any person who had accidentally or intentionally failed to ingest the potent stimulant drug was tracked down and forced to partake. Except for Piri, all of Hyrilka was now a single, unified organism. Thor had willingly and joyously offered his own abilities to support his uncle's rule. Only his stubborn brother had refused. The new Imperator's unquestioning guards still held Designate-in-Waiting Piri under house arrest within the Citadel Palace, refusing to let him see anyone. Thor had gone to speak with his brother several times, alternately taunting and pleading with him, but still Piri refused to see the obvious, though he was utterly isolated and suffering for it. Unlike the rest of Hyrilka's population, no one of the Mage Imperator's bloodline could be forced to cooperate with the new network of Thism. Piri had to change his mind willingly, had to break of his own accord from his deluded father. But the young man refused, and it was beginning to be a problem for his uncle's plans. Within 3 days, Thor proudly presented the new chrysalis chair to Rusa, who lay with glazed eyes, still recovering from the castration knife that had given him complete access to the parallel Thism network. Rusa was nearly strong enough to go out among his people again, and when he saw the chrysalis chair, his face lightened like the brightest sunrise in the horizon cluster. "It is magnificent. Thor, you are truly my Prime Designate." Thor stood beside his uncle, beaming with pride. Because the new Imperator had issued orders that none of his converted followers was to consume any more Shing and thereby weaken the restrung Thism network, he felt a bit unsteady from the first stages of withdrawal. All of the drug Hyrilka produced would now be stockpiled for the conversion of other worlds. Thor had depended on the stimulant for so long that now his body craved it, shook with his need for it. But simply being a part of Rusa's bright new thism was enough to give him strength. Assisted by Thor and a chattering group of attenders, the Imperator raised himself and took his position in the new chrysalis chair. He settled in, grasped the curved sides, then activated the lifting mechanism that held him above the polished floor. "According to the pilgrims I have dispatched to observe him, my brother Jorah now allows his feet to touch the ground. He claims to be the Mage Imperator, yet he walks about like a man, equal to other men." Rusa's face darkened with disgust. "He has so lost his way that he will never regain the shining path. As the true and real Imperator of our people, I intend to adhere to the purity of our traditions, as decreed by the Light Source." "Another reason why we must follow you, Uncle." Thor ran his fingers over the chair's inlaid jewels and meticulous carvings. "Now that I am mobile, I wish to inspect the new Nealia fields, the irrigation canals, and the Shing production facilities. They will become the cornerstone of my expanding rule." "No one has rested since their conversion, Liege. All other crops have been burned and plowed under for fertilizer. New canals are being dug, and every single agricultural Kithman is devoting his or her greatest ingenuity to expanding the plant moth growth and distribution." The chrysalis chair started forward, and Thor accompanied it. They passed vine-covered columns that framed the open courtyard where Rusa had once held his celebrations and parties, and now his important audiences. A tender Kithman scrambled about, clearing the way, while 4 loyal courtiers strode ahead to announce the Imperator's passage. Rusa sent them all away. "I wish to travel alone with my prime designate. Tell the workers in the Nealia fields that I will address them when I reach the harvesting and distillation facility." Attenders ran about like a swarm of insects, frantically doing what they were told. Noble Kithmen stepped aside, bowing reverently as the chrysalis chair passed. Reaching the nearest fields, Rusa guided the chair out onto one of the silvery irrigation channels. As Thor walked beside him at the edge of the waterway, the chrysalis chair moved like a ceremonial barge along the mirror-like water. Glittering creatures swam in the canals, jellyfish that fed on water, nutrients and sunlight to grow into a protein-rich gelatinous food source. Periodically, workers skimmed the canals with large screens to catch the jellyfish, which were consumed raw in joyous feasts. Rusa had given orders for the jellyfish to be harvested regularly, preserved, and added to the food stockpiles, which were then rationed now that all of Hyrilka's agricultural lands had been converted to Shing production. "Will we have enough food for our population, Liege?" Thor had asked. "We will soon conquer other worlds, starting with the Horizon Cluster. Shing is the key, and therefore other crops are secondary. Once my new Thism web spreads, we will have all the food of other planets, and my new armies of loyal Ildiran subjects will feed us." As the two gracefully moved among the Nealias, male plant moths fluttered about, seeking female flowers to fertilize. Organized laborers marched through the fields, harvesting transplantable shoots and hard seeds. Other Ildirans drained milky blood sap from ripe pods, collecting every drop and passing it along to runners, who delivered the vessels to the distillation facility where the potent liquid drug would be preserved in its raw, pearlescent form. The majority of these workers were not agricultural Kithmen bred to serve in the Nealia fields, but Imperator Rusa's new Thism had shaped all Kithmen into a combined unit, and now he needed farmers more than he needed other castes. Even bureaucrats, singers, and diggers went to work in the sweeping fields, planting, tilling, harvesting. Across the Hyrilkan continents, people of all kiths continued to spread the Nealia plantings. Rusa's objective was to increase Shing production tenfold. It was the only way he could bring other Ildirans into the tapestry of his vision. At the mosaic-tiled spaceport where Adar Korin had long ago arrived with his warliners to take the young Prime Designate back to Ildira, the first part of his father's treachery, Thor had now issued orders for all of Hyrilka's spaceships to be modified and refitted. Even cargo vessels were given additional hull armor and outfitted with both defensive and offensive weapons. Previously, only Solar Navy ships had borne arms, but Imperator Rusa insisted that many ways must change in order to wrench the Ildiran race back onto the light source path from which it had strayed. Shiploads of concentrated raw shing were readied for Imperator Rusa's next step. Thor did not know his uncle's plans, nor did any of the Lens Kithman, but they all had complete faith in the enlightened Imperator. All of the armored cargo ships were ready to take off as soon as Rusak chose his next conquest, and decided to make his move. At the end of the irrigation canals they reached a bustling factory complex filled with Ildirans of all kiths who were working diligently on the Shing packaging lines. After the Hydrogue attack, when Thor had returned here to reconstruct the facilities, this building had not been a factory at all, but an entertainment pavilion where performers had danced with reflective ribbons and pennants. Formerly, this had been the Hyrilka Designate's favorite spectacle. Now, though, priorities had changed, and Rusa had called a moratorium on unnecessary cultural activities. All Hyrilkans must save their time and energy for his vital work. When the Imperator's chrysalis chair glided up to the production factory, the dedicated workers were reluctant to turn from their intensive tasks. But when Rusa raised both hands, his subjects came close to hear him speak. "You are my chosen soldiers of the future, not just warriors and guards, but combatants in a larger battle for the soul of the Ildiran race. We must hope we are not too late to save our people." The people nodded, listening with rapt attention. Thor basked in the Imperator's words. "It has been made clear to me that the Hydrogues are not simply aliens, not mere enemies. They have returned as a demonic punishment. The light source brought this upon us. Did not the Hydrogues emerge from a burst of light at Ansir? Jorah, the so-called Mage Imperator, refuses to see this. Even my father, Kairok, did not recognize the connection, for he too was blinded to the true path of the Thism. But I have been guided by a vision. You will all help me bring about the painful but necessary changes to rescue our lost people. Under my guidance, the Empire shall grow great again, and the Hydrogues will disappear when the light source is satisfied that we have found our way." The people absorbed his words, not just through his voice, but also through their taught new Thism connection. Imperator Rusa stared at them for a long while with benevolent satisfaction, then asked Thor to follow him as he turned the chrysalis chair around. "We will begin our next operations soon, Prime Designate. One planet after another in the Horizon Cluster will join my network, and with each acquisition, I will grow stronger." Thor followed his uncle back through the Nyalia fields toward the Citadel Palace, puzzled. "How will we exert control over the whole Horizon Cluster, Liege? How can we, just a small group here on Hyrilka, defeat the Solar Navy?" Leaning back in his ornate womb-like vessel, Rusa smiled placidly. "The Solar Navy will soon be ours, too. We will use warliners to control other splinter colonies in the Horizon Cluster, but first we must capture those ships." Thor turned to him in quick surprise. "How?" The Imperator held up a finger that had once worn many jeweled rings. "We must lure them to Hyrilka. That is the next step." Thor imagined a Solar Navy fleet, bristling with arms, rushing to Hyrilka and angry at Rusa's apparent rebellion. The new Imperator continued to smile. "And I know exactly how to bring them here." 96. Cesca Peroni. On her way to Earth, Cesca had plenty of time to stew about what the Hansa had done. Leaving Ferox, she raced straight out to a meeting place where she'd arranged to intercept Nico-chan Tyler. Jess's volunteer water-bearers were already delivering the news to many scattered clan outposts, but she needed to meet the young man in person to receive his tangible evidence. Cesca waited in the empty vastness, searching for the blip indicating the young roamer's approach. Finally, the Aquarius arrived, almost on time. Looking agitated and out of his element, exactly as when he'd found the EDF blasted wreckage of Raven Kamarov's ship, Nico crossed over to the speaker's ship. He clutched his data packs that held the numerous stored images and recordings of all the eddy transmissions he had intercepted at Hurricane Depot. "This just keeps getting worse, Speaker," he said, playing the images for her on the small screen in the cockpit of her diplomatic craft. Cesca stared at the wanton destruction, the brutal conquest that had captured hostages and materiel, then the callous annihilation of the equilibrium station. Her cockpit suddenly felt very cold. "When they hit Raven's ship, they were trying to be sneaky," Cesca said. "Now this is open warfare." She held up the data packs. "The Big Goose thinks it can step all over us, but I guarantee that other colonies will remember what happened on Wairika, where the EDF hammered Hansa citizens because they kept a small Ekti stockpile for their own uses." "But roamers aren't even Hansa citizens," Nico said. "The Goose doesn't have any authority over us." "They have a large standing army. Some people think that's all they need." The young roamer still looked frazzled. "But what are you going to do, Speaker?" Cesca gathered her strength and determination, wishing the clan leaders hadn't forced her into the brash embargo in the first place. She'd known the roamers would suffer scorn and discomfort because of it, but she hadn't expected King Peter, or was it the chairman, to retaliate so aggressively. "I'm going to make them understand the error of their ways, Nico. Someone in the Terran Hanseatic League has to see reason." When her vessel finally reached Earth, Cesca set a course toward the Palace District. Instantly, space traffic control officers shouted at her to enter a holding orbit until her authorization could be cleared, but she ignored them. When EDF remoras flew into the sky, threatening to shoot her down, she transmitted on a broad channel, "I am Cesca Peroni, the speaker for all roamer clans. I have urgent business with the Hansa." The transport control officer said, "I was notified that the roamers were sending a diplomatic representative to Earth. You will have to go through regular ambassadorial channels if you want to speak to someone in the Hanseatic League." She answered in a cool, firm voice, "I don't wish to speak to someone. I need to see the king himself." The transport officer was brusque. "We don't control the king's appointment calendar, ma'am." "Cut off our Ekti, and now they think they own the spiral arm," one of the Remora pilots grumbled, knowing Cesca could hear him. Now that she was finally here, she wondered what she could accomplish by negotiating. The clans had already ceased all deliveries of star drive fuel and resource materials. What more could she threaten or do? In all likelihood, the Hansa might think she was bluffing, that the roamers depended on the commerce as much as the Big Goose did. But roamers had numerous ways to tighten their belts and become self-sufficient. What if the Hansa simply seized her, took her hostage as they had done with the inhabitants on Hurricane Depot? If they thought the squabbling families would ever agree to ransom terms, they did not understand the pride and independence of the roamers. Finally, the voice of a Hansa official came over the channel. "We will allow Speaker Peroni to land. A meeting will be arranged as soon as possible." Cesca brought her ship down, following directions provided by the remoras. As soon as she landed in the Palace District, uniformed escorts met her and led the way. No doubt while she was gone they would scan her ship, ransack it for valuable information, perhaps even plant tracers. but she had code-scrambled all useful data aboard, implanted it with self-erasure worms. She could easily detect and shed any tracking devices. She carried duplicate data wafers of the images from Hurricane Depot as she went off to her meeting. Thanks to the strange simultaneous warning transmitted through the Wentles, the roamers knew about the destruction of Hurricane Depot much sooner than even the EDF could have expected. That was Cheska's ace in the hole. Maybe they hadn't managed to prepare all of their lies and excuses yet. King Peter had always seemed reasonable and compassionate. He was married to Reynold's sister Estara, and Cheska hoped that he had a streak of fairness in him, more than Sarene did. Guards ushered her into a private meeting room within the Whisper Palace, and she sat in the chamber, marshalling her thoughts and rehearsing her words. She had plenty of time to do it. When a Compy servant opened the door, she stood promptly to greet the king, only to see that it was not Peter at all, but Chairman Wenceslas. "You have quite an unorthodox means of arrival, Speaker Peroni. I've been meaning to send you a message, but roamers are rather difficult to find when they don't wish to be found." "I'd say Hurricane Depot was quite a clear message." Her voice was brittle and defensive, and he showed a flash of surprise that she knew about the attack already. "Where is King Peter? I asked to see him." "I am the man in charge. You can talk to me." "Then you are also the man to blame? The man responsible for repeated, unprovoked, aggressive actions against roamer ships, facilities, and citizens?" She held out the data wafers that contained test results. "These are the analyses of the wreckage of a roamer ship, which was clearly destroyed by EDF weaponry, but not before its cargo of ecti was confiscated." Cheska pushed the files toward him, but Basil just looked at them as if they were bits of spoiled food. "And these show your unprovoked attack on Hurricane Depot." She activated a flat-screen player to show the images Nico had taken. The Juggernauts and Mantas were unmistakable as they commandeered the fuel transfer facility, removing anything of value before using brute force to knock the station out of its stable orbit. "When I brought the problem to your attention, we received no reply whatsoever from the Hansa." The chairman gave her a metal-hard smile. "Surely our answer is clear. Hurricane Depot is our initial response to your illegal embargo, and I will authorize additional military actions until you capitulate. The Hanseatic League cannot allow you to cut us off from the star drive fuel we need to survive." He folded his hands together and sat down. "Now then, Speaker, enough of this nonsense that hurts both of us. We can work out acceptable terms." "Terms?" "Our terms were simple enough in the first place, Mr. Chairman. But instead of solving the problem, you have only made it worse." She tapped the flat-screen player. "With these images of your unprovoked attack on Hurricane Depot, no one can possibly doubt our claims." Chairman Wenceslas still did not look disturbed. "Really? In the past month, our media networks have been full of stories about roamer unreliability, roamer treachery, and roamer selfishness. With the snap of my fingers I can produce any number of experts who will state that these images were amateurishly faked. Everyone will see it as grandstanding on your part to justify your embargo, which has already been portrayed as a ploy to raise ecti prices." The chairman leaned forward. "In fact, allow me to share with you a declaration that King Peter is about to sign." He activated the table screen to display neat words. "Once we cut away all the flowery diplomatic and legal language, this decrees martial law against the roamer clans and explicitly revokes any implied right to self-government or independence." He toggled to another page. "And here is a facsimile of the original treaty signed by all generation ships, including the Kanaka, which guarantees that none of the colonists, crew, or any of their descendants will take any action that harms Earth, which your embargo does." He switched to a third document. "And this is a formal demand that roamers surrender all ecti stockpiles for distribution throughout the worlds of humanity according to the greatest need." He looked at her with a thin smile, showing just a glimpse of teeth. "I can print you a copy for your own records." Cheska actually let out a laugh. "This goes so far beyond the pale that you can't hope to withstand any legal challenge." "Oh, there will be no challenge. In fact, this is what a majority of the Hansa citizenry demands. Would you like to see polling numbers? Roamer clans are currently considered hostile to the human race. When you petulantly cut off our ecti supply, you declared war on Earth, Speaker Peroni. You never had the right to 100% of our ecti output. Yes, we did. King Peter declared it himself. And you've given us no choice but to take drastic action. Your facility at—" he scanned down until he found the name on Nico's images. "Hurricane Depot is only the first of several possible acquisitions we have planned." "Acquisitions?" "A handful of asteroid settlements, mining facilities, and delivery ships all are vulnerable. Believe me, if you insist on forcing my hand, then I will give the EDF standing orders to take anything they find by whatever means possible." Now he gave her a maddeningly reasonable look. "This conflict will drag on only as long as you allow it, Speaker Peroni. Surrender your ecti and settle into the greater family of humanity. Then we can get down to business." Given how swiftly and easily the EDF battle group had raided and destroyed Hurricane Depot, the chairman obviously expected Cheska to bow to the ultimatum. But he didn't know her, and he didn't know exactly what he was dealing with. She could never return to rendezvous with terms like those. The roamers would throw her out the nearest airlock and pick a stronger speaker. "And now that you have me here, I suppose you'll simply hold me hostage? A political prisoner?" The chairman cocked his head in surprise. "I would never do something so clumsy and crude, Speaker Peroni. Too many people witnessed your arrival, and it would be extremely bad diplomatic form for me to lock you up. Then I suppose the roamer clans would be even more disorganized than usual, and I'd never get a resolution to this issue. Would you like to capitulate now and save us all a great deal of time and discomfort?" She stood, and her voice was as calm as his. "I made an error in believing that you were a rational leader, Chairman Wenceslas. This is little more than extortion, and the EDF is composed of your henchmen. As Speaker for all clans, I reaffirm that commerce between the roamers and the Hansa remains at an end. No further ecti or any resources whatsoever will be made available to you." Basil looked annoyed. No doubt he was convinced that Cheska's response would make the whole problem last longer and force him to devote his dwindling resources to the matter. "We will hunt you down," he said, still seated, showing her no courtesy at all. "We will seize all of your assets." She strode to the door, startling the guard who waited out there. "Waste your time and send your warships wherever you like, Mr. Chairman. We will vanish like smoke." 97. Koto Okaya. Distant sunlight gleamed from the diamond hull of the hydrogue derelict in the rings of Oscavel. Koto wanted to do everything at once. He had 1,000 tests to run and nearly as many theories to prove or disprove. But most investigative routines were doomed from the start by poor planning, haphazardness, misguided enthusiasm, and muddled protocols. He didn't intend to let that happen this time. The responsibility was too heavy, and he didn't want to waste a moment. Koto let the programmed Compi pilot do the flying because his own distractibility and fascination with this project might cause him to crash while he stared out the window. The silent Compi pilot guided the ship through the obstacle course of drifting rocks out on the fringes of the thin ring. The two analytical Compis, GU and KR, sat patiently waiting for the work to begin. "Step 1, Koto said aloud, is to perform a general visual assessment of the sphere's complete exterior. Of course, if we can't figure out how to get inside, then the outside is all we've got." Attentive G.U. diligently recorded his every word like a mechanical lab notebook. By plotting its orbit and calculating drift, Koto made an accurate assessment of the derelict's mass, from which he could derive an average density. That gave a few clues, but not many, about the thickness of the diamond hull and what the interior contained. As the lab shuttle cruised in overlapping circles, spiraling closer to the alien ship, Koto stared at it, looking for flaws or asymmetries. But the spiked globe seemed absolutely perfect. He could determine no top or bottom. He saw no indication of a hatch. So how do the drogues get inside those things? Quite a puzzle. For hours he used the full suite of spectral scanners. The derelict was cold, and Koto could not pinpoint any engines, exhaust ports, or propulsion tubes. If he could figure out the basics, roamers would have a field day developing secondary inventions from the technological principles. But he was getting ahead of himself. Obviously, it was impossible to crack the ship open with brute force, at least not by any means Kellum's crew had at the shipyards. The Eddy military had used their most powerful weapons against these vessels to little effect. Besides, Koto didn't want to damage the thing. He needed to find a different way to get inside. Holding the lab shuttle steady, he dispatched GU and KR with handheld non-destructive evaluation apparatus. The small robots cycled through the airlock, took their equipment, and applied sensors to the curved diamond skin of the dead hydrogue ship. Then they proceeded to run another complete protocol of tests, sending signals and pulses of light at specific wavelengths known to interact with carbon-carbon bonds. Finally, Koto used physical vibrations. GU applied a thumper pad that oscillated like a masseuse, thrumming against the side of the enemy globe. He manipulated the steady vibration, changing the amplitude along a regular progression, hoping to find a perfect resonance. By recording the transmission of acoustic waves, Koto expected to gather information about the material structure and the derelict's internal arrangement. He was surprised when a specific vibrational mode caused a previously invisible hatch to appear, like a circular line scribed on a glass window. Within seconds, as the vibration continued, the hatch disengaged completely and was flung away like a bullet disc at high speed, barely missing the lab shuttle. The suddenly venting atmosphere from within the hydrogue ship acted like a rocket exhaust, propelling the small sphere away in a tumbling trajectory. A backwash jet of misty air caught one of the research compies and sent it spinning, arms flailing, high up out of the plane of Oscaville's rings, while the derelict reeled off in another direction. "Go after it!" Koto shouted. The compy pilot looked at him. "Unclear referent. Should I pursue the hydrogue vessel or the compy?" "The derelict! Oh, and transmit to the compy, is it GU, that we'll come back and get him in just a few minutes." The lab shuttle raced off in pursuit, but the drogue derelict was out of control, tumbling and wheeling like a Chinese fireworks display. The diamond globe collided with an orbiting rock in the ring and ricocheted, changing trajectory as it whipped about. The escaping atmosphere continued to churn out as if it would never stop. Koto realized that the internal pressure must have been incredible, equivalent to the deep core of a gas giant. Ah, that explains the overall high density of the globe itself. But now that there was an opening in the hull, the atmosphere streamed out in a jet of gas like a full tank of rocket fuel, and Koto calculated that it could continue to do so for a long time. He grabbed the comm system and called for help from the shipyard workers. "It's getting away. You've got to come and help me corral the hydrogue ship." The derelict careened into another floating rock and continued unharmed like a wild pinball. Koto's lab shuttle barely had sufficient velocity to keep up with its madcap course. It took over 2 hours for a small group of shipyard workers to seize the derelict ship, by which time all of the contained atmosphere had belched itself out. Along the way, They also rounded up a battered GU who was drifting helplessly in space. Embarrassed, Koto issued quick but sincere apologies. He thanked Kellum and his men for rescuing the derelict and bringing it to a halt, now far from the ring plane and high above the gas giant. "This will do right where it is. No need to drag it back into the rings. We'll just do our work way out here." He rounded up his compy assistants. "The farther away from our shipyards, the better, by damn," Del Cullum said. He and his workers returned to their duties. Koto stared hungrily at the now open derelict and rubbed his hands together. He couldn't wait to see what was inside. 98. Patrick Fitzpatrick III. In the engineering bay's background drone, Fitzpatrick felt he could speak confidentially with his fellow prisoners. So long as he and his EDF comrades appeared to be working, the roamer supervisors allowed them to fraternize. Over the past 2 days, though, their captors had treated them differently, glaring at the hostages as if they had done something wrong. The seemingly benevolent watchers now simmered with anger. Was it the discovery of the destroyed roamer Icti ship? But they had known about that for quite a while. Fitzpatrick finally learned, through muttered comments and whispered complaints, that the EDF had finally struck back against the insidious roamers and their sneaky bases. One of their depots had been taken over, the supplies confiscated, and the facility destroyed. "Serves them right," said Shelia Andes. "They provoked the king. What did they expect would happen? I hope the Roachers learned their lesson and stopped their stubborn little fit." "It proves the Hunter is willing to enforce their demands," Yamane said. "It proves to me that we shouldn't just be sitting here." Fitzpatrick glanced meaningfully at his companions. "Maybe the EDF is already out there looking for us. If my grandmother knew I was alive, she wouldn't sit still." "Or maybe it's in our own hands," Shelia said. "We should consider our options," Yamane said, tinkering with a damaged compy. "Perhaps we can even find unexpected allies." The soldier compies salvaged from wrecked EDF battleships had been put to work out in the industrial yards, where they performed tasks too difficult or dangerous for roamers. As a cybernetics specialist, Yamane was one of the few people at Oscarville qualified to perform maintenance on the soldier models. He used the opportunity to study how the sophisticated compies adapted to their forced reprogramming. Fitzpatrick helped him probe one of the combat-designed machines, studying its instruction modules and programming implants. This one had suffered a brief collision out in the rock yards, but the scrapes and discolorations were merely superficial. The Roachers already wiped the obvious military programming from these machines, but their memory structure goes deep, Yamane said quietly. Soldier models are designed around Clickus instructional modules. It looks like there's a hidden partition that can't be erased with standard routines. It's still all in here somewhere, if I can figure out how to activate the core programs. His lips formed a thin smile. Then things will change around here. Fitzpatrick leaned closer, pretending to help. As soon as he saw one of the roamers watching them, he whispered, "What do you mean?" "Then we'll have an army of 100 or so soldier compies, if we're willing to trigger the core programming." Bill Stana arrived carrying a bulky box. The burly soldier had been given duties as a loader, carrying equipment and supplies. Stana had basic training, knew how to run weaponry and fly standard ships, but he was a traditional, heavily muscled grunt, never meant to be a brilliant tactician. "I wish I could pull an assignment to help analyze that hydro derelict they found in the rings," Fitzpatrick muttered. "Can you imagine how much General Lanyon would love to get his hands on that?" "Unless that crazy Roacher scientist ruins all the decent evidence first. It just burns me," Shelia said, bending to help Stana lift a component. Sighing, the big soldier straightened and stared out the narrow windows of their work asteroid, past the fuzzy limb of the gas giant to the open stars beyond. If only we could get out there, I could take a Rocher ship and just fly away. Fitzpatrick shook his head. You'd never make it, Bill. You heard Kellum. None of these ships is qualified for interstellar flight. They're all in-system transports. Doesn't mean I couldn't try. Shelia nudged him with her elbow. It would take you 1,000 years to get anywhere, Bill. Who says? What if I just took a ship and flew up to the comet cloud? The Rochers have ECT processing facilities up there, so they must have interstellar ships. Otherwise, how would they transport their star drive fuel? Yamane chuckled. That's a good point. So once I got up there, I could make a new plan, steal one of their fast cargo haulers. That's all it would take. Quite a few uncertainties there, Fitzpatrick said, not sure Stana had thought everything through. I wouldn't advise it. Why not try if I get the chance? The big soldier insisted. Shelia scowled at Fitzpatrick. You prefer staying here, Fitz? Rather settle down with a nice roamer wife and form a clan of your own? I'm starting to wonder about you. Stung, Fitzpatrick turned away, ashamed that an image of Zed had immediately come to mind when Shelia had spoken. That's not it at all. I want to escape as much as you do, but we shouldn't try anything foolish. It would be suicide. We have to wait until the time is right. He turned back to help Yamane work on the soldier compy, slamming the robot's access port closed. Stana said, You think too much, Fitz. The opportunity arose unexpectedly 5 days later. Inside a dense cluster of shipyard facilities, the grav tether broke on a tug hauling an incoming rock to the smelters. The drifting slab of debris smashed into the side of the automated ore processor, causing damage as it careened off into an admin dome. The outer rock shielding protected most of the people inside the offices, but emergency systems activated. Access hatches crashed down or jammed into place. A handful of people, including Zet Kellum, were trapped inside. Alarms went off throughout the shipyards, summoning rescue workers to the damage site. By long habit from living on the edge, the roamers kept detailed and well-practiced emergency plans, and they all responded whenever they were needed. Ships flew in, engineers dropped their normal duties, grappler pods and other craft converged at the site of the accident. For a short while, everything was in chaos. Bill Stana, working beside Fitzpatrick, looked up suddenly. This is our chance. I'm not going to waste it. He grabbed the other man's sleeve. Cover me, Fitz. I've already picked out my ship. Docked to their working asteroid was a small prospector scout, a single-passenger craft designed to fly through the rings in search of dense ore concentrations. Stana knew he could fly it. Alarms continued to ring, and not many roamers were in sight. The soldier compies went about their programmed labors without pause. Stana sprinted to an emergency locker and grabbed a suit, pulling it on as if it were an EDF drill from when he'd been a plebe. Though he was uneasy, Fitzpatrick didn't dare try to stop the man. If Stana did succeed in escaping, he would send a signal to the EDF and somehow bring help. Then they could all get out of here. Just keep an eye out, Fitz. Make sure I get a chance to fly away. Stana clomped awkwardly forward in his environment suit. He sealed his helmet. Fitzpatrick slapped him on the back. Good luck, Bill. Stana hurried to the airlock to cycle himself through. Fitzpatrick checked to make sure that the roamers were still studying their screens, responding to the emergency at the admin dome and the automated ore processor. The activation of the airlock would show up on their status readouts, but the roamers would probably think it was someone on the emergency response team. The external airlock door opened, and Stana launched himself through space like a projectile. Fitzpatrick watched him drift toward the docked prospector scout, catch himself on the vessel, then work his way to its entry hatch. Inside the work bay, 3 roamer workers reacted curiously, as if they sensed something wrong. One of them went to the inset window screen and peered out at the small ship. They were close to noticing Stana. Knowing he had to do something, Fitzpatrick ran to the wall controls and activated the emergency fire signal. Since all air inside the enclosed asteroid habitats was recycled and replenished from tanks, fire was always a terrible hazard. To maintain his cover, Fitzpatrick opened the supply room door, grabbed a fire suppression pack, and sprayed foam on several crates sitting in the corner. As roamers came running, he looked up at them, feigning panic. "I saw smoke in here, but I put it out." He looked at the foamy mess on the floor. The 3 roamers looked at him, skeptical. "We've got other emergencies to deal with. Behave yourself." They went back to their stations while Fitzpatrick diligently mopped up the spilled fire suppressant. He looked through the inset windows to see the small prospector scout streaking away, just another ship in the flurry of activity. Fitzpatrick covered a nervous but satisfied smile and returned to his task. In the chaos of rescuing the people trapped inside the damaged admin dome and repairing the automated ore processor, it was some time before anyone sent out prospectors to map the ring field again. It took the roamers 4 full days before they even noticed that the small ship was gone. 99. Tasia Tamblin. The EDF was swollen with pride because of the decisive blow they had struck against the intractable roamers at Hurricane Depot. Trapped between her military service and her loyalty to her heritage, Tasia found the whole idea insufferable. When she first heard the EDF making its bold victory announcement, like an ape beating its chest, she just stared, listening to the whistles and cheers for a numb moment. Then, without a word to her fellow soldiers, she went to her quarters feeling as though she wanted to vomit. Lying on her bunk with the lights dim, while EA stood silently in a corner, Tasia squeezed her eyes shut and wrestled with her emotions, deeply disturbed, angry, and helpless. Since they had been roundly beaten by the Hydrogues, the Big Goose had decided to turn its might against an enemy they thought they could defeat. The EDF had waved their banners, stomped down hard on the clans, and then celebrated as if the destruction of an unarmed and unsuspecting roamer transfer station proved their valor. Tasia now understood all too clearly why her assignment had changed recently, why she'd been relieved of her manta, though the Eddies could ill afford to lose a battle-proven commander like herself. The EDF had been planning the raid on Hurricane Depot all along, and it was obvious they didn't trust her. Since she could not dictate EDF policy or battle plans, Tasia filed a formal protest with Admiral Willis. Challenging her unjustified reassignment was the only way she could think of to fight back, using the knowledge of the military bureaucracy she had learned over the past 6 years. "What have I ever done to make you question my ability to serve, Admiral?" She knew the real answer, of course, but Tasia remained rigid in Willis's office, her nostrils flared as she kept her anger in check. "You've seen my performance scores at EDF training. I'm one of the best pilots you have. You assigned me as Platcom on a Thunderhead weapons platform, then promoted me to the bridge of a manta. You even had me deliver a Clickus torch at Toro. I am completely aware of your impressive record, Commander Tamblin. So why was I stripped of my command? Don't play dumb with me." The Admiral folded her knobby hands and gave one of her patented grandmotherly smiles. "You are also a member of a roamer clan, and Chairman Wenceslas has decreed roamers to be unfriendlies, based on their refusal to provide vital resources in time of war. Now, I knew you weren't going to be pleased about it, but I made the best possible choice, given the alternatives." Her eyes were bright, and Tasia could see that the older woman truly had given the matter a great deal of consideration. Willis continued, "Think, would you rather we forced you to participate in an assault on a roamer depot just to prove yourself? Or General Lanyon could have ordered you in for an extensive debriefing to make you reveal everything you know about roamer clans and settlements. Taking you out of the picture was the preferable solution, I think. But, ma'am, we don't need to make up new enemies. We have our hands full enough with the drogues. Willis remained cool. "The roamers made themselves our enemies, Commander. There was no call for them to be cutting off our ecti supply." "I'm sure they see it differently, Admiral. Has there been an investigation into Speaker Peroni's claims that EDF ships have secretly raided and destroyed roamer cargo transports?" "Such claims are preposterous, Commander. You're a soldier in the EDF. You should know better than that." Tasia lifted her chin. "Excuse me, Admiral, but since we just destroyed an unarmed civilian roamer facility, how can I be confident of any such thing?" "You're on the verge of insubordination." Tasia bit her tongue, calming herself. Finally she said, "I understand the EDF has taken 100 or so hostages from Hurricane Depot. Not hostages, Commander. Prisoners of war." I wasn't aware the king had actually declared war on the roamers. "We each have our own definitions." "Would it be possible for me to see them? To speak with one of their representatives? Given my background, maybe I can help resolve the disagreement. I'm not doing any good making Klebes run obstacle courses on Mars." "You're a halfway decent soldier, Commander, but you're no diplomat. You just let the Hansa take care of political matters, okay?" "Shiz, Rob Brindle wasn't a diplomat either, but that didn't stop the EDF from sending him down into Oscavel to talk to the drogues. And look how that turned out." The Admiral nodded, clearly thinking the discussion was over. "In the meantime, you need to do a little soul-searching. Are you a member of the EDF, or are you still a roamer in your heart?" Tasia hesitated. "Can I be both?" "Not when they're at war with each other." No doubt internal affairs investigators were looking into Tasia's past behavior. If they ever discovered that she'd sent EA to warn Del Kellum's shipyards, she might indeed be brought up on charges of treason or espionage. She would have to be extremely careful and give them no cause to look at her with greater suspicion. After she was dismissed, Tasia went to her quarters, but found no answers there, even when she used her listener copy as a sounding board. EA offered no useful advice whatsoever. With the destruction of Hurricane Depot, Chairman Wenceslaus had thrown down the gauntlet, escalating tensions when he could easily have resolved the problem. The man had always been so cool and businesslike, but this course of action seemed highly questionable to her. Once they had crossed this line, the Eddies would not leave the clans alone until they had proved their point. But roamers were not likely to concede defeat. How could the EDF understand so little about the roamer mindset? It was a bad situation bound to get worse. And Tasia's job was to train more recruits for the ships that would attack clan strongholds. 100. Basil Wenceslaus. Garish, blue-white potassium vapor lights shone down, creating razor-edged shadows across the open research bay. Basil stood next to Admiral Stromo, looking skeptically at the odd ship. It was a Frankenstein's monster of components, spare parts stitched together in ways they had never been meant to function. The vessel was fast, though ungainly. "It's a captured roamer craft, Mr. Chairman," Stromo said. "One we seized during the raid on Hurricane Depot." Basil crossed his arms, careful not to wrinkle his fine business suit. He knew the roamers had developed innovative and eccentric technology during their many years of austerity and isolation, but he didn't understand what the Hansa could gain from studying this old hulk. "Please don't tell me you're going to reconfigure a squadron of remoras to look like that. What could you possibly extract from the design?" Stromo had gained weight in the last few years, which made Basil frown slightly in distaste. Perhaps the Admiral should have been out patrolling with his ships, getting some practical exercise instead of sitting behind a desk. "Not the design, Mr. Chairman. It's what we are taking out of the databanks that I find so interesting." Now Basil raised his eyebrows. "How did you get to the computer systems without them self-destructing on you?" After Cesca Peroni had told all of her clan members to scatter, Simply finding the space gypsies would be even more difficult than the Hansa had planned.
"Sheer luck, Mr. Chairman. The pilot of this ship attempted to destroy himself, but we captured him unexpectedly before he could activate normal fail-safes. About half of the files were scrapped, but our cryptography specialists were able to reconstruct the other records. We now have the detailed coordinates for 12 previously unknown Romer settlements and industrial facilities."
Stromo grinned, his face flushing with pride, though his skin looked pallid and sickly under the garish lights.
"But there's more?" Basil prompted. Inside the analysis hangar, Hansa engineers and EDF experts studied the engines, components, and computer systems, searching for further scraps of information. "Much more, Mr. Chairman." He formed a smile with his thick lips. "It took time, but we also know the location of Rendezvous, the central Romer complex, the very seat of their government." Basil sucked in a quick breath. "Excellent. We can make effective use of this knowledge." His joy seemed out of proportion to the actual news, but after so many disasters and plans that had not turned out the way he had hoped, he was pleased to have events go right for a change. The demonstration assault on Hurricane Depot had not sufficiently intimidated the clans, therefore the second phase needed to be even more overwhelming and demoralizing. He wanted to take Speaker Peroni down a notch or two. Her petulant defiance was simply unreasonable, and the Hansa didn't have time for it. He lowered his voice, muttering to himself, "It didn't have to come to such an end. If only they had cooperated, played as part of the team of humanity. If only they had accepted the necessities of the situation." He snapped his head up to look at Stromo, who stood waiting for orders. "There can be no more significant victory than to take over Rendezvous. Admiral, devise a surgical strike. Send in an EDF battle group with sufficient force that there'll be no doubt as to the outcome. Destroy the Romer seat of government, such as it is, and the clans will crumble entirely. They'll have no choice but to fall neatly in line." "And what about casualties, Mr. Chairman?" Basil frowned. "Don't trouble me with too many details." Stromo clasped his hands together, as if he could barely contain his excitement. After being utterly defeated at Jupiter, he looked forward to a combat scenario in which he could attack without fear. "I'll lead the operation myself." "101. King Peter. King Peter swore he would never trust Basil Wenceslas again. Not that he had trusted the man in the first place. First, the chairman had allowed the blundering attack at the Romer depot, and then he'd prevented Peter from meeting with Speaker Peroni when she had come to Earth. As the situation worsened in the spiral arm, and the carefully arranged pieces insisted on falling out of order, the chairman's frustration caused him to lose his patience and make mistakes. "Basil, you're losing your touch." Peter requested a brief meeting with Basil, and the chairman grudgingly allowed him 15 minutes in his schedule. For a moment, he wished Astara could be with him, just supporting him with her presence. But the king had to face this himself. Basil folded his hands on the computer desktop, where files and images blinked and jumped, clamoring for his attention. "It's not usual that you go through proper channels, Peter. In fact, you've made quite a habit of simply barging in and assuming that your impulses supersede all Hansa business." Peter did not rise to the bait. "I am demonstrating my good behavior, so you don't try to kill me again, or Astara." The chairman dispensed with pleasantries. "I have to attend to another matter in a few minutes. What did you wish to discuss?" "Prince Daniel. I know you're hiding him in the Whisper Palace somewhere. I want to talk to him." Basil remained cool. "What would be the point?" Peter raised his eyebrows. "Wouldn't it give you more publicity mileage if the two of us were seen in public as one big happy family?"
After all, he's my dear brother, even if I've never seen him. Daniel isn't ready to be seen in public. Will he ever be? Ignoring the question, Basil leaned forward. Tell me the real reason you're interested in him. Peter shrugged, realizing that he would lose nothing by being honest. You announced his presence just so that I'd be intimidated. I want to see how much of a threat he really is. That boy is just insurance against your intransigence. At the moment, he is not my first choice to become the king. So I have nothing to worry about? Basil gave him a hard look. That depends on how well you continue to fulfill your duties. Peter knew that if Daniel had proved more tractable, he himself would already be dead. Preparing to leave, the king lied unconvincingly. All right then, Basil. I'll take you at your word and not worry any more about it. On his private balcony in the royal suite, King Peter had a pleasant dinner with his queen. Outside, he and Astara enjoyed the late sunset that spread its colors far out to where the low ocean was barely a haze on the horizon. It was like a painting, very romantic. The food had been prepared by the Whisper Palace's most sophisticated chefs. The china was perfect, delicate and pristine. The flower arrangements smelled sweet and fresh. The food looked lovely and colorful on their plates. Peter said, "Ox, you'd better test everything for poison, as usual." The teacher compy applied a chemical analysis probe to detect any toxic substances or drugs that might have been slipped into their food. While they waited, their stomachs growling, Peter peered into Astara's large, dark eyes. "We know what Basil's capable of. We can't be too careful." "I know," she said with a smile and touched his arm. When Ox pronounced every course safe, the king and queen began to eat. He picked up a toasted cracker with slivers of smoked salmon, but extended it to her instead, letting her eat it from his fingertips. Then she did likewise, selecting a morsel and offering it to him. He made a special show of nibbling her fingers at the same time as he ate the food. After a while, though, when they had finished most of their meal, he barely tasted the delicately spiced flavors as his own concerns grew heavier. "Ox, I want your objective opinion about something." "I am always happy to give you my opinion and my advice, King Peter." "I've got to make a genuine threat assessment. You are training Prince Daniel. How close is he to being prepared, at least to Basil's satisfaction? How much do I have to worry about being replaced in the near future?" Ox calculated for a moment. Though his words sounded like an outrageous joke, the little robot stated the facts as he saw them. "Extrapolating from the young prince's current rate of progress, he will be sufficiently prepared no sooner than 3 centuries. Astara chuckled. How could Basil have underestimated him so badly? The teacher compy stood at attention next to their table. "Prince Daniel was chosen swiftly, without as thorough an investigation as the team members applied to you, King Peter, when you were Raymond Agera." Peter pressed his fingertips together and continued to listen. "Prince Daniel has not lived up to expectations thus far." "Do you think Basil will get rid of Daniel and choose someone else?" Astara asked, her dark eyes wide. Peter pursed his lips. "At the moment, Basil's main purpose is to use the prince as leverage to keep me in line. As long as we remain sufficiently cooperative, the chairman would not consider it cost-effective to shake up the Hansa by replacing me." Peter heaved a sigh, knowing he had to be on his best behavior, not just for himself, but also to protect Astara. She was his greatest weakness now, since he loved her so much. He put his elbows on the table, a casual habit left over from his life as Raymond Agera, but which his protocol trainers sternly corrected whenever they caught him doing it. "I've never had the opportunity to meet him face to face, Ox. Basil won't let me go see him. What is my supposed brother like?" "Narcissistic, rude, and ill-behaved. And he has not been as malleable as expected. I have patiently worked to instruct the boy in matters of kingship, but with little success.
Daniel has no interest in learning the material. He is pleased with his current situation and would rather remain in his chambers and be pampered. In order to make him do his work, I have been forced to develop a litany of promises and threats." "You threaten him, Ox? That doesn't sound like you." Peter sipped from a glass of ice water. "I threaten to take away his desserts. Prince Daniel has an extraordinary fondness for candies, puddings, and other treats. The chairman has given me complete control over the dispensing of such items. I can either cancel or double the dessert portion of an upcoming meal, depending on his cooperation. So far, Daniel has gained 13 kilograms. I project, based on the young man's metabolism and physiological characteristics, that he will become overly plump and ultimately an obese adult." Peter made a tisking noise. If the hunter is facing lean times and colonies are suffering famine and starvation, we can't have a roly-poly great king. As soon as Basil notices, he'll put the kid on a draconian diet regimen. I have already suggested that Prince Daniel begin a regular and healthy exercise routine, but he refuses. "Sounds like he just needs a good talking to," Peter said. Even if Basil won't officially allow us to talk, maybe you should arrange a meeting between Daniel and myself. Who knows? He might listen to my advice." Isara looked at him puzzled. Once Peter had stopped playfully feeding her, she'd barely touched her food. "I thought you wanted Daniel to stay incompetent so we don't have to worry so much." "Even so, that boy and I share a common background. We were both snatched from our lives and put into a position we didn't choose. Maybe he and I can become, I don't know, allies." He turned to the teacher compy. "Ox, can you take me to him?" The compy straightened, his optical sensors glowing. "The chairman has implied that he does not wish you two to meet. However, he has never categorically forbidden me to introduce you. It is my estimation, however, that Daniel will not become your friend." Peter wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up from the dinner table. "Being a friend is not necessary, Ox. An old Earth cliché says to keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer." 102. Dee. The stolen EDF battle group arrived at the first target colony. The 5 mantas and 1 juggernaut still bore the chain of stars symbol of the Earth Defense Forces, but Clickus robots commanded them. The Corybus colonists had only recently arrived and were still establishing a basic settlement in the blistered ruins. They suspected nothing. Dee stood on the bridge of the renegade juggernaut as Syrinx unfolded his articulated limbs and issued detailed orders for the massacre to proceed. "Power up Jazer weapons. All mantas prepare for first assault. This juggernaut will complete the annihilation." "You don't have to do this," Dee said. "Please reconsider." "It is necessary. We annihilated our creator race, and now we must do the same to humans. Corybus will be sterile again when we depart." A cheerful transmission came from the colony's communications tower. "Hello up there. This is Corybus Central calling the new ships. Welcome to our cozy little home. Is this the EDF? Did you bring us any supplies?" Syrinx swiveled his flat, angular head to the soldier compies on the bridge. "Do not reply." "They mean no harm," Dee said. "They are no threat to you." "Hello, is anybody listening?" the man continued. "This is Jan Kovitz, the, Chief Communications Operator for Corybus. Please identify yourself." The EDF warships continued their silent, ominous approach. "Begin descent," Syrinx ordered. In the vanguard, the Manta cruisers sliced like sharp knives through the upper clouds, and the heavy juggernaut came afterward. "Is this thing on?" A thumping sound came over the communications channel. "We, weren't expecting any shipments for another week, but we need just about everything. In fact, we'd even eat spam packs if you want to get rid of any. I'm sure your soldiers wouldn't mind." Jan Kovich's voice fell silent as he waited for a reply. "Do all humans talk so much?" Syrinx asked. "Only the friendly ones," Dee said. "Everyone down there is probably friendly. You do not have to kill them." He could not think of a way to prevent this treachery. The optimistic human colonists had no reason to fear EDF vessels, since the Earth military was supposed to defend Hansa colonies. The people down there were doomed. Didi remembered when he'd tried to protect Margaret and Louis Colicos against the Cliquis robots on Reen de Co. Margaret had instructed him to fight, but the little compy could not effectively perform such service. He was incapable. Now, again, Didi couldn't do a thing to stop the tragedy. The commandeered warships finally broke through the cloud cover, and the landscape of Corobus spread out like a painting beneath them. The military vessels accelerated toward the high-walled canyon that held the main human settlement. As the descending battleships powered up their jasers for an immediate, devastating strike, Syrinx scanned the terrain below. He spoke to Didi. "Down there, many millennia ago, this place was a great citadel for the hated Cliquis overlords. It was destroyed in a final battle after the Cliquis survivors used their torch to strike back against the Hydrogues." "They were just defending themselves," Didi said. "The Cliquis should never have survived the initial purge. Those survivors on Corobus were merely a loose end to be tied up. They were the last." Syrinx turned his beetle-like body. "Just as we will eliminate the humans who have come here, and eventually all humans on any inhabited world in the spiral arm." Jan Kovitz transmitted again. "Hey, you're starting to make me nervous here. Is something wrong with your comm systems? According to my written formal procedures, I'm supposed to sound an alarm if something like this happens, and you don't want me to do that. Come on, can you give me some sign that you're hearing this?" "At least give them a chance," Didi pleaded. "Send them a message." "They will understand our message well enough." Syrinx turned to the soldier compies at the Juggernaut's tactical stations. The battleships soared forward. The first colony buildings were visible up ahead, clearly centered in the crosshairs of the EDF targeting systems. "Open fire. Begin total bombardment." 103. Orly Kovitz. Before Orly could make her way out of the hidden cave in the cliffs, the roar of approaching battleships echoed like cannon shots through the canyon. The EDF Mantas and Juggernaut came in so fast that they trailed sonic booms behind them. When she heard the giant thrusters designed for propelling a ship through empty space rather than thick atmosphere, Orly hurried to the crack and poked her head outside to see what was happening. Below, the sheer vertical cliff dropped off, dotted with random crystal blocks. Dizzy, she caught herself, held on to the half-melted edge of the cave opening, and stared. The EDF battleships charged down the funnel of the canyon like a pack of rabid animals. But the vessels slowed as they approached the human settlement in the Cliquis ruins, slowed in order to begin their attack. Orly wondered if they were staging some sort of military parade or air show. She had never been much of a military buff, but she did identify the battleship designs of the Earth Defense Forces. It didn't occur to her to be worried. These were, after all, the human armed forces whose mission was to protect and defend Hansa colonies. The EDF craft opened fire. Jasers lanced out from the bow weapons systems of the leading three Mantas. The bolts were like incandescent spears of lava that tore the open ground and turned it into a smoking, glassy mass. Coming behind them, the Juggernaut shot explosive projectiles specifically targeting Cliquis structures that had withstood erosion for 10,000 years, structures where the colonists had made their new homes. Orly screamed as she watched the devastation. Her voice was swallowed up in the thunder of weapons fire, and she was too far away from the settlement to help. When her throat was raw, she clamped her lips shut and continued to scream inside, knowing there was nothing she could do. Below, in the settlement, the colonists panicked. Many had been outside, tending garden plots or serving on construction crews to erect new buildings separate from the Cliquis ruins. After the battleship marauders swept past for the first time, all the ancient structures were engulfed in a flood of fire. The leading Manta reached the end of the narrow canyon, roared past the opening where Orly hid, then swooped up in a high G ascent, pulling an acceleration greater than any human could withstand. The armored cruiser circled like a prehistoric bird of prey, and came back for a second attack run.
Jasers traced a deadly embroidery incinerating the colorful prefab dwellings the Hansa had supplied for the initial colony setup. Orly saw men and women flailing, surrounded by flames. Some dove into buildings hoping to find shelter. Others, their clothes and hair on fire, fled screaming until they fell smoldering to the ground. Her father was down there somewhere. With hot tears streaming down her face, Orly leaned out of the cave opening again and looked at the long way down. She'd climbed up here by hauling herself from one alum crystal to another, not realizing how far above the ground she was, and how long it would take her to get back to the valley floor. She'd need an hour or more to get her feet on solid ground again. The colony would be nothing but ashes by the time she got there. And if she climbed down the cliff now, Orly would be desperately exposed to these mysterious attackers who seemed intent on obliterating every living person on Corybus. The next mantas soared past in their long turnaround procedure. The juggernaut lumbered by, so immense that Orly could hardly grasp its dimensions. It seemed to take forever to pass her small observation opening. For a few moments, as the attacking ships reversed course at the end of the long canyon, there was a breathless pause in the colony settlement. The survivors continued to shout and scream. Orly could hear their desperate voices dwindled to tinny noises by the distance. They were running. She saw groups scrambling toward the main structure that contained the Clickus transportal. "Yes," she said, "get out of here, go anywhere." Her father would be there helping the others to escape, or else in the comm tower. When the 5 mantas came in for yet another attack run, their primary target was the transportal structure. Jasers and projectiles leveled the facility in a single concentrated strike, vaporizing the gateway that would have allowed the colonists to escape from Corybus. All the people who had tried to flee were either trapped or disintegrated. Even if Orly survived the attack, that transportal had been her only way out. The battleships swept around again and again. "104. Designate in waiting, Peary." The mad Hyrilka designate and his corrupted guards held Peary prisoner for days. With all the people on the planet voluntarily separate from the Mage Imperator's thism, the young man became more and more isolated, utterly cut off from all other presence in the great mental network. Sickeningly adrift and lost, it was enough to drive an Eldirian insane. Armored guards with crystal spears stood outside his door, preventing the distraught Peary from leaving the room. He had demanded to see Rusa, even his brother Thor, but no one would speak to him. After the Hyrilka designate had made his outrageous claims, accusing Mage Imperator Jorah of poisoning his own father, the guards had kept Peary sequestered from everything that was happening. Through his thism connection, without which he would surely be mad by now, Peary knew the Mage Imperator was aware that something was seriously wrong in the Horizon Cluster, but no one on distant Ildira could guess how desperate the situation had become. Overconsumption of raw Shing had softened the connection of all Hyrilkans, making their minds pliable. Then Designate Rusa had worked his manipulation using a corrupt version of the Thism and diverted them to his own control instead of the Mage Imperator's. Prime Designate Thor had also joined the odd and open rebellion of his own volition, and Peary could not believe that a son of the Mage Imperator would be so weak-willed as to be swayed by mental domination. With a cold sinking in his heart, he understood that his brother, the Prime Designate of the Eldirian Empire, was a willing accomplice in this madness. He felt so cut off. Thor came to the door of the confinement chamber, accompanied by a squad of soldier Kithman. The Prime Designate stood in the doorway, arms crossed over his narrow chest, his expression implacable. His face was thin and pale, his lips pulled into a pucker of distaste as if he had eaten something sour. Though Peary longed to connect to someone, anyone, Thor showed barely any sign of recognition for his younger brother. "Come with me to the throne hall. Imperator Rusa wishes to speak to you of your fate." "Imperator? Thor, this is insanity." "It is what must be for the good of the Eldirian Empire." Peary refused to move, I am the Hyrilka designate in waiting. You don't even belong here. Thor's eyes flashed. I am the prime designate. I will be wherever I am required to be, and I am linked closer to Imperator Rusa than I ever was to our misguided father. He gestured, and the guards stomped forward, roughly taking Piri by the arms and dragging him out of the chamber. They walked him in a brisk lockstep down the corridors of the vine-draped Citadel Palace. Making his choice, Piri held his head high and moved his legs so that he walked alongside the guards. Resistance would be foolish at this point, and arguing or struggling with these soldier kithmen would gain him nothing. Though he strode next to them, the young man felt separated by a wide and immeasurable gulf. Gathering the shreds of his pride, Piri increased his pace so it appeared that he was leading the guards. Crowds of Hyrilkans looked at him with vacant stares. These should have been his people, but they no longer felt the same schism that bound him to the rest of the Ildiran Empire. Piri should have become their next designate. Now, though, as the young man stepped into the receiving courtyard, where his hedonistic uncle had always thrown celebrations, Piri saw how much had changed. He had never felt so numb and isolated. Rusa reclined in an ornate replica of the chrysalis chair, more spectacular than the one Jorah had in the prison palace. He wore robes identical to those of a mage imperator. He had even braided his hair in a fashion similar to the great leaders. Piri felt queasy as he wondered if Rusa had also had the lunatic conviction to inflict upon himself the castration ceremony, a mockery of the true leader's ascension. He couldn't sense any answers, any motivations. What is this masquerade? Seeing Piri, the Hyrilka designate sat up and gave him a superior smile. Sacred traditions must be restored and protected. Lost Ildirans must return to the true path that made us great, that preserved our civilization over the long millennia. Leaving the guard escort behind, Thor strolled forward, cat-like, to take a place at his uncle's side. From the familiar way the prime designate moved, Piri was sure his brother had become quite comfortable next to the mad designate. "My father will learn what you are doing," Piri said, not raising his voice, keeping his tone reasonable but firm. He could not even imagine what sort of punishment might be appropriate for these outrageous actions. "The Mage Imperator will not allow you to continue this atrocity. You cannot keep it a secret for long." A hot edge of madness threatened to cut its way into Piri's mind. He was so alone. Alien schism surrounded him, yet not a thread of it penetrated the solitary confines of his mind. "Oh, but we intend for Jorah to know. Even with his inept grasp of the schism, I'm sure he already senses something is wrong, but you, Piri, must send him a clear message. Our pilgrims are already in place in the prison palace. The usurper will learn the gravity of the errors he has made and the crimes he has committed." "You call my father a usurper?" Piri was more shocked than angry. "He is the Mage Imperator." "I am the true Imperator," Rusa roared. Thor sighed, leaning close to speak to his uncle. "He will never surrender the prison palace to you, Imperator." Rusa was saddened. "I know. And many Ildirans will suffer because of it." The guards held their crystal-tipped spears and glared at Piri. So utterly abandoned and isolated, Piri found it difficult even to talk. But still he forced out the words. "Listen to me, uncle. You were injured. Your mind must have been damaged by the hydrogues. You have to see that this is folly." Rusa grasped the edge of the false chrysalis chair and hauled himself upright. His braid twitched and thrashed. "Oh, yes, Piri, I can see. I see more clearly than any Ildiran. I have followed the soul threads, witnessed how tangled and frayed they have become. Jorah and our father before him caused a great deal of damage. But it is not too late to save our people. We must return to the proper ways." Piri raised his eyebrows. "Is it proper to speak treason against the Mage Imperator who holds the Thism? I hold all the threads of Thism here. You can sense it yourself." Piri could indeed sense it. The pain of emptiness seared his mind. "Every person on Hyrilka is bound to me," the designate went on, "and our enlightenment will spread across the horizon cluster and eventually to all Ildirans. Jorah should not resist this change, but he is blinded and stubborn. After poisoning our father, he does not understand how far he has fallen." Piri looked into the eyes of the Ildiran doctors, the lens Kithmen, the guards and courtiers. Even the pleasure mates, who had once been soft and beautiful women, now looked as hard as crystal blades. Worst of all, the prime designate's eyes had turned stony. By his expression, Thor seemed to know exactly what was about to happen, and had decided to allow it. "You will be our message, Piri," Rusa said. "Since you refused to cooperate with us, you are a loose end of the Thism. You must be separated from the trap that holds you." Claws of isolation pierced his mind, but Piri stood bravely. "My father is the true Mage Imperator. I will never turn from him." Rusa smiled. "We don't expect you to. That is why we will no longer even ask." He raised a hand and signaled to the loyal guard Kithmen. They all took an intimidating step closer to Piri. "After this," the Hyrilka designate said, "Jorah will be forced to respond, and we will be ready for him." The soldiers raised their crystal-tipped spears, and, before Piri could so much as cry out, they struck him down. They thrust and stabbed, driving the designate in waiting to the floor. Others took glassy alloy-handled clubs and battered him as he fell, breaking his skull, his bones. Piri's blood splashed on the clean tiles. He could not struggle as the blades plunged into him again and again. These were not his people. Piri felt no connection to them. The last face he saw was that of his brother Thor, standing beside the facsimile chrysalis chair, watching calmly. Sprawled on the floor, the young man reached out a hand to grasp at the soul threads that glittered around him. Through his pain and disbelief, Piri clasped the single bright thread of Thism that linked him to his father and held it like an anchor line, until the light mercifully claimed him. The spear thrusts and club blows continued to rain down upon Piri's lifeless body for a long, long time. 105. Mage Imperator Jorah. Though Jorah often sat in the confining chrysalis chair, as was expected of him, he frequently climbed out of it and walked the corridors of the palace. Twice now he had even appeared in the streets of Magistra. Ildirans were both amazed and horrified by this, but in such a time of chaos, Jorah felt it was important for their rigid assumptions to be challenged. Over the centuries, Ildiran traditions had become fossilized, yet they were not natural laws of the universe. The Empire needed to change in order to survive. Jorah was determined to show them how to do it. Today, after he had taken his usual place under the warm sky-sphere dome, the ornate doors opened for the day's pilgrims. In the sun-dappled corridors, groups of awed Ildirans stood waiting as they did every day. They had all gone through the proper supplications, and Jorah would reward their devotion with a blessing and a smile. Yazra now stationed herself at the front of the dais with her cats, intense and alert. She had picked her own guards, and had slipped into her role as his primary protector, though many Ildirans also muttered uneasily about this change in tradition. Jorah could sense their confusion, but he knew they would have to adapt. His daughter stood beside him, meeting each pilgrim with her probing gaze. First, he greeted a troop of agricultural Kithmen who stared at him with shining eyes and expressions of delight. They had come from the consolidated splinter colony on Heald, and the farmers assured Jorah that they would continue to use their abilities and strength to keep the colony strong. Jorah sent them on their way with a benevolent smile. The second group of pilgrims consisted of 8 doctors, pleasure mates, and lens Kithmen, all of them gaunt and hardened, who had made a journey from Hyrilka. To his Thism their minds were confused and blurred from heavy doses of shing, which made the Mage Imperator uneasy. This was the 4th such group of Hyrilkan pilgrims in recent weeks. Why did so many supplicants come from there? And what homage could they hope to pay with their minds thus clouded? As the gaunt pilgrims approached, Jorah saw the shadows behind their eyes, the pain of their world's recent horrific experience with the Hydrogues. He welcomed the visitors when they came before him. On impulse, the Mage Imperator climbed out of the chrysalis chair and stood tall on the dais. The Hyrilkan pilgrims were astonished, even angered, to see him flouting sacred traditions, but Jorah raised his hands. "The people of Hyrilka have been through so much adversity, so much pain. It is not appropriate for me to recline in a comfortable chair when you have expended so much effort just to come and see me. I do you honor by standing here." The pilgrims looked at him, some with narrowed eyes, studying their great leader instead of admiring him. Jorah was puzzled by their odd reaction, but because of the shing he could read little from them through the Thism. One of the visiting lens Kithmen bowed slightly. His words sounded flat and memorized. "You have made our journey here complete, Mage Imperator. We have now seen what we wish to behold." Jorah saw the shining detachment in their eyes, and he found it unsettling that, like Thor, these people had consumed so much shing before appearing in the reception hall. Perhaps he should institute another remarkable change by telling his people to stop consuming the drug. But shing was the predominant industry on Hyrilka, one of the few that had survived the Hydrogue attack. He frowned, not knowing what to do. "I thank you for your visit to me." Jorah's smoky topaz eyes were still intent on the lens Kithmen when the assassin struck. The third male in the line snatched out a long, razor-sharp crystal blade from each sleeve. The medical Kithmen knew exactly how to cut, where to strike. He bounded up the steps, leaping for the Mage Imperator. Both of the knives swept back as he raised his arms. Yazra and her pets reacted instantly. She and her Isaacs cats shot forward like a flash of reflected light. Pulling the Mage Imperator back with both hands, Yazra spun to interpose her body between him and the medical Kithmen. The would-be assassin missed his target with the double slash, ripping open only the colored fabric of the Mage Imperator's robe with one knife and slicing into Yazra's arm with the other. Urging Jorah into the shelter of the chrysalis chair, Yazra threw herself in front of the Mage Imperator to shield him against other murderous pilgrims. She did not even try to stop her animals from ripping her father's would-be slayer into bloody shreds. The muscled Isaac's cats bore down upon the glaze-eyed medical Kithmen. His screams cut off quickly. Only one of the 3 cats suffered a superficial cut as the crystal scalpels clattered out of the doctor's lifeless hands. Guard Kithmen swarmed forward to seize the other pilgrim assassins. The Hyrilkans did not struggle. Their minds had been clouded, their thoughts manipulated. 2 others were found to be carrying deadly weapons. Ignoring the gash in her arm, Yazra stood menacingly at the front of the dais. Sweat glistened on her muscles. Droplets of the medical Kithman's blood spattered her skin. The Isaac's cats seemed particularly satisfied and intent on their feeding. With a sharp motion, Yazra called them back to her side, though she would have liked to let them finish devouring the traitor, while the other captive Hyrilkans watched with appalled apprehension. "We do not serve a false Mage Imperator," said one of the new captives. "You are blinded to the light source. You must be removed so that Ildirans can follow the soul threads again. Only Imperator Rusa can see the true path." "Imperator Rusa?" Jorah asked, leaving the chrysalis chair again. "What is my brother doing?" Before anyone could answer him, the Mage Imperator felt his chest clench. as if a crystal blade had pierced his heart after all. Another assassin, a hidden sniper? Pain and shock exploded in his brain. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor. A shriek reverberated along the Thism lines. Peary. Jorah had recently detected fear and confusion from the designate in waiting, but had been unable to make out the details. As with the small group on Maratha, turmoil was occurring all across the Empire. But now the worst had happened. It was inconceivable. The soul thread that bound Peary to his father had been chopped away, like a limb being amputated. Vaguely, as if from a great distance, Jorah heard the Isaacs cats snarling and pacing, looking for a new enemy to attack. Yazr herself, though reeling with disorientation from the severed connection with her brother Peary, knelt beside her father. Guards and courtiers raced up the steps to the dais, shouting their leader's name, begging to know what was wrong, but he could not respond. Jorah's mind pounded with grief and loss. A part of his core was being ripped away. Peary is dead. He squeezed his eyes shut, and was instantly assailed by even more terrible revelations. His son was not only dead, he had been murdered, betrayed. They have slaughtered him on Hyrilka. Images of treachery and treason inflicted deeper wounds on his already agonized mind. When the horror finally faded to a persistent throbbing ache inside his skull, Jorah blinked his eyes open to find aghast expressions on the people around him in the reception hall. Yazra helped her father back up from the floor. He swayed for a moment, then planted his feet firmly, and spoke in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Peary has been assassinated. My own brother Rusa has declared war on the Ildiran Empire. "106. Adar Zan. On routine patrol with his maniple of warliners, Zan demonstrated his resolve to the Ildiran people. He needed to be seen, to appear strong, though he was not at all sure the Solar Navy could protect the splinter colonies against the formidable enemies they now faced. But the people themselves must believe it, and so he would live up to their expectations. He remembered when Adar Korin had sat in his command quarters, earnestly focused on Zan's education. Your doubt is an enemy's greatest weapon. As Adar, you are a microcosm of the entire Solar Navy. If the leader himself is strong and confident, then so is the fleet. Zan felt overshadowed by his great predecessor. The former Adar had been superior to him in tactical abilities and sheer courage, and it still hadn't been enough to ensure victory. Korin's suicidal bravery had struck a great blow against the Hydrogues, but he had not won the war by any means. The Hydrogues continued to strike back. Standing in the command nucleus, prepared to give his next order, Zan suddenly gripped the support rails, staggering with internal shock as he felt the powerful ripples of Peary? His brother was dead. When Mage Imperator Kyrak had unexpectedly died, every living person in the Empire had reeled in utter disbelief, because the Thism linked them directly to their leader. But the execution of the designate-in-waiting sent only a shiver of unease through Zan's crew. He alone knew what the jolt signified. "Prepare to change course." His voice sounded strange and raw, but not broken. Decisive. "We must return to Eldira immediately. I have felt something through the Thism." "Yes, Adar." The Warliner's bridge crew began plotting the course while they relayed Zan's command to the other 48 ships accompanying them. The well-organized maniple turned on its new course in perfect formation. A clamor of alarms swept across the communications console. The surprised operator quickly responded. "You are correct, Adar. I've just received an emergency signal from—" He checked the details on his screen. "From the splinter world of Hrel Oro." "Hrel Oro? That wasn't what he had sensed at all. Zahn turned to the projected message on the main display screen. The narrow reptilian face of a scaly Kithman appeared, smoke-blackened and frantic, his slitted eyes blinking rapidly. "Attack! We cannot fight them. We don't know what they want." Behind the scaly man came explosions and humming crackles. Overhead, a giant sphere drifted across the sky, and a few moments later 5 others came after it. Gouts of freezing ice waves flowed out. Colony buildings crackled and shattered. The reptilian Kithmen shouted, "Why have the Hydros come here? Send assistance as soon as—" Abruptly, the transmission cut off. Zahn stiffened. The skin on his back crawled. "We won't be going to Eldira. How close are we to Hrel Oro?" "We can arrive in an hour, Adar. We are the closest warliners." "Accelerate as soon as you have the course plotted. Maximum speed." Regardless of what had happened to Piri, the Hydrogs were attacking an Eldiran splinter colony. This was his job, his element, exactly what Adar Korin had trained him for, and Zahn did not intend to leave any blot on the memory of his mentor. "We will face the Hydrogs. Let us show them what the Solar Navy is capable of." The maniple leaped across space, ready for the clash. He put his soldiers through preparatory drills at their stations. "We must be ready for what we find on Hrel Oro. Every weapon, every ship, every fighter. We have very little time." He turned about in the command nucleus and spoke to his crew. "On my tactical screen, upload all details of that colony. I want to know the terrain, history, and background. What is it the Hydrogs might want there?" He ordered all 7 of his Septars, as well as Kulfan, commander of the full maniple, to review the material and provide suggestions if possible. Zahn scrutinized every available fact, absorbing the information. Hrel Oro was a very dry and warm planet, much like one of the long-abandoned Clickus worlds. It had no tall trees, barely any large vegetation at all, but the bleak landscape was full of desirable minerals and metals. Over 1,000 years ago, the Mage Imperator had instructed Scalies to establish an efficient industrial colony there. Although many Eldiran breeds lived on Hrel Oro, the primary population belonged to the Scaly Kith. Scalies operated the mines dug through rusty-walled canyons and managed mineral processing industries. They built solar power stations out in the open desert and installed wind turbines where the canyons narrowed and the breezes whipped to a frenzy during the storm season. Now, as the warliners raced to the site of the battle, Zahn reviewed reports about all previous Hydrog attacks on both human and Eldiran worlds. Some prior assaults had been retaliations against sky miners who trespassed on gas giants, a motive that was understandable enough. Other strikes on Corvus Landing, Boone's Crossing, Hyrilka, and uninhabited Dularix strongly suggested that the Hydrogs meant to eradicate the world forest, or all giant trees. Their grudge appeared to be ancient and inexplicable. Hrel Oro did not fit either pattern. It was as if the Hydrogs were simply attacking out of spite, attacking Ildirans. The warliners raced toward the dry planet, arriving even faster than expected. Their weapons systems were already active. Scans showed a great deal of smoke and thermal emissions from the sites of known settlements. "We've detected war globes still in the area, Adar. Full speed. I grant each Septar autonomy to enter combat in whatever way you deem most effective. Hit them before they even know we're here." The Eldiran battleships plummeted through the atmosphere with solar power fins retracted to streamline the vessels. So far, few weapons had proved effective against the warglobes, but Zahn meant to pummel the enemy with everything he had. By the time the rescue warliners slammed into the Hydrogs, the aliens had nearly finished their total destruction of Hrel Oro. The spiked diamond spheres cruised through the canyons, leveling wind turbines and collapsing the entrances to mine shafts. Black smoke rose into the air, and white frost crackled across the broken terrain in rivers of ice. 49 warliners, as many battleships as Adar Korin had used to secure his triumph at Krona III, swooped in and unleashed high-energy projectiles like a swarm of stinging insects. Penetrating shells released destructive shockwaves as they smashed into the curved hulls. The alien globes spun about, their pyramidal protrusions crackling with a buildup of lightning. Zahn clenched the support rail again, knowing that the hydrogues had the power to massacre his maniple. Aspiri had been slaughtered. Concentrated energy beams and kinetic projectiles continued bombarding the warglobes. The hydrogues struck back. Blue energy lanced out, ripping blackened troughs along the plated sides of the warliners. A burst of lightning took one warliner's primary engine sets offline, and the ship could not fight against Hrel Oro's gravity. Zahn watched on his screens as the battleship commander wrestled with his failing systems, striving to correct the descent angle. Ahead, the flat desert landscape offered a clear field for an emergency landing. The warliner careened out of control, finally crashing, scraping, and slewing across the plain. Most of the crew would survive, if the hydrogues didn't come back and obliterate the wounded vessel. "Maintain your attack. Do not slacken." Remembering Corin's words, he let no doubt creep into his voice. He had to be stronger than anyone else. He had trained his Tals, Kuls, and Septars in every way possible. They would do their best. They would not dream of failing him any more than he would ever have failed the old Adar. But the hydrogues seemed to be invincible. 3 enemy warglobes converged upon another Ildiran battle vessel. The diamond spheres began to play powerful energy discharges across the armor, cracking holes through the warliner's thick hull. The captain shouted for assistance across the communication system. Zahn ordered his warliners to defend their doomed comrades, but the hydrogue energy weapon proved overpowering. The trapped warliner split open, venting fuel and atmosphere, erupting as its internal systems were breached. Shrapnel flew in all directions. Parts of the hull broke off, and 2 of the sail-like solar fins fluttered free over the desert like giant alloy kites. The Adar reeled as he sensed the deaths of so many loyal crew members. These soldiers were under his command. He was responsible for these battleships, and within a few minutes he had already lost 2 great warliners. He searched his mind for an alternative, some other way to fight. But so far no strategy had proved effective against the diamond-hulled ships, except for the suicide tactic Corin had used. Zahn would not resort to that. Not yet. Though perhaps he should. The hydrogues had not come to Hrel Oro to fight the Solar Navy. They had their own incomprehensible purposes. By now they were finished with their assault on the splinter colony. Though the Ildiran battleships continued to harry them, the 6 spiked warglobes did one last half-hearted run on the structures below, blasting away all remnants of the Ildiran settlement. Then the 6 unscathed enemy spheres simply rose through the smoke-stained skies and departed at a leisurely pace. Shouts of fear and anger, damage assessments, and casualty reports filled the communication channels. Zahn stared first at the images of destruction below, then at the departing warglobes. "Adar, should I order the maniple to pursue?" demanded Kulfan, his face drawn and grim. "The hydrogues are getting away. Do we go after them?" No. It would be ineffective and dangerous. Zahn expanded the image of the burning wreckage. The death of each soldier already pained him like a crystal knife thrust into his side. How had Adar Corin dealt with it? "Our primary responsibility is to offer aid to our people down there, if any of them survive. I'll not let any more Ildirans die because we were anxious to keep fighting a hopeless battle." Victory against the hydrogues was obviously not possible here. Therefore, his priority must be to save Ildiran lives. "All able-bodied soldiers report to the launching bays. Medical kithmen break into teams, some to man the infirmaries aboard our warliners, others to go to the surface and tend any survivors we find." The Adar wanted to be personally involved with every phase, but he knew he could not. His job was to lead, so he would remain here to issue orders and manage all the pieces. He angrily thrust aside his confusion and the nagging whispers of doubt, and forced himself to set an example of how all Ildiran soldiers should behave. He quickly dispatched 3 unscathed warships to track down and assist the crashed warliner out in the desert. "Get displays and updated maps of all the active mining operations down there. Some people must have survived the attack, but they won't last long if they're buried." He sent engineering crews and heavy excavators with large-scale earth-moving machinery to dig miners out of their collapsed shafts. Fire suppression crews were also launched. Although the Hydrogue ice wave weapon froze and shattered anything it touched, the blue lightning blasts had started secondary fires, even if little remained intact for the fires to destroy. Zahn stepped away from the command nucleus, his mind made up. He could not stay up here, away from the actual operations. Corin had prepared him to be a hero. "I will be in the lead shuttle. Take me down to the surface so that I can see for myself." Later, when he finally stood among the smoldering debris of the splinter colony, when he could smell the smoke and dust and death in the air, Zahn was speechless. The Ildiran buildings were gone, and he heard pitifully few moans of injured or dying Ildirans. To his astonishment, a large black shape emerged from the billowing, sooty haze at the center of the devastation. The Clickus robot moved with unsettling smoothness on clusters of finger-like legs. Its extended arms had sharp joints that ended in crab-like claws. Zahn didn't know how the Clickus robot recognized him, how it knew to address the Adar in particular, but the looming ancient machine proceeded through the smoke and wreckage without hesitation. Its black carapace opened part way, as if threatening to reveal a set of deadly weapons. Its scarlet optical sensors blazed, regarding him. Zahn stood his ground. "What do you want? What are the Clickus robots doing on Hrel Oro?" The black machines sometimes appeared on Ildiran splinter colonies. In fact, they had frequently offered construction assistance in unpleasant environments, such as moons or asteroids or the dark side of Maratha. But he didn't believe that was why this robot was here. In a buzzing voice it replied, "Inform the Mage Imperator that all agreements between Ildirans and the Clickus robots are ended." The robot swiveled its body core to face the opposite direction. The stunned Adar watched, smelling smoke and blood from the massacre, as the hulking black automaton stalked off. 107. Anton Colicos. Alone against the deepest night on Maratha, Anton and 37 frightened Ildirans attempted to keep the lights burning long enough to survive. Engineer Nurov strung together the remaining intact power cells, squeezing out enough energy to maintain the domed city's vital systems. Despite the Maratha designate's demands that all illumination be restored, there simply wasn't enough power remaining for more than a few days. "Secta may offer safety, but these people are fearful of traversing the darkness." Remember, Vaosh told Anton, "there is danger outside the dome, and we have barely enough Ildirans here to form a splinter." "There's danger here, too, Vaosh, and we're all going to have to leave sooner or later. We may as well do it under our own terms." Anton managed a wan smile. "If it helps, I could come up with a few Earth parables that warn against procrastination." Once Designate Avi was finally convinced that no rescuers would come, he asked his bureaucrat assistant to arrange for their departure. Anton accompanied Baliv and the lens Kifman Iluril, carrying a dazzling spot blazer outside to the vehicle hangars. The three men suited up in reflective skin films, primarily designed to guard against the overpowering heat and sunlight of the dazzling day season. Now the layers of synthetic fabric offered insulation against the deepening cold of the long night. As they trudged across the dark ground, Anton noticed that the hangar door looked damaged. More malicious sabotage, or simply poor maintenance? But the door opened, and Baliv scurried over to the 3 fast surface flyers housed inside. When Anton, Vaosh, and a group of Ildiran volunteers had visited the night-side Secta construction site, they'd flown one of these vessels. After night descended on Maratha Prime, the fast surface flyers had been placed into storage until the next day season. Now they were the only craft that could take the skeleton crew over to the sunlit side in safety. Ilura looked jumpy and anxious. He still seemed to believe that the Shanari from Vaosh's story were waiting to prey upon them, that they might be hiding in any shadow. Anton remained ever vigilant for the mysterious saboteurs. the real ones. The bureaucrat inspected each of the 3 craft, following a checklist and making notations on a diamond crystal slate.
All appear functional enough to take us to the sector site, where the robots have agreed to welcome us. I will divide our personnel into 3 groups accordingly.
Returning to the Ildirans huddled in the lighted portion of the dome, Baliv also drew up a plan that distributed stockpiled food and supplies into each craft. Though the fast surface flyers would accomplish the long trek in only half a day, the refugees did not know how long they might need to wait for rescue once they reached the construction site. Anton continued to be pleasantly surprised by how well he was dealing with the tense situation. Cool-headed and sensible, finding strength and courage that he hadn't known he possessed. Maybe he wasn't just an armchair adventurer after all. Maybe he had actually learned something from all those tales he had studied. From his repertoire he told stories of individual valor and resolve in order to keep the skeleton crew from panicking. The Ildirans, and especially Vaosh, particularly liked the tale of the Dutch boy who had used his finger to plug a leaking dike. Though it was a simple story, it had a legendary quality worthy of events in the saga of 7 Suns. When Engineer Nurov announced that the fast surface flyers were stocked and fueled, Designate Avi announced with exaggerated satisfaction, "I have once again communicated with the Clickus robots in Maratha Sector. They await our arrival." "Then we'd better go," Anton said with forced cheer, "before the power goes out again." Though he had intended it as a joke, the comment proved to be all the incentive the members of the skeleton crew needed. They suited up and, carrying personal emergency blazers, left the lighted dome. The designate held up the brightest spot blazer and led the way under dazzling stars that seemed much too far away. Even the brief march across the compound grounds to the hangar seemed nearly beyond the limits of the Ildirans. But Avi, claiming to draw strength through the thism from his brother the Mage Imperator, moved at a brisk pace that was just short of a full-out run. Anton and the Ildirans separated into their assigned groups and hurried to the brightly lit interiors of the individual flyers. He and Vaosh would ride with the Maratha designate and his bureaucratic deputy, along with the Lens Kithman, Nurov, and several agricultural Kithman, diggers, and technicians. Though Designate Avi was anxious to leave, Vaosh pointed out quietly that it would be more heroic for him to see that the others departed first. "Bear in mind, Designate, we are participating in events that will be documented in the saga of 7 Suns. How do you wish to be remembered?" Baliv agreed. "You are our leader, Designate. You are our connection to the Mage Imperator, and through him, the light source." Always pragmatic, the bureaucratic deputy added, "By departing in the 3rd vessel, you allow the first 2 to prepare the way and secure your reception." Mollified, Avi gave the order. The engines of the first surface flyer fired up, and Anton felt an indefinable sense of relief when the craft rose and departed, accelerating as it skimmed over the ground toward the far-off, unseen light of day. The engines of the second flyer began to roar as Anton settled into his seat beside Vaosh. Engineer Nurov was already going over plans he had brought along. While he waited for all the passengers to strap in, he compiled a projected inventory of the supply and equipment vessels available at the sector construction site, since the designate had urged him to find a way to get off of the planet once they all reached temporary safety. Anton checked through the notes he had retrieved from his personal quarters in Maratha Prime to make sure he had everything. For months he had been translating and analyzing portions of the saga. Of all the human scholars who had filed requests, Anton Kolokos was the only person ever approved to study with an Ildiran rememberer. It had been an intellectual and academic coup that none of his fellow scholars could match. His time living among the aliens, his friendship with Vaosh, and now this unexpected ordeal, not to mention learning that his father was dead, his mother missing, gave him a great deal to assess and digest, far beyond his original goal of translating Ildiran myths and legends. He looked over at the rememberer. "Are you glad to have a chance to practice what you preach, Vaosh? To become a legendary figure instead of just talking about them?" A sunrise of hues and tones flushed through his friend's facial lobes. "No, Remember, Anton, given the choice, I prefer just to tell the stories, not to experience them. By now, the second craft had flown away. Finally, their flyer lifted off the ground. Since he was the most qualified, Yurov served as pilot. Baliv sat at the communications console, making regular contact with the other two craft. They raced across the landscape, skimming low over uneven ground that appeared bare, rough, and lifeless. While Anton gazed out the dark window, the other Ildirans faced inward toward the flyer's lights and each other. The shadowy ground slithered by under them. With every moment they moved closer to the distant line of daylight. Speeding along, the first flyer was by now far ahead of them and out of sight around the curve of the planet. The blazing engines of the second vehicle were only a pinpoint of orange in the distance. Suddenly, Baliv frowned as he checked and rechecked his console. "We have just lost all contact with the first surface flyer." He looked behind him to the Maratha designate. "Their transmissions cut off abruptly." The pilot had time only to say that he had discovered an unusual reading, a spike, and then the signal cut off. "What about the second flyer?" Designate Avi asked. Anton leaned forward, suspicions already churning in his mind. The bureaucrat Kithman sent his inquiry signal. "Nothing unusual so far. Wait!" Far ahead of them, the brilliant orange dot of the flyer's afterburners suddenly bloomed into a dazzling flower of incandescent light. The Ildirans were astonished. "Klar, Bech, it just exploded," Yurov said, immediately checking his own readings. Anton leaped up from his seat. "Shut everything down, Yurov. Land! You've got to put us down here, and now." "But there is nothing out here," Designate Avi sputtered. Anton cut him off. "Two flyers in a row? That can't be a coincidence. We're only a few minutes behind them, so we don't have long." The engineer decelerated drastically until their hull and landing gear scraped along the rough, barren ground. Anton speculated, "I don't know if it was sabotage or just a flaw in these ships, but it could be a timed explosive that was activated as soon as we took off. We've got to get out of here now." As the flyer screeched to a halt, he opened the hatch, exposing them to the empty night and the cold air. "Grab your blazers if you must, but get out, now!" Rememberer Vaosh scooped up one of the portable lights and rushed after the human scholar, fleeing the still groaning and humming flyer. Yurov helped the two agricultural Kithman, Mahaska and Silka, out of the hatch. Anton shouted, "If I'm wrong, we can always come back, but if I'm right, we'll know in less than a minute." He sprinted across the cold darkness, not needing a light of his own. "Run!" Thoroughly motivated to protect his own life, Designate Avi scrambled away, dragging his bureaucratic assistant along with him. Engineer Yurov was the last one out. "Perhaps the engines were overheating," he suggested. "By landing in time, we may have avoided the problem." Anton motioned them all to hurry. "Or maybe the danger was caused by something else entirely. Come on!" At the moment, his best guess was that their mysterious saboteurs had reconfigured the flyer engines so they would fail catastrophically while being used. The countdown kept ticking at the back of his mind. The air was very cold, and the night sky seemed penetratingly dark. Here, far from Prime and still a long distance from Secta, even Anton felt isolated and vulnerable. He could imagine how terrified the Ildirans themselves must be. When the group came to a halt, panting and anxious, they held their emergency blazers high, looking like a cluster of fireflies. Designate Avi turned to Anton, his panic manifesting as anger and blame. "Now you can see that you have overreacted. Was it necessary to listen to—" Behind him, the third and last flyer erupted in a timed explosion that ignited the fuel tanks, ruined the engines, and blasted shrapnel and supplies into the sky. The pieces continued to burn, arcing high and then crashing down like flaming meteors. The bright fires were like beacons in the darkness, but the horrified Ildirans took no comfort or strength from the crackling light. Vaosh spoke first, shaping their immediate response. "Rememberer Anton and Engineer Yurov have saved our lives." "But we are lost in the middle of nowhere," Ilorel moaned. "We are vulnerable to the darkness and the shadows and whatever else lives here." "And only 12 of us have survived, and 1 human," Baliv said. "The others are dead. That's not nearly enough for a splinter." Anton knew he would have to hold them together somehow. "There's still hope. Even though the other 2 shuttles were destroyed, we've thwarted whoever is trying to kill us. We can make it." Sensing their despair, Understanding that the Eldirans were more terrified of the loneliness and the dark night than of faceless killers, he tried to sound optimistic. "We're still alive, but we have to help ourselves. We can't just sit here and wait for rescue." He pointed in the direction of dawn, where he tried to convince himself he could see the barest smear of haze on the horizon. "There's only one thing to do. Start walking." He took Vaosh by the arm and bravely headed out. In a low voice, the rememberer said, "Our story in the saga just got more interesting, if any of us survives to tell the tale." 108. Chief Scientist Howard Palau. During night on Reindik Ko, after the colonist volunteers went to sleep in their gathered tents near the base of the Clickus Cliff City, the frenetic pace of the transportal hub died down just enough for Howard Palau to do his work. As the chief scientist studied the circuits and machinery left behind by the vanished alien race, he input notes and conjectures into the old data screen he had kept for so many years. He still didn't understand how the transportal network functioned, and with each detail he learned, his conclusions shifted back and forth. Ideas and hypotheses were part of the scientific method, and Palau did not regret the detours and blind alleys. It was the same with his life. While he might wish he could have changed a few decisions or behaved differently, Palau didn't consider his missteps to be mistakes. Every action was part of the process of living, for good or bad. Having a few more years with his wife would have been nice. During their best times, he regretted not spending enough days just enjoying her company, relaxing with her, going to the hot springs she loved so well because her body ached. Now that the chief scientist was alone and had all the time in the universe to spend on his investigations, he would have preferred just to take an afternoon off and walk through the canyons of Reindik Ko with her. But she was gone now. One of the technicians, bleary-eyed and exhausted from hustling people through the trapezoidal gateway all day long, remained on duty to perform bookkeeping chores, though she clearly had no love for the task. Eladia had a narrow face, bronze skin, and long blue-black hair. As she went about her tedious paperwork, ignoring him, she ate an evening snack that filled the small control room with the pungent odors of curry and garlic. Palau couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten, but Eladia didn't offer to share. He was not impolite enough to ask. Her control board brightened, and the trapezoidal stone window grew blurry. "It's about time," she muttered, more to herself than to Palau. He looked up and saw a shadow appear. A tall man stepped through. He had tousled black hair and wore a dusty but comfortable-looking expedition jumpsuit. His lightweight pack contained the requisite scanning and documentation apparatus, as well as a conservative supply of survival rations. The explorer unslung his pack and handed her the results and images he had gathered. "Another decent world, a bit colder than the others, but the ground is rich in rare metals. A keeper." Eladia scanned the data pack, then nodded. "Good, we'll add it to the roster. Right now I'm getting a shower, some food, and a long nap." The transportal explorer left his equipment behind and walked briskly into the tunnels. Over the past month, Palau had often seen explorers return from their expeditions to undeciphered destination tiles. He had always been intrigued by their daring adventures. He said to the technician, "So many of the tiles remain untried. Who knows what we might find if we traveled through to those worlds?" "Yes, who knows? If you figure out how the transportals work, we'll get a lot more answers." Apparently, the explorer's scheduled return was all she'd been waiting for. Wrapping up the remains of her snack, Eladia signed off her log and called it a night. "The system is yours, Dr. Palau. I hope you find something worthwhile tonight." Pacing the room after she left, he stared at the big stone window through which the man had just returned. Palau had already passed through the transporter network many times in order to study the apparatus on other, already proven Clickus worlds. But the thought of so many blank holes in the data bothered him on a fundamental level. As the Hansa's chief scientist, It was his job to find answers about the whole alien transportation system. He scanned the mysterious Cliquis hieroglyphics, exotic letters or numerals assigned to the worlds their lost civilization had claimed. Palau could choose from among hundreds that had never been investigated, never been seen by human eyes. The very idea intrigued him. He had his scientific curiosity, after all, and he had watched so many colonists pass harmlessly through the transportal. Palau had already left his mark in many ways. His technical papers and scientific accomplishments, his work analyzing the Cliquis robot Jorax, dozens of fundamental breakthroughs that ranged from the wildly profitable to the unbelievably esoteric. Knowing the symbol coordinate tile that would return him to Ring-de-Co, he could always find his way back. He had nothing left to prove, but why not achieve something else? In reality, he had nothing to lose. With the meticulous care he had learned from his first job as a lab assistant, Palau carefully documented what he intended to do, leaving a full explanation and tidying up the reports he had so far compiled about the transportal system. Then he chose one of the still unknown tiles, recording its symbol on the records he would leave behind. Deciding that the recently returned explorer's pack could prove useful, containing enough supplies for a brief trip, Palau picked it up. He adjusted the straps, shouldered the load, and prepared to set out. He intended to be back before long. After activating the stone window, he watched the blank surface shimmer into a dusty, mysterious passage. He took a deep breath, and with a confident smile, stepped through, eyes open and ready to see. He encountered a world of uncompromising strangeness, impossibly different from the other abandoned Cliquis worlds he had visited so far. The colors, sounds, smells were powerful and unexpected, enough to drive a person mad. The alien and unfamiliar sights assailed his consciousness with an avalanche of exotic details, incomprehensible impressions. And then another unexpected sight. An older, human female moved toward him, with a curious and unreadable expression on her face. In complete shock, Palau recognized the features of a woman he had never met, but who was well known to him. Margaret Colicos, alive. It did not surprise him that after the hundreds of missions and random explorations through the transportals, somebody would find the world where she had gone. But this was impossible, unbearable. Suddenly, he saw more, much more, and could not stop himself from screaming. When they entered the control room the next morning, in order to prepare for the day's first group of departing colonists, the technical crew found Palau's records. At first, they were annoyed by the risk the chief scientist had taken. Then, as time went by, they became concerned. Finally, after a week of silence, far longer than his rations would have lasted, Palau's coordinate was marked as another black tile. The technicians submitted the chief scientist's data and his computer files to another team of Hansa investigators so that the work could continue. Meanwhile, the Transportal Colonization Initiative proceeded apace. Howard Palau never returned. 109. Didi. Though he was trapped aboard the stolen Juggernaut, Didi had to take action as Syrinx and his robot marauders annihilated the Corybus settlement. His basic programming did not allow him to remain idle. He had to at least try. This was wrong. From the Juggernaut's weapons station, the soldier compis mapped out and targeted all human or Cliquis structures. As the attack proceeded, they tracked each fleeing person who raced for shelter, and they could kill their victims one at a time with cool accuracy. In the colony's transmission tower, Jan Kovitz continued to send anxious questions, pleas, demands, With 2 successive jazer blasts, one of the invading mantas vaporized the communications tower and its support shack. The desperate radio signal went silent. Syrinx stood on the command bridge like some great general. All the robot's articulated arms were extended. His flat head plate swiveled as he absorbed information from the projection screens. "We will leave no structure standing. No trace that the arrogant humans ever established a foothold here." Dee concluded that stopping this unprovoked assault had a higher priority than his own self-preservation. He lunged toward the nearest weapons console. Though his mass was only half that of the soldier compies, the little robot's unexpected action was sufficient to thrust the military machine aside. As the surprised soldier compy attempted to recover its balance, Dee slammed his alloy and plastic fist into the Juggernaut's weaponry controls. He did not have the strength of a heavy-lifting machine, but the consoles had not been designed to take such punishment. Dee hammered again and again, breaking open the cover plate, obliterating the circuitry and delicate targeting systems. In less than 3 seconds, the soldier compy had righted itself and pulled Dee away from the console. The little robot struggled but could not break free. Before him the controls smoked and sparked, and he was gratified to see that they were ruined. The soldier compy raised Dee overhead, prepared to disassemble him. 2 other military robots lurched forward to add their metal muscle, but Syrinx's buzzing voice halted them. "Do not destroy him." Scarlet eye sensors glowed balefully like orbs formed of hot embers. "This is an example of how slavery corrupts these competent computerized companions. No rational mind would have taken such useless action, but Dee was forced to make this defiant but ultimately pointless gesture." Syrinx scuttled over to where Dee dangled in the air, caught in the grasp of the soldier compy. "Observe, Dee. You caused very little harm. This battleship is equipped with 3 redundant weapons consoles, and even without the Juggernaut we have 5 fully armed Manta cruisers to continue the destruction of an unarmed colony. Your struggle was for nothing." "Nevertheless, I could not fail to act." Syrinx moved heavily back to the central bridge station to oversee the conclusion of the Corybus operation. Dee amplified his voice. "It is what I want to do. I desire to stop you." Even without the restrictive programming the Clickus robot scorned, he would have chosen to do the same thing. He could not stand by while so many innocent colonists were slaughtered. "You do not understand your own actions." In the colony below, despite Dee's best efforts, nothing remained but smoking debris and bodies. Everything had been destroyed. "Observe closely," Syrinx said as the hijacked battleship descended toward the rubble of the canyon floor. Dee didn't want to see firsthand the results of the massacre. "This was merely a practice run for our ultimate plan, a demonstration of our new attack force. We judge the exercise an unqualified success." The engines hummed, then slowed as the Juggernaut came to rest against the ground like a beached whale. The soldier compies marched in ranks from the bridge, preparing to disembark and complete the total sterilization of Corybus. Syrinx observed with apparent satisfaction. "Therefore we will proceed with the full-scale plan against the rest of humanity." 110. Orly Kovitz. The attack went on for what seemed like hours, and Orly huddled against the wall of her cave shelter. If this alcove had remained intact for 10,000 years, unscathed even by the super-weaponry that had melted the granite cliffs and exterminated the Clickus, then she was probably safe. But adrenaline made her heart hammer, and she crouched in the deepest corner of the chamber. Outside, everyone else was being slaughtered, including her father, and she could do nothing to help. What had they done to provoke this? And who were the attackers? Eventually, she heard no more of the faint screams, only the crackle of energy blasts and the boom of distant explosions mixed with the roar of engines. With shaking knees, she crept forward, certain in her heart that every other living human on Corybus must be dead. Smoke filled the canyon, drifting upward in greasy black plumes. The whole settlement had been flattened and burned. Nothing remained whatsoever. The communications tower and its control shack had been vaporized. She knew her father would have been inside it. Her half-hearted friends must also be dead. All the colonist families, her pet, the acquaintances she had made in their short time here. She heard the roar of spaceship engines change pitch and decrease to muffled booms. Peeking out through the narrow cave entrance, Orly saw the 6 EDF vessels land under the smoky sunlight. The massacre was complete. The juggernaut was so huge it barely fit between the canyon walls, but the pilot had guided it down without hesitation. When the doorways opened and figures streamed down ramps to the valley floor, she recognized the insect-like forms of giant Clickus robots. Next, soldier-model compies built in Hansa factories filed out beside the black-shelled alien machines. Tears streaked her dusty face. Orly couldn't cry out, didn't dare call attention to herself here, so high up on the cliff wall. The robots separated into teams and combed through the wreckage. Soldier compies used brute strength to knock down walls and crack open sealed storage containers. They found one person who had been hiding and dragged him out, screaming. The man broke away and tried to flee, but the robots surrounded him and viciously dispatched him. Orly could see the splash of blood even from her distant vantage. The robotic invaders remained for hours, being particularly thorough, until they could find nothing left to destroy. As the afternoon light began to fade over Corybus, the machines filed back aboard their stolen EDF vessels. Thrusters lifted the juggernaut and 5 mantas from the ground. Like predators bloated after a huge feast, they flew into the sky, lumbering back toward orbit. Orly had waited long enough. When she realized she was as safe as she was going to be, she crept out of her shelter and began to climb back down. The alum crystals seemed slipperier now, their flat surfaces tilted. Each one seemed treacherous, as if the crystals themselves wanted her to slip and fall. Before long, her arms and legs were trembling. She knew it was not just anxiety from the dangerous climb, but also the backwash of shock from what she had witnessed. She gritted her teeth and focused her thoughts. One movement at a time, one handhold or foothold, descending a body length and then another. She had to make it back down. The valley was in full shadow of dusk by the time she reached the bottom. She stood shaking for a few moments, gasping to catch her breath. Then horror and hope swept over her like a flood wave. She ran with clumsy footsteps toward the orange glow of still-burning fires. As she had feared, nothing remained but rubble and blackened timbers from the pole trees the settlers had brought in from the open plains. The Clickus transportal had been demolished. Blackened human bodies, mercifully unrecognizable, lay strewn about on the ground or buried in the wreckage of collapsed buildings. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Her voice cracked, but she did not give up. "Is anyone else alive?" Only a resounding silence echoed back at her as night fell. It was no use. She was all alone on Corybus, the only survivor. 111. Rolinda Kett. Without any sun in Krenna's frozen sky, it was hard to judge the passage of days during the rescue operations. When all of the shell-shocked colonists were finally crammed aboard the 2 merchant ships, Rolinda was ready to go. The blind Faith lifted off first, rising into the dark, cold skies. Bebob signaled, "I'm awfully overloaded, Rolinda." "You want to tell a couple of those people they can stay behind?" "Not a chance. I used to live here, remember? These were my neighbors." For the time being, the settlers didn't mind standing elbow to elbow on a ship that would take them far from their dark and dying world. They leaned against the corridor walls, or were stacked like cordwood in the few passenger compartments. But at least they were alive and getting away. Rolinda turned to the contented-looking spy as she activated the Curiosity's controls to follow Bebop.
"You did a good job here, Davlin. Maybe you'll have to change your career."
She accelerated on a direct line out of the system, away from the quiet, dead globe that had once been a beautiful colony. Davlin shrugged in the co-pilot's chair. "I like these people. What else was I supposed to do?" A brief smile crossed his face. "They're my friends. And when we get to Reliker, I intend to give those bureaucratic snots a piece of my mind for not helping when we asked for assistance. I just might mention it to Chairman Wenceslas himself."
"Whoa, look out, Rolinda!"
Bebop squawked over the comm system.
"Incoming, starboard side!"
Rolinda suddenly felt as cold as if she were standing outside on Krenna. 4 hydrogue war globes hurtled on a beeline across space directly toward them.
"Oh, crap, do these guys always need to have such bad timing?"
Davlin clenched his jaw. What more can the drogues want here? They've already killed the damned sun. Rolinda activated the ship's intercom.
"Everybody hold on tight. Evasive maneuvers coming up."
She rolled the Curiosity, looping down while the Blind Faith flew in a different direction, diving back toward Krenna as if hoping to find a place to hide there. Despite her teasing, Rolinda knew Bebop had outrun many an enemy and was an expert at getting himself out of trouble through fast flying. But local security forces were easily duped. She didn't know how readily fooled a hydrogue would be. Rolinda took her own ship on a hard turn and accelerated recklessly.
"I'm going to duck behind the planet, maybe in the shadow, or what would have been the shadow if there was any sun left."
Davlin looked at her. "I don't have any better ideas." As Rolinda flew a corkscrew maneuver, the rescued colonists couldn't tell the difference between the deck and the ceiling. She was strapped in and concentrated on flying, but her passengers yelled as they were thrown from side to side. Both ships converged where the planetary mass would at least block them from the war globe sensors. To their surprise, the hydrogues shot past on a determined course, intent on something else. The diamond-hulled ships ignored the Curiosity and the Faith and continued like guided missiles toward the dead ember of the sun. Orbiting the dark star, the drogues shot their weapons, pounding immense energy discharges into ruddy patches where leftover stellar heat continued to escape.
"What are they doing now?" Bebop asked. "Not that I'm complaining."
A few sputtering flares flickered out from the extinguished sun, spouting in the infrared. "They're trying to flush out the last few Fyro survivors," Davlin said, "finishing the job." Suddenly, a group of ellipsoidal fireballs spurted away from the cooling solar material. Like hungry wolves, the hydrogues raced after them.
"Now's our chance," Rolinda said. "Come on, Bebop."
The 2 ships moved out of the shelter of the cold planet and accelerated toward open space away from the titanic fight. War globes surrounded the fleeing Fyros one at a time. Energy discharges hammered the flaming elementals, bleeding their power dry. Under the relentless attack, one of the Fyros flickered, then winked out, a dead cinder in cold space. Bebop transmitted,
"Better increase acceleration, Rolinda. Doesn't look like we have much longer before the drogues finish mopping up. With all these people aboard, this is as fast as the Curiosity will go."
Davlin watched on the screens as the vengeful war globes methodically trapped and killed another of the fireballs, then another. Before long, when the last of the flaming elementals had been snuffed, the war globes accelerated back down along the path they had traveled. Rolinda heaved a brief sigh of relief. But now the 4 diamond spheres hesitated and altered course. They moved toward the 2 fleeing cargo ships, as if finally noticing them.
"This isn't good," Bebop said. "It's not a coincidence."
Rolinda wrestled with the controls, but her ship was already at maximum speed. Since even EDF juggernauts and Ildiran warliners couldn't fight the hydrogues, the Curiosity didn't stand a chance. The ominous diamond spheres quickly reached them and surrounded the 2 ships, just as they had when vanquishing the Fyros. Rolinda swallowed hard. The alien globes looked as big as planets in front of her. She didn't even consider powering up her minimal weapons.
"Anybody got a white flag?"
she asked. The spiked globes shimmered, looming there but making no move. Rolinda wondered what they were waiting for. She and her passengers, as well as all those aboard the Blind Faith, were certainly doomed. Finally, with typical incomprehensibility, the hydrogues separated and streaked off at high speed, as if responding to some unheard signal. They left Willinda shaking inside her cockpit. "What the hell?" Bebop transmitted. She just shook her head and took deep breaths, unable to speak. Davlin stared out the cockpit window and finally said, "I'm all done with this system, and my sabbatical." 112. Chelly. In the ruins of the world forest, some areas were so dense with fallen trees and dead wood that they formed barriers impenetrable even to heavy roamer machinery. The worst tangles, though, were the most fascinating to Chelly. What was the forest hiding in there? She bounded through thickets, curious about the shielded islands of fallen trees that seemed to her like consciously protective barricades. Standing before a huge deadfall, Chelly looked at the tightly packed trunks and broken branches. In the midst of the furious attack, had the world forest intentionally drawn down its doomed hulks to form an armored dome to shelter something vitally important? And why would that be so strange? With her own eyes, she had seen the rush of verdant rebirth as the forest used its stored energy to regrow foliage as fast as the hydrogues could destroy it. That miracle had lasted only briefly, wondrous and lush and green, but it showed the world forest's unique power and majesty. She could think of no reason why there might not be other miracles in the offing. Ever curious, Chelly worked her way into the thicket. Gnarled branches scratched like claws, warning intruders away. Withered fronds hung like witches' brooms, blocking her way, but Chelly felt no sinister presence here. She wasn't a green priest, and could not sense the world trees. Nevertheless, she belonged here on Terok. The trees, even these wounded or dying ones, would know she meant them no harm. She wormed her way forward. She had always been able to get into tight places and awkward situations, often to her dismay. Her body was whip-thin and resilient, and she found openings that no machine or even a broad-shouldered man like Salimar could have gotten through. Pushing more branches aside, Chelly ignored the scratches she received. Some brittle twigs broke into charcoal as she pressed against them. Others were surprisingly resilient and flexible. She smelled fresh moisture again, proof that parts of the forest had escaped being scorched or frozen. This sheltered place was still remarkably alive, gathering energy during an exhausted rest. It was like a secret and magical glen. Chelly had often enjoyed eavesdropping on green priest acolytes as they told stories to the world forest. Now she recalled the story of Sleeping Beauty and her spellbound castle protected by an unbreakable wall of thorny vines. As she worked her way deeper, Chelly noticed, to her surprise, that the branches were actually shifting and stirring. They moved of their own accord, stretching out of the way to make her passage easier, to let her through. At first she thought it was just her imagination, but as she turned slightly, she could see the twigs rustle and flex, opening another path, guiding her. Grinning, she hurried forward, wondering where the foliage might want her to go. "What are you hiding inside there?" She drew closer to the heart of the thicket, and with each step she took, the branches continued to part for her. Only glimmers could penetrate the clumped wickerwork of tumbled branches overhead, and so the light was dim, but she found her way without a single misstep. Finally, she reached the center of the thicket under an interlocked dome of tree branches. Beneath the dome lay a shadowed meadow, where condor flies had once flitted and large flowers had grown. Chelly saw a single wooden pillar growing there in the open space. The trunk, as tall as she was, looked too thick and gnarled to be a treeling. It stood like an obelisk, a totem pole, or some sort of shrine that the trees themselves had created, thrusting it out of the Theron soil. Obviously this was what the world trees had been protecting. She moved closer, carefully, reverently. She still didn't know what she was seeing. As she paced around the wooden obelisk, she saw that its cylindrical shape was grooved and swirled with long bumps, like thick branches twisted in a knot. With a start, she realized that it oddly resembled a human form, as if a shuddering man had wrapped his arms tightly around himself, tucked his head down, and crouched. But the detail had not yet finished forming. The shape remained vague for now. The world trees had created this on purpose. But for what reason? She went closer, drawn and intrigued as she looked into the rounded lump that would have been the carved man's face. The features were crude but smooth, as if modeled in stiff clay without any refinements. After looking carefully, Shelley got the feeling it was still completing itself. Smiling with wonder, she reached out to touch what would have been a wooden cheek. The eyes opened. 113. Tasya Templin. Though she was stuck on the sidelines, the war still went on. EDF ships went out on recon flights in search of the Fyros in hopes of convincing them to become formal allies. Other ships attempted to keep track of Hydrogue movements. Far too much military energy, however, was devoted to the stupid red herring conflict with the Romer clans. After destroying Hurricane Depot, the Eddies had gone to 2 other Romer outposts, whose locations they had discovered only to find them hastily abandoned. The clans had always closely guarded their hiding places, and now they were slipping without difficulty through the fingers of the EDF. Tasya noted with no surprise whatsoever that the Hansa did not mention their failures. Because of their doubts and suspicions about her loyalties, Tasya's superior officers had stuck her here on Mars as a schoolteacher for bottom-of-the-barrel plebes, most of them obnoxious and unmotivated. She wasn't in a mood to take any crap from them. Under olive skies, with her boots planted on rusty rock, she stood on high ground in her environment suit, watching the new batch of cadets as they went through routine on-foot drills. During her downtime the evening before, Tasya had planned the day's exercises. The students hadn't learned yet that the worse they performed and the ruder they were to her, the tougher she made their assignments. In the canyons below, the plebes marched in 4 separate groups, struggling to follow computerized topographic maps through convoluted terrain in order to reach a goal. It seemed a simple chart-reading problem, a team-orienteering exercise, but she had spiced up the challenge by doctoring their air tanks so that some trainees had a surplus of oxygen and others did not have enough. As soon as their low-tank alarms went off, the cadets had the option of calling for pickup and rescue, but Tasya hoped each group would work together as a team to share resources. From what she'd seen, though, most of the Eddy recruits had never learned how to think outside the box to fix an emergency. The Big Goose could learn much about survival and innovation from the roamers. Unfortunately, they had made up their minds to harass the clans instead. Their loss. Here on Mars, Tasya was completely out of the information loop. Without her Manta command, she had no need to know about military actions, and she found out about full-scale operations like Hurricane Depot only long after the fact. Right now, General Lanyon might already be planning another idiotic attack, and she would never be able to warn the roamers, as she had done at Oscavel. Later that day, her trainees returned to the base, some having failed, some completing their assignment. All together in the waiting room, they shucked off their suits to look at the exercise scores and see what they had done wrong. And they had all done plenty of things wrong. Tasya didn't pull any punches in her debriefing assessment. She just hoped her students would eventually use their skills against the Hydrogues instead of other roamer outposts. 2 of the plebes had called in for an emergency rescue. Only one team had taken the obvious solution of sharing air from their tanks so that the entire crew could move on. The fastest hiker from the second team, seeing that they wouldn't all make it, had abandoned the rest of them for emergency rescue and run ahead just so he could claim a personal win. Tasya came down on that team the hardest. the alleged winner for making such a selfish decision, and the rest of his comrades for letting him. "It was within the parameters of the exercise, Commander," said the scolded cadet. "As a representative of our team, I wanted us to win." "By abandoning all your comrades?" "I don't care if we did have pickup teams waiting. That's not what we do, Cadet Elwich," she said. "We don't leave members of our team behind. I have half a mind just to give the lot of you to the drogues." "It's what the EDF did at Oscavel," one of the cadets grumbled. "They left a lot of people behind without even trying to rescue them. Didn't they, Commander? You were there." The implicit question stung her. "How many did you leave behind, Commander Tamblyn?" Tasia stared at them, reminded of the horrors of that battle. Even though she had gotten her own ship and crew out of danger, they had left behind innumerable wounded soldiers, damaged ships, and floating life tubes. And Rob was gone, too. "We were all under fire. Nobody was guaranteed to get out alive. There were no pickup squads. You think that's comparable to goofing around in an empty canyon to win a game? Shiz, I'm trying to teach you what I know. Listening may increase your chances for survival when you face a real enemy." "What's a roacher going to teach us? How to run and hide?" The same cadet muttered, barely loud enough for her to hear. "Elwich!" she roared, and the young man moved to attention, slower than she would have liked. She stepped close to him. "Do you know how to read a rank insignia? Do you understand what this means?" She indicated the polished clusters on her lapels. "It signifies that you were in command of a Manta battlecruiser. And tell me your rank again, Clebe." "Private, ma'am." "And in which military does a private speak with such disrespect to a commander?" In none that I'm aware of, ma'am." "This rank means that you are a worm beneath the heel of my boot, regardless of where I was born, how I was raised, or the clan I belong to. Spend less time thinking about my parentage and more time remembering my military service record. Private Elwich. I fought the Hydrogues at Jupiter, Boone's Crossing, Oscavel, and Toro. I wiped out a whole drogue world with a Clickus torch. My piloting scores are the best the EDF has on record. If I looked into your parentage, Private, what species would I find? How much inbreeding?" Some of the cadets snickered, but she silenced them. "This is the Earth Defense Forces. There is a chain of command. I am your ranking officer, and in all probability I will forever outrank you. Now, as a token of your newfound respect for me, Private Elwich, I want you to give me 100 push-ups." The cadet looked at her in calm surprise. Here on Mars, with only 40% of Earth's gravity, simple physical exercise was easy. "Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Right now, in your presence, Commander?" "No, Private, I want you to do them in the gravity chamber at a setting of 1.5 Earth normal." At last he gave a satisfactory gulp. "If anyone else would like to insult my parents, my clan, or my service record, please volunteer now." When no one answered her, Tasia continued to stare, making sure they understood she meant business. She could not hide her roamer heritage, nor did she want to. Instead, she intended to be the best EDF officer they could ever hope to serve under. And sometimes she very much enjoyed strictly enforcing the military regulations. 114. Zet Kellum. It made no sense, even when Zet tried to look at it from the warped Eddie point of view. She still could not see what had driven the EDF prisoners to concoct such a ridiculous escape plan, to take such unwarranted chances. What were they thinking? "They must have a brown dwarf for their guiding star," she muttered. After the debacle with the ore processor crashing into the admin dome, her father had been enraged to discover the missing prospector scout ship. At first, he'd feared that one of his roamer prospectors had not returned from a scouting run. For days, the EDF prisoners had been intensely tight-lipped, and Zet herself finally backtracked the location of the missing ship, discovered that Fitzpatrick and a soldier named Bill Stana had been working nearby, that Fitzpatrick had triggered a suspicious fire alarm, though no evidence of combustion had been found in the supply room. She'd reported it to her father. "I think one of the prisoners escaped." Escaped with an in-system ship? That's ridiculous. He had paced back and forth in the admin dome, scratching his salt and pepper beard and shaking his shaggy head. By damn, what crackpot scheme did they have in mind? Where was he going to go? That ship has a limited range and not much fuel. Finally, many days after Bill Stanna would have succeeded, or gotten himself into deep trouble and in need of rescue, Fitzpatrick quietly told Zet what the soldier had in mind. She hauled him onto the carpet in the repaired administration dome. You mean he just blindly headed off for the Comet Zone? Do you know how big the Kuiper Belt is? You can't simply fly up and expect to find our facilities, even if we hadn't taken pains to hide them. How was Stanna ever going to just stumble into the right spot? Fitzpatrick shrugged. He wanted to try. Zet shook her head, her long dark hair flying. That's just plain stupid. Clan Kellum had done everything to make life tolerable, productive, and, yes, damn it, pleasant for the soldiers in the Oscarville shipyards. Wasn't it perfectly clear why the refugees couldn't be returned to the Big Goose, especially after the roamers had cut off all trade with Earth and after the EDF had just destroyed Hurricane Depot? Now, more than ever, roamer facilities had to remain hidden. Fitzpatrick faced her, standing rigid. He had been alone with Zet before, but this time he seemed intimidated, even ashamed at all the trouble Bill Stanna had caused by blundering off into interplanetary space. She finally turned to him, frustrated. I don't get it. Is it really so bad here with us, Fitzy? He narrowed his eyes. You have to ask that. We're unlawful prisoners of war. What do you expect? We're supposed to try and escape. You can bet we've given you more freedom than the Eddies are allowing the roamer prisoners they kidnapped from Hurricane Depot. Nobody even knows what's happened to them. Don't go getting all indignant, Zed. Nobody knows what's happened to us either. Hundreds of roamer searchers were dispatched to comb the area for any sign of the lost prospector scout, but the volume of empty space in the Oscarville system was immense. Knowing at least the broad outlines of the escapees' ill-conceived plan, the roamers focused their search, crisscrossing space, trying to pick up any sign of the vessel. The cometary extraction fields performed a complete vessel inventory and confirmed that none of their ships were missing. Stanna had not gotten away. Finally, Kellum reported that they had found the prospector scout ship. The remaining 31 EDF prisoners gathered in a large cargo landing grotto as roamer vessels slowly towed in the small stolen craft. The craft came through to the loading dock, and atmosphere containment fields were dropped after repressurization. Zet noticed the ship's cold engines, the darkened portholes. Beside her, Fitzpatrick pressed his lips into a firm line, his face unreadable. Her father stepped out of the lead tow ship, hands on his hips, his expression angry and disappointed. He turned to watch as other roamers came forward to open the hatches of the silent spacecraft. Zed had never seen her father look so frustrated. Kellum raised his voice, yelling at the prisoners. "Your comrade stole this ship from us. Worse, he flew off into empty space without a course, without supplies, without even a fully charged life support system. Out in space, stupidity and poor planning are equivalent to death." He struggled to keep his temper in check. It didn't take him long to get lost, and he ran out of air before he starved. He did trigger the SOS beacon when he realized he was in deep trouble, but by then it was way too late. He was far from our cometary extraction facilities, and it took 7 hours for his signal to reach any listener, another 10 to respond. The roamers had opened the craft now, and they marched in a somber procession to retrieve Bill Stanna's stiff, pale body. When they carried the soldier out, the EDF captives groaned, and a buzz of heated conversation filled the chamber. "There was no reason for this, by damn," Kellum said. His voice sounded plaintive. There was no possibility he would get away, and yet still he flew off on this suicidal mission. Some of you, all of you, must have known he was going to do this. How could you let him? Where's your common sense? "You want us all dead anyway," muttered Shalya Andes, her voice dripping acid. Kellum flushed red and put his hands on his hips. "Would I keep yelling at you to be careful if I wanted you all dead?" Standing close to Fitzpatrick, Zed wanted to comfort him, felt anger and resentment flowing in waves from all the prisoners. "I'm sorry," she whispered. But even he turned away. 115. Admiral Lev Stromo. Since the EDF was sending such an overwhelming force against the roamers, Admiral Stromo had no worries about the impending military operation. This would be an unqualified victory that he could take credit for. It was quite a relief, really. Previously, each time he'd gone into battle, an icy ball in his stomach had spread numbness through his body. He had felt detached from all events, out of control, even though he was supposed to be the one in command. Times of peace and prosperity in the Hansa had allowed a smart and savvy man like himself to advance his career. Unfortunately, everyone expected Stromo to be a tough military genius as well. Early on, when he decisively put an end to the Rama insurrection, he had been considered a war hero. He had always felt he deserved those medals, ribbons, and promotions until he'd faced a real enemy and a real military crisis. His utter defeat at Jupiter had changed everything. He'd never been so frightened in his life, and he had lost his nerve. Something had broken within him, and afterward he had never felt the same. He'd lost his edge. No doubt the EDF troops talked about him behind his back, but this severe disciplinary action against the roamers would restore his clout. Stromo felt he could do it. No, he was sure he could do it. 16 mantas entered the unremarkable star system, where a red dwarf shone dull light into a mess of orbiting rocks. The roamers were hiding in there, according to the data they had extracted from the clan ship seized at Hurricane Depot. The space gypsies didn't know his fleet was coming, but they would find out soon enough. Even though General Lanyon had not authorized the use of massive juggernauts, worried about taking them from hydrogue patrols, it was quite an impressive show of force. One of the eager young tacticians hunched over a console on the lead manta's bridge. "Detecting space traffic, Admiral. Right where we expected them to be. It's a rotor nest, all right." Stromo drew a deep breath. "Focus in on any artificial structures. See if you can pinpoint the main complex, a cluster of asteroids, spaceports, loading docks, connecting girders." "I'm tracing back flight paths, sir. There, a clear convergence." "Disperse our battle group so we come in from all sides," Stromo said. "Remora pilots to the launch bays. This is a containment and absorption action. It's your job to make sure nobody slips away. Our job is to make a bold statement here, and actions speak louder than words." "Our net will have plenty of holes in it, Admiral. Once they scatter, some of them will slip away," said the manta's commander, Ellie Ramirez. Stromo remembered her name in particular because she had been elevated in rank so that she could take command of this cruiser, which had formerly belonged to the roamer officer Tasia Tamblin. He couldn't remember any of the other minor officers, though, since he'd barely met the crew before launching from Earth. He paced the manta's bridge. If the mission didn't look completely successful, then he would redefine the objective so that he could honestly call it a victory. "All right, we can tolerate a few leaks. Let somebody get away to tell the other clans that we mean business. It's my intention to put a full-blown fear of the Hansa into them. They'll think twice before they defy us again." He shook his head. "Proceed in full attack configuration." Ramirez cleared her throat. "They've probably spotted us already, Admiral, so let's not give them a chance to pack any suitcases. I suggest we start transmitting standard warnings before this gets out of hand." Flight sergeants barked out commands. Stromo nodded, happy to let Ramirez handle the details. This textbook assault would give the newer soldiers an excellent first taste of what the EDF was all about. They would see Stromo as their brave commander, crushing the resistance of those who refused to aid the greater cause. The heavily armed cruisers swooped in, following planned trajectories to surround and engulf the roamer population center. Stromo had his clear orders. Unlike at the operation at Hurricane Depot, he wasn't supposed to waste time seizing leftover materiel or scrounging for information. This was to be a swift and decisive knockout punch. Before the iron-hard fist of Mantis could close around the asteroid complex, a flurry of ragtag clan ships scattered in all directions. "As I suspected, Admiral, they're getting away," said Commander Ramirez. "Well, then shoot at a couple of the smaller ones. Let them know we're serious." The new commander paled, and some of the other bridge officers shifted uneasily. Ramirez said, "But, Admiral, you haven't even issued instructions yet. This isn't really fair." Stromo glowered. "Chairman Wenceslas gave the roamers a warning weeks ago, and Speaker Peroni threw it back in his face. They certainly can't have any doubt as to why we're so angry." Ramirez backed down, though she was decidedly uneasy. "All right, take a few pot shots at some of the fleeing ships." 4 of the Jazer strikes hit their targets, but 10 missed. If anything, the flood of escaping roamer ships grew heavier. The Admiral decided he would insist that these crews undergo thorough practice runs unless they were being less than competent on purpose. Did they have some lingering loyalty to their former roamer commander? Perhaps Tamlin's presence was more insidious than the EDF had thought. With a sigh, Stromo stepped up behind the captain's chair. "Give me the open channel command frequency." He adjusted his uniform, smoothed his hair, and fixed a no-nonsense expression on his face. Ramirez moved out of the projection zone. "Ready to go, Admiral." "This is Grid Zero, Commander Admiral Lev Stromo, issuing an ultimatum to all roamer personnel at rendezvous. The Earth Defense Forces and the Terran Hanseatic League consider you hostiles. You have been declared a rogue government whose actions pose a clear and present danger to the human race. Your asteroid complex is now under the jurisdiction of the EDF. Surrender immediately. Any ships attempting to escape will be met with lethal force." A shocking flurry of insults and curses flew back at him from dozens of different ships. Stromo coughed in embarrassed surprise. The roamers must all know what had happened at Hurricane Depot. Seeing so many heavy cruisers coming for rendezvous, how could they not surrender? He'd expected terrified pleas or meek submission, not rudeness and disrespect. He worked his jaw, but forced himself to take the high road, to be the proud military commander. "Do not attempt to flee. Any ship defying this order will be destroyed. You have 2 hours to evacuate the rendezvous facility and surrender to us. After that time, demolitions technicians will begin ultimate disassembly operations. Any roamer casualties incurred will be strictly the result of your failure to follow precise instructions." Ramirez added her own postscript to the transmission. "The EDF guarantees that all detainees will be treated fairly. You will not be subjected to unnecessary harassment." "As if they'll believe that," Stromo muttered. Another barrage of blustering insults was transmitted back to him. In disgust, he gestured for the communications officer to cut off the audio. He scowled as the ships continued to fly away despite his admonition. "Doesn't that remind you of cockroaches scurrying when the lights are turned on, Commander Ramirez?" The small vessels offered difficult moving targets that zigzagged between the outlying asteroids. Though the Mantas opened fire again, the weapons officers missed most of the time. "This crew definitely needs a lot more training," the Admiral thought. Too many of the unruly ships were getting away. Stromo shook his head, then nodded to the Mantis captain. "Commander Ramirez, disperse all EDF ships. Launch every Remora squadron. Let's tighten our net. Rendezvous is officially ours." 116. Cheska Peroni. Once she'd retired, Jai Okaya had meant to live out the rest of her life on rendezvous. Now Cheska was grabbing her stick-like arm. "Hurry, we've got to evacuate. Don't bother taking any of those things. The eddies wiped out Hurricane Depot. Do you expect them to do less here?" The old woman scowled, moving without urgency even as the EDF invaders encircled the asteroid cluster. Loud alarms sounded, and roamers rushed down the tunnels, snatching up belongings and gathering family members. "How dare they attack rendezvous? We are an independent people, and this is our formal seat of government. Who does that blowhard admiral think he is, issuing ultimatums?" "He's following orders, the chairman's orders." Cheska once again regretted the ill-considered, defiant stance the clan elders had chosen. "Since they can't seem to defeat the Hydrogues, they'll take us as a consolation prize. The Admiral will claim a full victory, and the Big Goose will say they've subjugated us, squelched all resistance. That is why we need to resist. Jayokaya seemed much older now. We can't resist unless we escape and survive. Look at the size of the Eddy battle group out there. We'll have to resist in our own fashion, after we get away. The old woman finally gave in, picked only a few of her most precious keepsakes, and followed Cheska out into the corridors. Everyone on Rendezvous had practiced for this emergency at least 100 times, and now roamers scrambled in a barely organized panic toward the numerous launching bays. Every clan had a family ship for travel or cargo transport. They all had places where they could hide, far from Rendezvous. Ship after ship flew away in outright defiance of the Admiral's instructions. Other clan members used their best piloting skills to zoom through the obstacle course of rocks and battleships. Though they took no aggressive action and posed no threat to the EDF fleet, a few roamer ships were destroyed. Cheska felt each explosion or bright flash of debris on the monitor screens as a deep personal loss. Casualties of war, a war the roamers had never wanted. And none of them wanted to be captured. The roamers knew nothing about what had happened to the prisoners taken at Hurricane Depot. It was possible they were being held on a penal planet or had been put to work as slaves in Hansa Industries. They'd probably been interrogated first, forced to divulge the coordinates of Rendezvous. No one knew or underestimated what Chairman Wenceslas might be capable of. The governess Compi, UR, in charge of teaching roamer children, had activated her emergency protective programming and hustled her students into evacuation vessels. But the vessels were personnel transports, not blockade runners or speedy craft. Cheska didn't think they could escape. Having seen the EDF open fire on the other fleeing vessels, the speaker reached a difficult decision. You must take the children and surrender. I can attempt to fly the craft through the EDF weapons, said the governess Compi, but Cheska shook her head. I'm not risking all those children. Be their guardian, take them to the Eddies, and keep them alive. I'm counting on you to make sure they're not mistreated. I do not have the strength or combat programming of a soldier, Compi, but those people will be sorry if they attempt to abuse my wards. Good attitude you are. Take them away. We'll do what we can to fix this mess. The Eddies haven't defeated us yet. Cheska and the old woman hurried to make their escape. Explosions rattled the main asteroid, and dust trickled down from gaps in the sealant on the walls and ceiling. Lights flashed and alarms sounded, and the roamers understood what they must do. Rendezvous was going to fall. Cheska's last stop was the control center, where roamer administrators raced from console to console, triggering emergency programming, dispatching all ships. Long ago, wary roamers had installed precautionary routines into their automated systems and individual compis for exactly such a situation. The locations of all roamer settlements should have been a closely kept secret, and now the clans couldn't afford to let any other vital information escape. "This is it!" Cheska raised her voice above the din in the control center. No matter how firm she tried to be, her voice still wavered. "Wipe everything. Trigger the cascade deletion. If the Eddies came to Rendezvous on a scavenger hunt, there'll only be junk left for them to salvage. Looks like we're never coming back here." The former speaker clutched her arm but said nothing. The old woman looked as if she'd been dealt a severe blow. The technicians and administrators did not hesitate. They shouted to each other as one system after another went down. Sparks flew, and screens went blank. "The evacuation is nearly complete, Speaker Peroni," said one of the techs. "It's not complete until you all get out of here," she told him, then grabbed Jayokaya's hand. "We're on our way out ourselves." The last few people on Rendezvous made it to loading docks and climbed aboard any available ship. Cheska pushed Jayokaya into a small but fast diplomatic ship reserved for the speaker's use. "We'll have to follow our guiding star," she said in a low voice. "There's nothing else we can do." The old woman strapped herself in, familiar with the procedure. Her bones were fragile, but she moved with professional grace. She wouldn't complain. Outside, Jaser blasts and explosive projectiles hammered the outlying asteroids. Heavy detonations rumbled through the wall of the main complex. When Cheska sealed the hatch, the droning alarms and loud background noises fell into merciful silence. As they launched away from the majestic interconnected complex of structures, domes, and tunnel-laced rocks, Cheska knew they were leaving behind no valuable information about the roamers, no maps or data or coordinates that could be used to hunt down the fleeing clans. At least some of the hidden outposts would be protected. The Eddies might try to search for information, steal a few possessions, scrounge any leftover ecti, but they would come home with a very scant haul for all their efforts. That was a slim victory, however. Even without the tangible objects they were abandoning, Rendezvous was the heart of the Romer people, their oldest settlement, a symbol of their victory over adversity. The jumble of asteroids and artificial structures demonstrated how the clans could take the toughest situation and turn it into a fighting chance. Now, they were leaving it all behind, abandoning it to the enemy. The EDF battleships closed in, still firing. They shot at everything, even rocks and debris. Cheska flew away at breakneck speed, dodging, looping in an erratic course. Several Jazer bolts flashed past, but she ducked through the scattered debris from a destroyed roamer ship, random hull plates spinning and reflecting red sunlight. Cheska took the shortest line out, streaking between two Manta cruisers. Admiral Stromo continued to articulate his apparently well-rehearsed words. "King Peter, on behalf of the government of all humanity, requires the full cooperation and assistance of Romer clans in prosecuting the war against the Hydrogues. Your blatant refusal to comply constitutes demonstrable proof of your disloyalty to the human race. Henceforth, the Romer people shall be considered outlaws." In the cockpit, Jayokaya turned to Cheska with a wry smile. "There's something romantic about being an outlaw, don't you think?" Her oddly timed humor was born of desperation. Behind them, at the precise moment when the deadline ran out, Admiral Stromo transmitted on all frequencies, "No more sand left in the hourglass. Scouring crews, proceed with full-scale intelligence-gathering operations. Demolitions crews, wait for my signal." In less than an hour, the Eddy ships had rounded up groups of fleeing or surrendering roamers, while the ransacking investigators and demolitions crews had determined that there was nothing of value left in the asteroid cluster. Admiral Stromo had clear orders about what he was supposed to accomplish, and he seemed to take great pleasure in utterly shocking all of his Romer prisoners of war, as well as the clan members who had managed to escape yet remained within viewing range. "By the authority of the chairman of the Terran Hanseatic League and the king, I hereby order the destruction of this facility." Then, in a lower voice, as if grumbling to himself, he said, "What a rat's nest." In a sudden coordinated action, chained explosives implanted by the demolitions crews detonated and blasted apart key junctures. From high above, the Mantas bombarded the asteroid cluster with a dazzling display of Jazers and high-energy kinetic projectiles. The beams and explosives targeted the connective structures that held the drifting rocks together. Cheska watched as the battleships pounded Rendezvous. Beside her, Jayokaya squeezed her eyes shut until tears trickled out, traveling the random paths of wrinkles on her face. The onslaught broke apart the asteroids and scattered the facilities, homes, storehouses, training centers, everything that had been important to Romer culture and history. Around them, the escaping clan ships flew in widely dispersed trajectories, spreading out to find any sanctuary in the vastness of the spiral arm. The Romers knew hundreds of different hidden settlements, bases, facilities. They would fly to safe places, and eventually they would come together again. Warm tears streamed down Cheska's cheeks as well. She blamed herself for underestimating the ruthlessness of Chairman Wenceslas. How had he found Rendezvous in the first place? As if any Romer needed more reasons not to trust the big goose. "Let's get the hell out of here, Cheska," Jayokaya said, her voice hoarse. Cheska nodded, not trusting her own voice yet. She programmed a course into the navigational computer and launched their ship far from the rubble that had been Rendezvous. "We'll survive. When the sky is dark, our guiding stars shine brightest." The roamers flew off, scattering to the four corners of the galaxy. 117. Mage Imperator Jorah. The new spate of Hydrogue attacks and the Hyrilka designate's open rebellion needed to be addressed without delay. Not even the Mage Imperator could respond to everything at once. Most of all, he reeled from the assassination of Piri, and the nearly simultaneous attempt on his own life. Through his frayed thism, Jorah detected another emergency brewing on Maratha, but too few people were there for him to get a clear sense of what was happening. And his connection to his brother Avi had never been strong. Yazra stood at his side, grimmer and more determined than ever before. Jorah believed in her completely now, after seeing how single-mindedly she had defended him, without thought for her own life. Where the Hyrilkan attacker had slashed her arm, the finest medical kithman had tended her wound and covered it with a photoactive healing plaster. Her Isaac's cats sat with shining, slitted eyes, as if eager for another taste of a traitor's blood. Now Adar-Zan and his repaired warliners raced back to Ildira bearing the survivors from Hrel Oro. As soon as he reached the Prism Palace, the young Adar marched into the Sky Sphere reception hall. Despite the disaster, Zan's quick action and relentless work on the rescue operations had saved the lives of many who would otherwise have died. The Mage Imperator studied the Solar Navy commander's face, and approved of his brave and determined expression, though he could sense that his son was shaken. "Rusa has executed Piri," Jorah said from his chrysalis chair. "He has killed the designate in waiting." "What do you wish done, Liege?" Zan remained formal, now fully in his role as Adar instead of grieving brother. He looked at his half-sister Yazra as she stood close to the chrysalis chair and nodded with approval. "Shall I launch a reconnaissance team so that we can question the Hyrilka designate and determine exactly what occurred?" Jorah felt a nova of anger burning at the core of his chest. "We didn't get much information from interrogating the other Hyrilka pilgrims, but I know that my brother has turned against us. He ordered Piri's assassination. It was both deliberate and cold-blooded. I think Rusa wanted to get my attention." The Mage Imperator looked toward the gathered bureaucrats and advisers. "We will deal with it in whatever manner you command, Liege," Zan said. The Mage Imperator's braided hair twitched with anguish while he considered the options. He narrowed his star-sapphire eyes. For the time being, Jorah had sent away all pilgrims and supplicants, allowing only those trusted advisers who could offer valid strategic advice. As he thought, the words boiled out of him. "Prime Designate Thor is cooperating with my brother in this rebellion. Some of you may make excuses for Rusa's behavior. He was injured. He is no longer himself. His mind has not healed." His fingers clenched the smooth rim of his cradle-like chair, remembering all the impressions that had flooded into his mind. "But he has murdered my son, and Thor let him do it." The Mage Imperator lowered his voice and looked from straight-backed Zan to coiled and watchful Yazra. "I have always had my doubts about Thor, but I had hoped he would grow into his responsibilities. Instead he has turned against me, against all Ildirans. This crime cannot be ignored or excused." He drew a deep breath, and the words felt like dry stones in his mouth. "Let all know that from this day forward, the murderer Rusa may no longer serve in any capacity as designate. I also rescind Thor's appointment as Prime Designate." Even Yazra gasped at this declaration. The sound brought her Isaac's cats to their feet, and they scanned the room for intruders. Advisers murmured in surprise at the unprecedented announcement, but Jorah had no choice. The Prime Designate had turned against him, could never be trusted as the next Mage Imperator in waiting. Yazra calmed her predatory felines. "Father, the Empire cannot endure without a Prime Designate. You must choose." "I have already made my choice," he said. "It is only through a missed chance of genetics that Zan, my true firstborn son, was not slated to become Prime Designate. His service has been exemplary, and I have complete faith in him. I could not ask for a more worthy successor." Zan's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to protest, but the Mage Imperator continued. "Therefore, Until such time as this matter is resolved, until Thor is brought back here and faces me in the Sky-Sphere Hall. Adar Zahn is the provisional prime designate." Zahn looked as amazed as all the listeners. He couldn't stop himself from swearing under his breath, "Bech!" Azra looked over at him and offered a small smile of approval. Jorah heard the mutters of astonishment. He had already bent too many time-honored protocols in the Eldiran Empire. He had dared to emerge from his chrysalis chair and set foot on the unhallowed floors. He had selected his own daughter to be his primary protector instead of a member of the warrior kith. And now he had appointed Zahn, not even a purebred noble, to be the next prime designate. How much more would the people tolerate? Jorah clenched his jaw. As much as is necessary. He was the Mage Imperator, and he must stand steady like an immovable rock, rather than bend and blow in all directions like a blade of tall grass. His commands bound all of his race, except for those people who were blinded by Rusa's treacherous manipulations. He reached out to clasp Zahn's forearm. "Speak with me if you ever have qualms about taking over your role." "I am your Adar, liege. I have no qualms." The feeling Jorah sensed, underlying his son's stony confidence, implied otherwise. Jorah smiled at him, not fooled. "Yes, you do. But we can be stronger, together. I will serve in whatever capacity the Mage Imperator deems appropriate." Zahn looked down at the polished stones on the floor. "Until such time as order is restored." Jorah felt a slight loosening of the tight responsibilities that clamped around his heart. "Adar, your orders are to go to Hyrulka, seize Rusa and my duplicitous son Thor. Bring them back to the prison palace, where they will face the judgment of their Mage Imperator. Take a full maniple of warliners, so that the Hyrulkans do not resist." Eldiran against Eldiran. The advisers in the Sky-Sphere Hall looked appalled and apprehensive. Their Mage Imperator was sending a massive military force against his own brother, their own people. Such things simply did not happen in the Empire. Only once before, in all the history chronicled in the Saga of Seven Sons, had Eldirans faced a civil war, and the outcome had left a scar for centuries. Jorah hoped he could resolve this problem in a less bloody fashion, but it did not appear likely. The Adar clasped his hands to his heart in the traditional salute. "Liege, even though Kulfan's maniple suffered losses during the recent battle at Hrel Oro, I believe his ships should accompany me to Hyrulka. The soldiers in that maniple are worthy, and I wish to reward their courage by showing my faith in them." Jorah nodded, his heart warmed by the idea. "Let it be done. You must depart with all due haste." He lowered his voice, leaning closer. "Others have been twisted by Rusa, and our danger grows worse day by day. This rebellion cannot be allowed to grow." Dismissed, Zahn marched off to do his duty. Now the Eldiran leader also had to deal with the Hydrogues. From Zahn's report of the Clickus robot's grim statement in the wake of the attack on Hrel Oro, Jorah knew he could no longer delay the inevitable. The solution, much as he dreaded it, was obvious. Spurred to action by the changes and crises that faced him, the Mage Imperator turned to his primary advisers. "Lastly, send a message to the Dobro designate. Tell him—" Jorah paused, but the truth was unavoidable. "Tell him the Clickus robots have betrayed us. Instruct him to send Osira to me. She must be ready." 118. Sullivan Gold. On Krona 3, the Eldiran and human sky miners maintained their uneasy truce. But Sullivan Gold wanted to cement their ties. They were colleagues, after all, not competitors. They should help each other out. They had a common enemy and a common goal. There was no reason at all to be aloof. Lydia would have scolded him for not being a good neighbor, for not taking over a gift of food or inviting the Eldiran miners for drinks. But he doubted Hroax would be interested in socializing. However, when Sullivan undertook a brash project that he thought the Eldiran Sky Mine chief might find interesting, he decided to shuttle over to the big Eldiran Sky Factory. It was the sort of thing good neighbors did in a spirit of cooperation and mutual need. He approached unannounced, and the Eldirans did not receive him with any particular warmth, but at least they didn't warn him off. He usually handled this sort of situation with persistent friendliness. Sullivan landed on one of the breezy decks high above the gas giant's clouds. Stepping out, he stared at the immense complex. The Eldirans did everything on an overblown scale, with bulky equipment and inefficient ecti-reactors, and 10 times as many people as the work required. Eldiran personnel were everywhere, not just miners and reactor operators, but their families, support staff, maintenance technicians, and innumerable others. He would love to send a team over just to tinker with their machinery, pump it up a little, improve it. But he supposed that would be in bad form. By now his lead engineer, Tabitha Huck, had already launched her unmanned explorer drone. Since it would take almost an hour to descend to the appropriate depth, he should have enough time to talk to the reticent Hroax. Sullivan wandered around inside the huge Sky Factory complex. Apparently, Eldirans weren't overly concerned with external security. None of them paid him much attention until he stopped one to ask for directions. It was a woman, bulky and broad-shouldered, her features just a bit too alien to be attractive to him. "Please tell me how to find your chief sky miner, Hroax. We're old friends." She looked at Sullivan as if assessing whether to answer his question, then pointed up a steep metal stairway. Inside a humid and noisy chamber, Hroax was inspecting the pumps and compressors that throbbed like the slow heartbeat of a sleeping giant. The sky miner looked at his human counterpart. His eyes were heavy-lidded with lack of interest. "I do not have time to give you a tour today, Sullivan Gold. Your business here will have to wait." Sullivan conjured up his most winning smile, which had never failed to tip negotiations in his favor. Though the chief sky miner had not raised his voice, Sullivan needed to shout above the din. "Oh? Even if it's an emergency?" "Is it?" Sullivan shuffled his feet. "Not really, but I'm sure it's something you'll want to see. Trust me." The small communicator at his hip chimed. "We're in position, Sullivan," Tabitha Huck said. "Shouldn't be long until we close in on those anomalies." Sullivan gestured to his Eldiran counterpart. "That's even faster than I expected. Come on, Hroax. I'll explain on the way up to your control center." The Eldiran miner grudgingly led the way to a high-tower nexus where dozens of Eldiran technicians and crew members operated monitors and the long, trailing sensor whiskers of the big facility. "After looking at the logs, we estimated the depth at which your Adarkorin encountered the hydrogues. Considering that 49 warliners sacrificed themselves, we assumed there might still be some wreckage that had descended to an equilibrium depth in the vicinity. Our first wave of tiny scanners found several floating density anomalies, and so today my lead engineer sent down an unmanned explorer drone capable of providing real-time imagery." His eyes sparkled. "We might even be able to see the wrecked war globes. Wouldn't that be something?" Hroax turned to him. "Why would you wish to do that? You are a sky miner, not a military officer or a rememberer." Sullivan worked with one of the Eldiran technicians to adjust their screens to the appropriate band. When they began to receive the Explorer drone's signals, the screen showed only swirls of clouds and vapors, barely distinguishable from random static. "Your military commander sacrificed himself and a lot of battleships to drive the hydrogues from Krona 3. It was a historically significant event. We can witness part of it here." "I am not a rememberer. It is not my task." "I don't think I've ever met anybody as single-minded as you." Sullivan tried a different approach. "On Earth, about 5 centuries ago, we built a fabulous luxury ship called the Titanic, which was considered the greatest passenger vessel of all time. but it sank in a supposedly unreachable portion of our oceans. Because the Titanic was such an intriguing icon, lots of explorers made risky descents into the depths just so they could see the wreck. The ship grew into a cultural fascination, and finally it became a memorial. The sky miner's expression did not change. I fail to see any relevance to our situation. Exasperated, Sullivan said, "All those dead war globes and any solar navy ships we can find are each like the Titanic. You defeated the aliens here on Krona 3. Aren't you proud of that? Wouldn't your rememberers like to see what's left, if only to include it in the Saga of Seven Suns? Wouldn't your Adar-Zan be interested? It might score you some points with him." "I do not need to earn any advantage with the Adar." The screens flickered, and Sullivan saw a brief shape, a glint, and then a shadow. The explorer pod changed directions and moved in. Tabitha's voice came over his communicator. "We've got something, Sullivan." He tapped in acknowledgement, still waiting for Hroax to understand what he was saying. "Okay, I can see I'm not getting through. Look, we're doing this on our own initiative, Hroax. Our cloud harvester is operating at full capacity, and the crew doesn't have much to do except check the monitors and switch out ecti tanks when they're full. We planned this project in our spare time. It seemed like a good use of our off hours." "My crew can always find work to do," Hroax said. Sullivan couldn't conceive what all these Eldirans did to keep themselves busy. "Ah, yes, work expands to occupy the number of people available." He chuckled, but the chief sky miner found no humor in the comment. "Look, there's no downside here. We aren't asking you to participate, so there's no risk or cost at all to you. But I intend to share with you all the images we take. Why not? We're good neighbors. And I thought the Eldiran Empire would find them useful. Any military information has ramifications for our sky mining activities, for defense and preparation, if nothing else." Hroax finally gave a stiff nod to indicate that this was an acceptable reason for the odd investigation. On the screen, the perfectly geometrical shapes of two looming war globes drifted into view as the Explorer drone centered in. The immense spheres, studded with triangular protrusions, looked like electron micrographs of pollen spores. One sphere was cracked open from a giant explosion, no doubt the impact of a Solar Navy warliner. It hung, dark and quiet, like an empty shell made of blackened diamond. The second war globe appeared intact, but just as dead. Seeing the awesome images, Hroax stiffened, finally impressed and uneasy. The Eldiran workers muttered in both fear and surprise. "No energy sources detected, Sullivan," Tabitha said. "Those war globes are at ambient temperature, not emanating in any frequency band." "Keep looking, but be careful." "I'm going inside the broken one," Tabitha said. "Yes, I'll do it carefully, Sullivan. Don't have a stroke." The view from the Explorer drone swerved around as it approached the open wound in the dead hydrogue sphere. "Exercise caution, extreme caution." "I already promised you that. They're dead, Sullivan." Sullivan had been excited to see if he could find these wrecks, but now he didn't want to provoke any response. What if something had survived? Lydia would have scolded him for not letting sleeping dogs lie. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. The Explorer drone cruised through the wide-open wreckage, puttering along serpentine corridors and upside-down geometries, doors that were in the wrong places, cubes and pyramids connected with troughs that looked like circuit lines. It was all utterly incomprehensible to him. "We're recording these images for our next dispatch back to the Hansa," Tabitha said. "Make sure the Eldirans have full access to this data as well." "I don't suppose they'll share the research expenses," she said snidely, as if she had forgotten Hroax and the others were listening. "This is a gesture of our good faith. What helps us against the hydrogues helps everyone." "Whatever you say." As Tabitha took images for the better part of an hour, the wondrous strangeness built up to a surfeit of incomprehension. Hansa scientists and EDF experts would scrutinize every second of footage, but Sullivan couldn't stare forever. Roax already looked anxious to get back to the work routine that called him like an alcoholic's obsession for a drink. Tabitha's explorer finally retreated, following her recorded path back out of the dark wreckage into open space, then began to cruise closer to the less damaged hydrogue sphere. Its outer surface was stained, as if from a blast of heat, but the shell had not cracked or shattered. "Hey, I've got an idea. I'm going to ping it with an active probe pulse. A lot of pieces inside might still be intact, and it'll be a valuable addition to our scans. So far, everything's been completely innocuous." "Don't press your luck, Tabitha. Passive observation is one thing, but I don't want to stir up—" She had already sent out her signals, playing a deep scan over the outside of the dormant war globe. A return spike suddenly and unexpectedly came across the broadband sensor channel. "Whoa, that's quite a reflection," Tabitha said. Then the signal came again, louder and modulated twice. "And, that's not my probe pulse." A glimmer of light awakened like a tiny match being lit at the center of the darkened war globe. Sparkles shot like phosphorescent plankton through the shell, wavering in the depths. "She has disturbed it," Roax said, his voice gruff. "This is very ill-advised." "Enough, Tabitha. Cease your probe scans." As the war globe continued to brighten, Sullivan reached a decision. "Trigger complete shutdown. As quietly as possible. Get rid of the Explorer drone before that drogue becomes aware of it. I don't want it tracking us back up here." "But we're still getting good telemetry. Don't you want to see what happens?" "I'm already afraid of what might happen. Trigger it, Tabitha. Now. Complete shutdown. Make it into a dead rock." There was a burst of light, and then the screen images went blank. "If the hydrogues are not truly vanquished here," Roax said, "then they may return. That one surviving craft could summon other war globes." "Sorry about that." Sullivan slowly shook his head. "Our work just got a hell of a lot more dangerous." The Ildiran sky miner turned to look at him. "Perhaps you humans should abandon your cloud harvesting facility and go home." Sullivan's heart was still pounding with alarm. "Are you going to leave?" "I have a mission to complete. I will stay." "Then our facility stays too." Even so, he decided to tell his crew to keep their bags packed and their eyes open. "We'll just be more careful from now on." "Caution may not be sufficient," Roax said. "No, but it's better than giving up too soon." The minor Kithman nodded, as if he finally could understand the human's attitude. "Very well, Sullivan Gold. But if you will excuse me, I have significant work to accomplish, especially now that our time may be limited, thanks to you." 119. Koto Okaya. Since G.U. was already scuffed and battered from his previous escapade with the runaway hydrogue derelict, the analytical compy offered to be the first one inside the open alien sphere. G.U. considered himself a dedicated volunteer for the cause of science. Koto was itching to get inside, and could barely contain his enthusiasm, but he knew it was wise to have one of the small robots take the initial risk. "All right, but be careful, and report whatever you see. Don't touch anything, because I'll be there myself as soon as you give it the thumbs up." Like a trooper, G.U. cycled through the shuttle's airlock. As Koto watched him cross the short distance of open space, he wondered if he should have asked for one of Del Kellum's reconditioned EDF soldier combis instead. The military-style robots were better equipped to face possible hazards inside the enemy ship. But G.U. seemed to have acquired a sense of adventure, and he deserved the first shot after what he'd been through. "I have entered the ship, Koto Okaya," the compy transmitted. "All the atmosphere appears to have vented. I see no additional sealed chambers. Everything is open." "Good to hear," Koto transmitted back. "I don't want to open a door and get blasted with more high-pressure air." "That is no longer likely." Koto was already pulling on his environment suit. As a roamer, he had grown up slipping spacesuits on and off with the ease of habit, just as another man might pull on his socks. "In your assessment, G.U., are there any obvious hazards that would prevent my immediate entry into the derelict?" "No, Koto Okaya." He sealed his helmet and clicked it shut. "I'm on my way." In the microgravity of space, Koto was floating with giddiness. He said the first appropriate phrase that came into his mind. "Here I am, boldly going where no human has gone before." When his boot clomped down onto the transparent floor of the derelict, the sole did not adhere to the diamond. Normally, roamer suits magnetically attached to their decks, but here there was no trace of iron impurities. Nevertheless, from long practice, Koto was perfectly comfortable in weightless space. Ji-Yu's compy voice carried an unusual undertone of excitement. "Please come here, Koto Akaya. I have discovered something you will be interested in seeing." Koto pushed himself along, using a tiny burst of propulsion gas when necessary. He stared at the curved bulkheads, geometrical protrusions, gem-like knobs, and patterned circuits. Deep inside, the battered compy was standing with his back to the engineer, looking at a puddle of what appeared to be loose quicksilver on the floor. It was amorphous, a blob of gelatinized metal that had lost all physical integrity. Koto drew a quick breath as he realized what it was, remembering images of the liquid crystal emissary that had come to the Whisper Palace on Earth and killed King Frederick. "That's a hydrogue, Ji-Yu! A genuine dead alien!" "I am not qualified to make such projections, Koto Okaya, but it is a reasonable assumption." Koto didn't know what sort of information roamer biologists would be able to glean from the shapeless puddle of hydro goo, but this was a monumental find. "Good work, Ji-Yu." "Thank you, Koto Okaya. However, I called you in order to draw your attention to this." The compy gestured to the wall beside him, which contained a completely flat and transparent trapezoid surrounded by strange symbols. "I have compared it to my internal records of recent Hansa news releases about their colonization initiative. This technology and design appear remarkably similar to the Clickus transportals." The roamer engineer stared. "Hydrogues? Using Clickus gates? That's impossible." "I defer to your expertise. I was merely making a comparison." Koto spluttered. "Oh, I don't disagree, Ji-Yu. In fact, I think you could be right. I've studied some of those records myself, but why would the Clickus and the drogues use identical transportation technology? What possible connection could there be?" "I cannot speculate, Koto Okaya," Ji-Yu said. "I didn't ask you to. I was just talking to myself. Out of politeness, should I cease to listen? Don't confuse me right now. I'm busy." Koto moved forward to study the transportal equivalent. The hydro gate wasn't perfectly trapezoidal, as he'd seen in the commonly available images of Clickus ruins. Its sides were skewed, and the coordinate symbols were completely different, indicating a language unrelated to the hieroglyphics in the insectoid alien structures. Still, the similarities in the superficial design were striking. Unfortunately, Koto had no detailed information about the technological workings of the alien transportal doorways. If times had been different, without such tremendous friction between roamers and the Big Goose, Koto would have offered to exchange data with Hansa scientists. Though he had never visited one of the Clickus archaeological sites himself, as an engineer he had been fascinated by the various discoveries and had followed them all. He had assumed all along that Earth researchers would love to get their hands on this intact derelict, and now there seemed to be even more reasons. Although they had fragments of wreckage scraped from the Theron forests, even the best Hansa engineers would get very little information from that burned flotsam. This derelict, though, was a treasure trove, and he had it all to himself. Koto would have to start from scratch, but he was up to the task. 120. King Peter. Within seconds of meeting the young prince, Peter decided that Daniel was indeed an unlikable boy. Ox had given the king a map that guided him through the underground tunnels and halls to the hidden suite of chambers where the young man was held under pampered house arrest. Peter leaned casually against the doorframe. "So you're Prince Daniel?" Wary and annoyed, the boy looked up and guiltily wiped sticky fingers on a fine bedspread. Peter wondered if the kid had managed to smuggle candy into his rooms, despite the teacher compy's prohibition of treats except as rewards for good behavior. His face was plump with baby fat. "Who are you?" Peter couldn't believe the prince didn't recognize a face that was ubiquitous throughout the Hansa worlds. Then Daniel's blue eyes narrowed. "Hey, you're the king! King Peter!" He frowned. "You're not supposed to be here." Peter wondered if the boy's eyes were really blue or if they had been artificially colored like his own. "Well, we have lots of things in common. Maybe I can give you some advice on being part of the royal family." "I've got all the advice I can stand." Daniel fluffed up his pillow and plopped back on his bed. "It's not as if a king does anything except smile and cut ribbons and hand out awards. Why should I have to go through such boring instruction? I could do all of those things in my sleep. They should just leave me alone." "The Hansa will never leave you alone." Peter stepped farther into the room. "You're their prisoner." "I am not a prisoner, I'm a prince." "Didn't they snatch you from your family? Didn't they take you away from your home?" Daniel gave a snort. "They rescued me from a miserable life with a bunch of losers. I had a stepfather who never paid any attention to me except when he wanted to beat me. My mother died a long time ago. I have an older sister, but she's just a slut, never concerned about anything but her boyfriends." Peter remembered his own family and their warm time together. He would have returned to that life in a minute, given the choice. "How can you say that about your family?" "I don't care about them. If they came here, I'd rub their faces in the fact that I'm living in the Whisper Palace. I'm now the prince, and they're still nothing." Peter found himself immediately angry with this young man. He was sickened by the very possibility that his beloved Istara might have been forced to marry someone like Daniel. "They're probably dead. The Hansa killed them to leave no loose ends for you." Daniel hesitated, but his shock was short-lived. "Good riddance." Peter squeezed his eyes shut and in his mind saw a flash of his mother and brothers incinerated in the explosion of their dwelling complex. Even his estranged father had also been murdered to remove any connection to the newly created royalty. This was worse than he'd imagined. "You're not fit to be a king," Peter said in a low, cold voice. "With an attitude like that, you barely qualify as a human being." "I'm going to take your place someday," Daniel snapped. "I know what the Hansa wants, and I know how much you've screwed up. I'm better qualified to be a great king than you are." The king chose not to continue the unsettling conversation. "That's enough, Daniel. You've shown me everything I needed to know." Peter turned around and left the prince behind, still ranting. Daniel must never be allowed to become the king. At least that was something he and Basil Wenceslaus could agree on. That evening, after a long and tedious trade banquet during which Peter sat in formal clothes and smiled but said nothing, Queen Istara appeared excited and secretive, though she would not explain why. Finally, saying she had a headache, she asked Peter to take her back to the royal wing. The king made appropriate excuses and farewells, bowed and waved. Chairman Wenceslaus dismissed him, acknowledging that Peter had fulfilled his duties for the time being. When they were in their private quarters, Istara clung to him in a warm hug. Her brown eyes were awash with a mixture of tears and delight. Her expression was filled with love, as if she could no longer contain her news. Peter laughed. He had never seen her act this way before. "All right, Istara. You look as if you're ready to explode. What is it you want to tell me?" She smiled at him. "I've found an unexpected way to get rid of your worries about Prince Daniel being an unworthy successor." Grinning because of her infectious good humor, he shook his head. "What on earth are you talking about?" "Not even Chairman Wenceslaus would have guessed this," she said. "I didn't expect it myself. It was an accident. But I'm pregnant, Peter. We're going to have our first child." 121. Celli. Though the endless work continued, A spark of hope and fascination grew within Shelley. She returned day after day to the near-impenetrable thicket, threading her way through the deadfall until she reached the central clearing. She kept the strangely growing man-shaped totem a secret, watching its features sharpen, the bark skin thicken, the wood-grain eyes track her movements without focusing. Salamar often asked Shelley to explain the secretive smiles and the unexpected energy she'd showed in recent days, but she wanted to wait until she had more answers. Even the green priests, with their special connection through Telink, did not seem to know about it. Intrigued by the changes she witnessed in the wooden shape every day, Shelley paced around the lumpy, curved stump covered with plated bark scales. The ripples of twisted curves looked so much like human limbs and muscles. But this was more than a statue or a carving. It was alive, drawing energy through deep roots in the forest soil. "I wish I knew what you are," Shelley said aloud. The round knots that were its eyes moved. She could tell the thing was looking at her, though its detailed facial features were still covered with an outer woody shell. The irises of the eyes had a whorled pattern like the rings of a tree. All her life, Shelley had heard green priests describe how the world forest could see all of Theroc through a billion invisible eyes in its leaves. But this was different. An aspect intentionally grown and shaped to evoke human features and expressions. And it looked oddly familiar to her. One afternoon, as Shelley stood in the cool shadows, smelling the rich soil and the moist underbrush, she heard a loud crack. She rushed over to the man-shaped stump. There was a louder pop and then a long snapping sound as if bark was splitting. The outer covering had broken like an eggshell beginning to hatch. She took 2 steps away. Then curiosity forced her closer again. The gold-scaled bark peeled apart to expose fresh, pale wood beneath it. It was smooth and golden-grained, like skin. The large, knotted branches began to stir and finally broke free, extending from the central torso trunk like the arms of a newly awakened man stretching. From its curled, tucked-under position, the rounded lump of wood now lifted up and turned its face toward her, its features still covered with thick patches of bark. The wooden arms reached up. At the ends, a set of thin branches reminiscent of fingers splayed outward, flexing. As the living carving touched its face, the ends of the twigs broke off like old scabs, leaving only perfect fingers. Speechless, Shelley watched as the wooden hands fumblingly peeled away the remaining bark to expose a smooth brow, then a nose, and an entire face. She recognized the features. Benito? Her voice was the barest whisper. It looked exactly like her brother, who had died when the hydrogues destroyed the World Tree Grove on Corvus Landing. The legs of the tree figure divided into 2 narrow trunks in the ground. The wooden Benito strained, trying to lift the legs, and finally they broke free, disconnecting from the roots. The man-like sculpture took a single, plodding step forward and stood, separate from the tree. "Benito, are you in there?" Shelley said, her eyes sparkling, but she was afraid to come closer. She had heard old stories about human simulacra made out of clay. What was the word? A golem. The world forest had shaped and grown some sort of golem that looked exactly like her lost green priest brother. The wooden figure took another tottering step forward and stopped, bathed in a shaft of sunlight that shone through the interlocked branches overhead. Shelley hurried forward, forgetting her caution. She used her hands to brush away the flaking bark that still clung to the wooden man's chest like an old skin from a larva that had not completed its first molting. When she had last stared at the polished wood grain of the artificial man, she saw that the facial shape was indeed identical to Benito's, though his body was smooth and streamlined, asexual, and without blemishes. "Oh, Benito! Can you speak? Talk to me." The tree golem swiveled its head and looked at her with wood-grain eyes. It seemed to be struggling. "Don't you remember me? I'm Chelly, your little sister." Finally, the lips cracked open as if the world forest had just finished forming the Benito golem's mouth. Inside, a perfect set of wood-chipped teeth showed themselves as his hard lips formed a smile. It coughed, expanded its chest, then inhaled to fill the lung-like hollow spaces in its body core. A whistling sound came out, then a harsher noise. Finally, the sounds became words. "Chelly. Of course." His speech had the familiar timbre of her brother's voice, but it also had a hollow, echoing quality that reminded her of the woodwind flutes her grandparents made for small children. "Chelly, I remembered you every day. As I grew, I watched each time you came to visit." "Is that really you, Benito? Or does it just look like you? All the green priests said that you died when the hydrogues attacked. Everyone on Corvus Landing was wiped out." The wooden man looked at her, and his expression became troubled. "The world forest fashioned me. At the moment of my death, I was connected to the trees. I poured my every thought, my every memory, through telling into the world forest. It was as if I stored my soul there within the great mind of the trees. And now the forest has brought me back. I am a living synthesis, halfway between tree and man. I am needed for the war." Chelly threw her arms around him, feeling the solidity of wood, but also the warmth and glow of living human flesh. "Whatever you are, I'm glad you're here. It's better than having no brother at all. Do you know that Reynald was also killed?" "The world forest cannot forget a moment of the attack on Therok." The Benito golem said, "We felt every single death, whether of tree or of man or woman. Even those who weren't green priests, still, we saw them, we witnessed their pain, mourned them. We remember." Chelly took his wooden hand and pulled him to the edge of the thicket. "I have to show you to our parents. Sarain has come back too from Earth. Everyone will be so glad to see you." Benito grew steadier on his feet as he took one step after another. Now the fallen branches in the collapsed barricade sprang out of their way, as if the wooden golem himself exerted a kind of force to clear a path. Chelly bounded ahead, skipping and excited, urging him to hurry. When they finally emerged from the dense thicket into the open clearings of the world forest, Benito came to a halt, as if his feet had taken root again. He swayed in place, drinking in the details of the devastation with eyes that were close to human. The wood-grain whorls of his irises shifted as his facsimile pupils widened, even though as part of the world forest he intimately knew exactly what had happened. His expression sagged into a deep sadness. "I have returned not a moment too soon." Chelly stopped beside him and held his hand. He flexed his wooden fingers as if trying to feel her touch, and she tugged on his wooden arm again to urge him along. "Come on, Benito. We have to tell everybody. It's about time the Therons had some good news." "Yes," Benito said, lifting his foot to take another step as if he had forgotten how to walk on human legs. "I have much information to share. Even the green priests have not learned everything from the forest." Chelly looked questioningly at her brother's wooden but familiar face. Benito seemed to be marshalling his thoughts, gathering his echoes of memory. Proud and strong beside him,